Hello, I'm Grandmaster Peter Svidler, and this is the highlights show for round 12 of the FIDE candidates here in Cyprus. And we will begin with the open section, which was very quiet today. No decisive games, although one game and one of the two games which we were very interested in before the round began probably should have been decisive, frankly. And this is the one that we will look at in some detail. The game between Wei Yi playing the white pieces against Anish Giri. And Wei Yi in this game once again opts for this strange Vienna formation that he's been playing the whole tournament. And finally today, Anish allows him to do what I guess he was intending to do for the entire event, this kind of a sharp idea with d3 and f4. And Anish, as you will notice, has not played knight c6 yet, because this allows you to play c7, c6, and then push d7, d5. And clearly both players were aiming sort of for the same position, and by move 15, white wins the pawn back. At some point, a few moves ago, there was a pawn on c4, but Anish did not even try to protect it. He brought the knight over to d5. And if anyone here is better, it's probably black. In fact, some moves later in this position, as you will see, there were some trades. And a move like rook e8 or perhaps queen h4 to stop c3, c4 preserves some advantage for black. But Anish wasn't exactly precise. Allowed white to sacrifice an exchange on d5. And this is the critical position of the game, the first one of, frankly, many, where for Wei Yi, a bunch of moves here are completely okay. h4 is fine. Even bishop takes g5, f3, bishop h4 seems to be holding. It's not that easy to make a big mistake in this position, but Wei Yi actually managed. He made an active-looking move c5, c6, which loses on the spot to queen a7 check, king h1, and now queen e3, which is oddly reminiscent of the way Wei Yi himself lost a game to Javokhir Sindarov earlier in the tournament. I did not listen to Anish's press conference very closely, but my guess is that he saw queen d5 check, king h8, h3, and didn't realize just how crushingly winning his position is after f4, f3. Because black is intending to take on g2, and then rook often joins the attack by taking on b2 with check, and if you take on f3, this position is completely lost because the c-pawn will not survive. And with the pawn on b2 gone and the pawn on a4 surviving, all of these exchange up endgames are very trivially winning for black. Instead, Anish played queen c5, and we started a whole new sequence because the resulting position after some more moves looks like this. And even though I'm pretty sure the computer holds this, like if this game is being played out in a computer versus computer match, I think this is a draw. But in practical terms, it's very difficult to play for white, and there will be many, many mistakes, as I will show you. I will not be able to show you all of them, but I will show you a couple. Actually, Wei Yi defended quite well until a certain moment. They passed the first time control, playing quite logically. And then, moving very, very, very far ahead, white, as you can see, at some point gave up the h-pawn, but picked up the pawn on a4. And in this position, the queen needs to be on good squares. And the engine, for instance, suggests playing queen c4, queen c7, and queen e5, and intends to meet rook g7 with bishop g3. And this setup with a very active queen in the central square holds quite comfortably for white, seemingly. But instead, Wei Yi, who even had a decent amount of time on the clock, went for a very strange-looking queen b3 check, king h7, and bishop g3. And now his position collapses. Anish did find rook g8, queen b7 check, rook g7, queen b8. He found queen c2 check, king h3, queen f5 check, king g2. And here actually Charlize, and you should probably seek out the video Charlize recorded with Anish talking about all of this. He saw h5, but he somehow underappreciated just how strong it is. But the introduction of this pawn to the attack basically decides, because now with the h-pawn in play, white cannot control the vast majority of the threats. The best is queen d8, but now after something like queen c2 and queen g6, the white position gets shaken apart. Now we give a check from e6, we give a check from e2, we pick up the pawn on f3, and even the queens haven't come off yet. And with the pawn still back on h5, we will win this endgame even if they do come off. This is a famous endgame where rook and the h-pawn against the dark square bishop here wins as long as the pawn hasn't crossed to h4 yet. So this was one win, which was missed. And then there was later another opportunity for Anish to perhaps have a decent chance of converting, but he missed that as well. Wei Yi also very wisely kept ahead on the clock. Anish kept on going down to just the 30-second increment, whereas for Wei Yi, I think he never went down below 3 minutes. And eventually Anish stumbled into a threefold repetition, but by that point, the position is no longer objectively winning. You, would of course play on, and maybe there are even some practical chances to still win, but the quote-unquote objective win has been missed by that point. Elsewhere, Sindarov made a very quick and a very straightforward theoretical draw against Hikaru and Nakamura. So that means that the gap between them stays at 2 points, and Anish absolutely needs to beat Sindarov day after tomorrow in round 13, but even that victory, he will need a lot of help from the rest of the field, with the gap still at 2 points. The draw between Pragg and Esipenko was a very lively game, which featured a lot of very non-standard play, in particular in the opening, but in the end fizzled into a draw, and there was also a pretty solid draw in the Carlsbad between Bluebaum and Caruana. And as usual, everything that could happen has happened in the women's section. I'm not going to be able to show you any particular detail for really any of the games, but I will show you some snippets because there are some very interesting diagrams. And I guess we begin with the game of the leader of the tournament, Vaishali against Jiner, which was incredibly important for the entire field. Obviously, if Vaishali wins, she is in very, very firm control of the event. She was leading by a full point going into the round. And one of the players she was 1 point ahead of is specifically Jiner. So Jiner chooses the Caro. Vaishali decides to play pretty ambitiously here with e5, bishop f5, bishop d3, bishop takes d3. And here a very quirky idea of c takes d3, intending, I guess, to meet c5 by taking on c5 and then putting a second pawn on d4, preserving a structure. And Jiner kind of picked up the gauntlet and went for some very, very non-standard positions here. And the engine here suggests you can just castle kingside, but it's pretty scary to castle into some rook lifts and g4, g5 ideas. Instead, Jiner went for this plan with queen c8, a6. Vaishali could have ignored it, but she took on c5, changing the structure to this. And this is a very, very sharp position, which is also incredibly difficult to play because you have to assess a lot of very, very complicated, minute details. e5 is sometimes hanging and sometimes isn't. b2 is sometimes hanging and sometimes isn't. And as you see on the screen already here, Vaishali doesn't have much time. And a few short moves later, if you go, let's say, to this position, this is move 16, Vaishali is down to 18 minutes, and it's 23 minutes for Jiner. So it's going to be a very nervy time trouble. And the game had a lot of swings. In this position, White decided to defend everything by placing the knight very passively on c1. Black can once again play bishop e7, but Jiner went for a very ambitious plan of rook g8, g5, which is objectively not great. And a very important turning point came on move 23, where the structure in the center is once again kind of clarified. White has full control over this pawn chain, but Black is trying to do something on the queen side. And the trick here was to just realize that you can ignore it. And a very strong move queen h2 here, which has two ideas. First of all, we actually are not at all against the idea of picking up the pawn on h6. It's a useful pawn. But also we very much want to play knight a2, knight e2, knight f4. This knight on c1 is by far our worst piece, and we want it in play. And this would have been very strong. And instead, Vaishali played b takes c4, which is just wrong, I think, from a positional standpoint, because this gives Black this very important d5 square for the knights, from where the knights will be dominating the entire board. And although Vaishali wasn't immediately worse, she's still fine here if she finds bishop d2. She went rook fb1, rook b5. Now she's in trouble because there's all kinds of forks being threatened. She gave up the d pawn, but that doesn't really solve the problems. And also by that point, she was actually falling behind on the clock as usual. And this is a constant throughout the tournament. Vaishali was in very, very severe time trouble quite early on. And the game continued kind of going downhill. There were some chances for her to save it, but eventually she missed a very strong tactic. Here after queen h5, the game could still continue, but she played knight c1, allowed h4, h3. And now White position collapses because you can't take on h3, you lose to knight f4. And the final position is very picturesque with black threatening queen g2 mate and also the rook on b1. With that victory, Vaishali drops back to +2 and is joined by Jiner. But there were events everywhere. Another player who could have reached +2 with a win was Muzychuk, who played a picture-perfect rook ending, which was originally, if we go all the way to, let's say, move 35, we were very confidently saying Goryachkina will never lose this, because normally these types of 4 against 3s are quite safely drawn. But by move 40, white is actually winning by force. This position, despite looking like it should be a draw, really isn't. And Muzychuk found, this is move 42, and she found 23 perfect moves in a row. This is move 64 now, and she is completely winning. She did have, to begin with in this position, even above a minute on the clock, which makes her mistake here even more painful, because, well, and she wanted to play king g4, which is the most obvious move in the position. And then I guess she realized king h2 exists, realized king takes h4, g2 is a draw, and got scared, when in fact you play rook h5 here, g2, rook takes h4, king g1, and really any move. The simplest is just do this. And now you attack the pawn from this side so that there's no stalemate. I'm doing this a little bit quickly, but the point, of course, is you can't play rook f2 because this is a stalemate. Instead of that, she played rook a2 check, and now after king h3, you would like to play king f3, but g2, rook takes g2 is yet another stalemate. And a very, very hard-fought victory was therefore missed by Anna, and she stays on +1 instead of joining the lead on +2. Elsewhere in the tournament, Bibisara Assaubayeva, who was playing against Kateryna Lagno, 2 players on 50%, they played a tremendously sharp game, very, very messy position. Like, this is the position by move 22. I'm not going to go too much into the opening. It's a very non-standard opening, and I honestly did not understand very much about it. This is still a pretty balanced position, but if we look at the position, let's say, 8 moves later, white won some pawns on the queen side, but the black pieces are now making a lot of progress in the center. Knight e2 check is being threatened. Bibisara played rook ce1. And starting from knight d4, Kateryna played a bunch of moves which are absolutely the best moves in the position. Knight c2 fork, rook e4, simply queen b3, rook ec1, we support the knight with rook d2, and there is a lot of threats. Queen d5, I guess, is being a threat in all of these positions. Rook fd8, rook d1 is a threat. Bibisara correctly played e6. F takes e6, best move. Bibisara played queen f4. And in this position, yes, the rook is hanging, but if you spot the idea of bishop c6, which I think normally, and Kateryna was playing on pretty low time at that moment, but she still had some time. If you spot the move bishop c6, you just make it, and black is pretty much winning, because if you take on e6, queen takes e6, queen d2, queen e4 is winning. And if you go queen takes d4, queen takes d2, bishop takes e4, the white position is about to collapse. h3 is hanging, f5 is hanging. This is just not good at all. Instead, she went rook fd8. Now, after f takes e6, this is a draw, and already a kind of a tricky draw for black to make. But she even played rook d1 check, hoping that this pin along the long diagonal does something. But in fact, white is just winning after e7. Sorry, not e7 immediately. Queen f7 check, and then queen f5, and now e7. And the problem is, you would like to maybe play queen f7 here, but after queen c8, queen e8, queen takes c6, white wins a full piece. And the similar thing happened in the game, queen b7, Bibisara did the same thing. And the game still continued for a few more moves, but this is a completely resignable position. I guess Kateryna just did not want to say goodbye to her chances in the tournament. And one final game to discuss is a long game that Divya Deshmukh played against Tan Zhongyi, in which I really only want to show you one position, because it's a very long positional looking game, in which in this position there was a beautiful combination which I randomly found on air because I could see that the computer shows some advantage to white, and I was trying to figure out why. And the combination is really quite spectacular. Despite the e5 square seemingly being the strongest point in a black position, you can play e5, intending to meet d takes e5 with bishop e4, and you have tremendous positional compensation. You want perhaps to play queen d2, queen e3, put some pressure on the c5 pawn, maybe push on the king side. But the biggest question is, why can't I just take twice with pieces? And this runs into bishop e4. Still don't understand what the problem is. You play g6, and now this line, queen takes g6, check, check, checks run out. No. h3, h4, and after h3, h4, because the black pieces are so completely useless on the queen side, there's just no way to stop rook h8 mate. You can play g5, but after h5 it's still mate. This is a very beautiful diagram. It's very understandable that you miss it because, as I said, e5 appears to be the most fortified square in black's position, but if you start calculating these lines, I think you can find them. And eventually the game resulted in this really, really locked up position, which we thought will end in a draw because white should normally be able to defend it. But I guess on low time, black eventually found a way to play g7, g6. And in this position, there is no good way for white to meet it. And Divya just fell apart. Once the g file became open, rook h6, hg, and now rook h5 check is coming in. The black pieces will start creating threats along the h file. She played queen f7 and got mated after rook h8 and g3 in the final position, and there's no way to stop queen h2 mate. With these results, the field in the women's section is also finally somewhat clarified. We have Vaishali and Jiner on +2. On +1, we have Anna Muzychuk, who will feel very aggrieved not to be in the lead, and Bibisara, who won that topsy-turvy sharp game against Kateryna Lagno, and nobody else is even on 50%. So I guess everything will be decided in the race between those four players. Tomorrow is the rest day. We restart day after tomorrow in the men's section. Of course, we still will watch the game between Giri and Sindarov with great interest, but it feels like only a miracle really can stop Javokhir. And in the women's section, anything can happen, and really anything does happen every day. So very, very exciting tournament to cover, and I hope you tune in, I can't speak anymore, to the live show day after tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching this recap.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. in life. I have a lot to learn, so everything in life you can always get better and you can always improve. Total chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
It's tournament of 8 players, and whoever wins plays the World Championship. I mean, whoever wins basically challenges king, if you want to explain it to a 5-year-old, and if you beat the king, you become the king, something like that.
8 good chess players try to win, and then one who wins will try to win once again, and then he will be a big champion.
Okay, it's a tournament where 8 players are fighting for the first place, and the winner gets the opportunity to play the match with the world champion for the title.
It's a winner takes all, and if you don't win, you might as well go home. So I'd say that's how I'd explain it.
Okay, the Candidates Tournament is an 8-player event with 14 rounds. You play each player 2 times, and at the end of the tournament, whoever has the most points will go and play for the World Championship against the current title holder, Gukesh from India.
So basically, there is one god. Okay, it's not really god, but one god, and to reach the god, you need to pass certain hurdles. And then only you get to meet with the god, and then you can become the god yourself.
Okay, this is one of the biggest tournaments in the world, and it happens once in 2 years. And winner will challenge for world champion, and he has a good chance to win even this title.
It's basically the final before the World Championship. Like, it's the last tournament you play before you can call yourself world champion, which is the highest title, which means you're the best player. So you're already among the best players, and you try to be the best.
So it's a 8-player double round robin tournament, and whoever wins the tournament will challenge the world champion. If you win, you will become a world champion.
There's 8 players, and they are the best players in the world, and they are trying to catch one spot to play again with the world champion and try to win the hat.
It's 8 players who can become, one of them can become a world champion like this. I would understand probably.
In a land bathed in light, 2 unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Hello and welcome to the penultimate round of the FIDE Candidates Tournament. I'm Jan Gustafsson, joined once again by Peter Svidler. Peter, it's not just another round. We might be witnessing the end of an era today. Since 2013, we've always had representative of the Carlsen generation in the World Championship match. Magnus, Karjakin, Caruana, Nepomniachtchi, Ding, these guys. But if Javokhir Sindarov, 20-year-old, holds Anish Giri to a draw today, 31-year-old Anish Giri, then next World Championship match will be between two players in their early 20s. They have some strong peers.
Yeah. Is that an official designation, by the way, the Carlsen generation?
What do you call them, millennials?
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, you said that and I thought, yeah, I understand what you mean, and it's probably how we should
These guys born in 1990, 1991, in their early 30s now.
Yeah, no, I think it's just fair. Yeah, I just never heard it used that way before, but yeah, I think it's completely fair. And yeah, there seems to be a bit of a shift happening, and it might not swing back, frankly.
Could be, no, because it's not just Gukesh and Sindarov. Sindarov is not even Uzbek number one. There's Abdusatorov, there's Erigaisi.
The difference is he's closed down most of the gap. I think they're 5 points apart now. So
2780 and 2775. The young Uzbeks not doing badly.
Yeah, pretty good. Honestly, the shift felt like it's already there, but I guess this will just finally completely confirm it if the title match is between two 20-year-olds. And I mean, well deserved if you look at what Sindarov has done over the past, well, choose a time period, a pretty short time period, but you can choose an extended time period even. And in this tournament in particular, it's going to be an exciting title match.
Yeah, there's still the usual disclaimer that Magnus Carlsen is still viewed widely as the best player in the world, but he hasn't played in the World Championship cycle for a while. We will see if he returns and if it's not going to be too late. So let's have a look at the highlights from round number 12.
Absolutely.
That was good stuff. I enjoyed the speed games, the results, exciting highlights from round number 12. Peter, it's round number 13 or 14. Do we need to tell the people how this works?
We always need to tell the people how it works. It's just how things are. And here it is, the how it works graphic. We're almost there. It's the penultimate round, as Jan has already mentioned. No draw first before move 40, and in the open you have an exciting first time trouble because of no increment, and then in both halves you will get 30 minutes with an increment of 30 seconds. And in the women's, of course, that increment starts from move 1. I'm making this more difficult on purpose. I think every day I try to make this explanation less penetrable, and I'm running out of time to do it completely opaquely, but I will try tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. I'm sure the players are also looking forward to the payday in this tournament.
Very much so, and it is a pretty nice payday. As you can see, the figures are nicely plump in the open: 70,000 euros for first, 45 for second, 25 for third, and 5 grand per half a point scored for a total of 700,000 euros. And 300,000 total in the women's with 28, 17 and 8.6 for the podium finish and 2,200 for each half a point scored.
And of course, the massive implied odds of winning this thing, because that guarantees you a World Championship match where typically there are 7 figures at stake too.
Absolutely.
Today, Javokhir Sindarov could lock it all up by not losing to Anish Giri. He has a 2-point lead. Let us go to the playing hall and see what Charlize has for us today.
Welcome back to the playing hall where we are live for the penultimate round of the FIDE candidates. The players are busy entering. You'll see them walk in front of me. But what I do want you to notice is how many eager beaver journalists have come to cover these last 2 rounds of the FIDE candidates. We've got everyone from Lead Chess, Chess.com, ChessBase India, everyone from around the world coming here to report on these very important 2 rounds. Now, I don't have to tell you, the commentators already have about today's important game, Giri-Sindarov. We will have Mr. Isai Scheinberg making the first move. Of course, that's very special for our FIDE family because of their support for all of our tournaments since. So, let you get back to the studio. It's going to be a fun day of chess. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Charlize. Yeah, there we see a lot of people arriving yesterday on the rest day. I guess they did their travel bookings well in advance. And they're just in time for what could be the decisive game, because we see Sindarov 2 full points ahead of Anish Giri. They play each other. But of course, there is a world where Anish beats Sindarov today with the white pieces. And then theoretically, Sindarov were to lose the last round, Anish to win. We could see a tiebreak for the title.
Yeah, it's a somewhat distant probability, but still, of course, not impossible. And this is the poll we will be running today in order to run up some huge numbers. For one side of the poll, we're asking our viewers, do you think Javokhir will clinch his title match today or not?
Meaning if he will draw with the black pieces. Everything to play for in the women's section after Vaishali lost to Jiner last round. They're now tied in the lead on 7 points, or +2 in chess lingo. Anna Muzychuk and Bibisara Assaubayeva just half a point behind. So these 4 will decide who the next challenger for world champion Wenjun is. Who's your pick?
I tried figuring out, and as we take a look at the pairings, these are the pairings for the open section, with one game really occupying most of the attention there. That's the game between...
Go, Matthias!
That is also very true. The almost sweep is very much in progress with Matthias on 11 out of 12 draws so far. Fabi playing white against Prague, which under normal circumstances would be a massively important, very interesting game. Could still very well be a very interesting game, but its importance in terms of tournament standings is limited.
And as is well documented, Fabi has been spending his mornings playing paddle, not preparing as hard
we've
as he usually would.
seen him today as well. Yeah, he just does it every morning, seemingly. And I mean, it's an enjoyable game. It's why not? It's available.
It's the candidates tournament, second most important tournament in the chess calendar.
I am not going to criticize people for loving paddle.
That is fair. We also have Wei Yi against Andrey Esipenko.
Yeah, and in the women's, and this is what I was going to try and give a speech about, in the women's, the way to separate, let's say, Vaishali from Jiner is to try and figure out who has the quote-unquote easier pairings, and I think Vaishali on paper has the slightly better last 2 rounds. She plays Tan Zhongyi today, and I think she plays Kateryna Lagno, who day before yesterday, lost all chances for her own win in the tournament after losing that dramatic game to Bibisara, and might be not as sharp and not as dangerous as she was early in the tournament. But with 2 rounds to go, there are just no easy games whatsoever, and your nerves are as much a factor as anything else. Tan also finally won a game yesterday, so she must be in a much better place.
There's also the highly important Bibisara against Anna Muzychuk, just half a point behind. Whoever wins, if this game finds a winner, is still very, very much in the running.
Absolutely, yeah. And Jiner, another leader of the tournament, is white today against Alexandra Goryachkina. Alexandra is obviously a very strong player, has been a very strong player for quite some time, but she's not having a good event. in particular by her standards. And Zhu, I think, will be quietly very interested in pushing today with the white pieces.
Quietly, not openly pushing.
Well, she feels like a very kind of a reserved person in as much.
Not on the chessboard, but some
not
very aggressive ideas we've seen from her.
Yeah, that is true, yeah. But she does appear to be quite reserved in her mannerisms outside of the 64 squares, which I think impacts my vocabulary a little bit. But yeah, the women's tournament is extremely exciting with 2 rounds to go. I don't think predicting anything here is really worth it.
You're dodging the prediction again?
I'll take if you want.
I've been predicting Zhu Jiner since round 1, not changing now.
Okay, I will jump on that bandwagon right now and take her side as well. But I don't think she's a huge favorite.
No, I think you take the field over her at this point, even though it might be close. While in the open section, the Monte Carlo simulations I've seen give Sindarov a 99.4% chance. So I think you take him over the field.
Yeah, you probably do there. Yeah, absolutely.
Still, stuff could happen. It's not even so much that Anish can't win his game today with white, which is very much a possibility. I guess the fear for Anish supporters would be that even if that were to happen, how is Sindarov going to lose with Wei Yi in the last round with the white pieces? Wei Yi having this very fixed, solid opening repertoire where you can force a draw if you want to. He would need Wei Yi to play something risky. And does Wei Yi have any motivation to do so?
And Anish also will need to beat Bluebaum with black, which is, in this tournament, impossible.
Yeah, but at least he kind of controls how sharply he can play for a win there. And you can get a sharp game against Bluebaum. He's not dodging those. It's just no one's really done it with black.
Yeah, no, of course, yeah, if Anish does actually win today, I'm expecting him to go pretty much all out tomorrow. In particular, that with the win, he probably just guarantees himself second. So there's just no downside in terms of, well, in any terms, really.
Yeah, then again, no one likes to lose. What Anish should do, if he were to win, should wait for 10 minutes before making his first move. Check how that Sindarov Wei Yi game is going. Might be over by then. Then he can adjust accordingly.
This is not even entirely a joke, but yeah. Very much looking forward to seeing what he comes up with today. Sindarov has been employing, I think, a bit of a mixed strategy. He's played some games very solidly and some games, I think, absolutely invited as much trouble as he could invite by an opening choice. Today, I'm assuming it's going to be the solid half of his.
Yeah, then again, it's the definition of solid, because if you debate a well-known theoretical line against Anish, he will ask you a question, and then it's the question if that scenario is more solid than surprising him early on and making him think. I'm not sure. I think Sindarov has been on a good side of keeping his opponents a bit off guard so far. Openings have worked greatly. But Anish knows everything about everything. Very hard to trick him. There we see.
I wanted to say, apart from the improved Grand Prix, but he actually knew a lot even there. I think he just maybe started doubting whether repeating the stuff he claimed was best in the course was a wise course of action against somebody who clearly prepared.
You're talking about round number 1.
Yeah, all the way back. Yeah.
It's been a while. There is Javokhir Sindarov, the 20-year-old, facing arguably the most important game of his career. Then again, the hard work is done, so the impact could not be too big even if he loses. Stakes must be high, though.
And we've been singing praises of the young man on your screen for 2+ weeks now, but I do have to mention that Anish, especially considering he lost game 1 quite painfully, was just outplayed. Not like he made some kind of a one-move blunder and could write it off to rust and general shakiness. He's played a very, very good tournament.
Absolutely.
He dusted himself off and just went on a run of his own.
And there we see the first move about to be made by a long-term FIDE supporter, Isa Scheinberg. Pawn to e4 excellent move.
Yeah, well played, sir. Well played.
Anish taking it back. What's he going to do? I still get d4 vibes.
Yeah, and it's kind of weird that we really did not see pretty much any of 1e4 against Javokhir, considering. And there we go.
There we go. No. Fake out.
Yeah, that really did seem like, in particular because you can't hear him say Jadub, seemed a bit like a fake out there by Anish.
The problem also with going e4 now is ideally you would want to do it as the second, third guy in the tournament when Sindarov had to show his cards already, but you don't exactly want to be the first to find out which opening he
That is a very good point, yeah.
And we're back to the 3 bishop e7 QGD. This has been a Sindarov staple throughout. Anish also played this earlier in the tournament already against Andrey Esipenko, where he got pleasant pull, but eventually petered out. So it looks like both players are ready to debate that line again. e3 castles, and if knight f3, then c5. Bishop d3, c5 is not supposed to be very much. But after knight f3, black does have options. There's other moves here as well, pawn to h3. We will see how Giri approaches this. 2 draws between them. Including this tournament, it's probably 3 draws.
Yeah, it's probably 3 by now, and yeah, bishop d3
bishop
chosen
d3 played.
By Anish.
Now c5 is by far the main move when knight to f3 could take us back all the way to Sindarov versus Esipenko, round number 1.
Yeah, with colors reversed. Yeah, c5 already chosen by Javokhir, unsurprisingly.
It's the usual strategy. Black is willing to accept this isolated pawn, but he then thinks, first of all, he gets free development, and secondly, there are good chances to get rid of that pawn with d5, d4, simplifying the position. Well, if white refuses to take with knight e2 or knight f3, then black keeps the option of going c5, c4. And Anish does go knight e2. Now the principal move in this position, not allowing any bishop g4 pins, or allowing them, but now you can just break it with f3. That is what's happening.
Yeah, so Anish waited for bishop g4 to appear and then took on c5. And yeah, this is extremely restrained, I would say.
Can't be much, but he's going for a small controlled edge. So far, it's all theory. Sindarov doesn't seem very rattled. Also, there's this line queen takes e2, d4, knight e4, which I thought was sort of... he takes with a knight.
Yeah, he took
queen
with a
takes
knight.
e2, d4, I thought was forcing equality, more or less, if memory serves.
Yeah, they're playing
So
extremely
there's the new
quickly.
idea. Knight takes e2.
Yeah, this is still, I mean, there are some games from here, but it's already quite rare, d5, d4 here. There are still 3 games on my screen. Twice white played e3, e4, which seems very logical, yeah, because you
gotta keep some play in the position.
In particular, in a situation where you must keep the game alive at all costs, you do not want to be trading on d4 here. And honestly, I'm curious that black is so happy about this, because if you imagine the bishop from f4 going somewhere and white achieving f2, f4 solidly without blundering anything in the center, in particular with the bishop pair still on the board, you could run into serious trouble. I'm assuming there's something concrete here which stops it.
I'm not sure how concrete. I do recall checking this line, and I was thinking the same thing. Why am I not strategically winning? Like knight g3, bishop somewhere, f4. But as usual, the zeros are yelling at you, and I think Sindarov, he's just following his prep, which he knows is fine for black, but it is strategically risky.
Declaring rook e8. Apart from rook e8, there's also maybe a strategic option of knight d7, e5, but maybe he waits for rook e8, knight g3, and then does it. I guess it still is very much available to you after rook e8, knight g8,
knight g3 played, covering the pawn.
Yeah.
I guess we don't want bishop d6, because takes an f4.
Yeah, that's the one we are trying to avoid, I think.
Yeah.
That's very much the one we're trying to avoid. Also knight e5, just to point out that knight e5, you're also in, I think, deep trouble here after f4, and then maybe I don't play e4, e5 immediately because the knight gets to e3 very quickly. But
eventually you will.
Yeah, but this is massively dangerous for black. So it's something else. Clearly something else. It's just a question of what. If not for the fact that you assume Sindarov will continue blitzing for a while, This is like a dream scenario for Anish for today. A lively position, which is not that easy to kill off, at least optically. It shouldn't be.
Strategic advantage at this point.
Yeah.
I'm a bit curious as usual. My memory is spotty, but did you have to go d5, d4? How bad is this if I play whatever? Rook e8.
People have tried a number of things here. Our good friend Laurent Fressinet played bishop d6 in this position, which I honestly thought was
also logical.
Also quite logical, and drew, I think, against... no, did not draw. Lost that position to Radek Wojtaszek.
Okay, knight d7 on the board.
Now,
I think that is what the doctor ordered. You also mentioned that move. Kind of preparing this jump even. Then you have to evaluate this stuff.
If we get rid of all the bishops, we're still running some risks, but it's less, I think, of a... Rook c1 seems logical as a starting
Trying to be played, stopping. At least the double knight to e5 for now.
Yeah. I guess the question is, does it go to b6 or does it go to f8?
Probably
b6, yeah. No, I think maybe it's supposed to be creating some counterplay.
Just for argument's sake, this structure still looks nice for white.
I'm still picking white every single time. Every single time, quite happily.
Yeah.
e5, knight e4, like... I am very curious now as to what Javokhir has here, because I would be
Should be mentioned that bishop g4 is by far from the only move. Like c5, c4 is slightly more risky with a knight on e2, but still very much playable.
And c takes d4
is also very available when after e takes d or knight takes d4. I think you go knight takes. White argues he's slightly better, but it's not very much, frankly.
No, it's not. No.
So going for this, he must either be a strong believer in this, or it hasn't been a priority and he just remembers, this is what my file says. That's a slightly odd choice, isn't it?
Yeah. No, if you play bishop g4 and then your position is this 4 moves later, then for a game in this tournament situation, this is very non-obvious.
Anish taking a small pause here, I'm assuming, to recall what he wanted. He's very diligent about his prep, and he could expect this knight c3, bishop e7 at least.
One thing I will say about, we sort of pre-moved rook c1 here, but if you include rook c1, bishop b6 in the current position, it does give black knight c5, which we might be interested in, because maybe then, we can try and... I mean, I liked your a3. I really liked your a3, but I think in reply to a3, knight c5 might be more interesting than the other one.
No, you can think about...
I can think about d3, and I can try to maybe break open the blockade. Breaking news, by the way.
Oh,
the knight has finally gone to f3 in the Petrov.
Whoa!
I can't believe it.
Which game?
That's Wei Yi Esipenko.
No. Wow.
And this is all we have. So but it is so much a departure from the meta in this tournament that I wanted to alert our audience. And this is actually a worse score for Andrey than what you see on the screen, because he also lost with white here. And then immediately Wei Yi, of course, says, no, I'm not playing any kind of a main line. I am still doing some quirky stuff.
It's already no news that Wei Yi went knight to f3 because he played this line, or knight c6, bishop c4, thrice. And the Petrov, Wei Yi, of course, himself, very devoted. And I'm not even sure. Andrey, I'm sure he can play the Petrov, but it hasn't traditionally been his main opening, no? Like, we're more used to e5, knight c6 from him.
But seems like solidity is the word of the day here. And knight f3, so far I think we had 4, maybe even 5 Petrovs and 0 knight f3s.
Yeah, we had a bunch of knight c4s and knight d3s.
And also one d4 queen e2.
Yeah. So I think Bluebaum, Wei Yi, and maybe Esipenko all came with the Petrov, but they weren't looked up that often. Yeah, in this position, yeah, d4 by far the main move. d3, d4 exists, queen e2, knight c3, bishop d3. c4 has always been sort of a quirky sideline, but it never really reached mainline status. Both knight to c6 and bishop to e7 are considered to be pretty all right. Bishop e7 played, pawn to d4. First small surprise for me that Esipenko goes d5 here. I thought castles was the main move. Okay, d5, logical enough.
Yeah, d5, and just briefly to explain to our viewers why we're playing d5 here and not on the previous move. If you do it without the inclusion of bishop e7 and d4, I think d5 knight c3 is supposed to be a little bit annoying.
Yeah, looks like.
Yeah, and in the game, of course, we're preserving the option of playing bishop b4. And there it goes.
So bishop to d3 played, and bishop b4 checked. This is a transposition to a more normal line. If memory serves, like d4, d5, bishop d3, this is the very main line. Here black has a bunch of moves, but bishop e7 is one of them. And here the prescription is if they play c4 directly, then you can give a check.
Yeah.
Which is what happened in our game via different move order.
And Wei Yi has already played this. There's
King
a game.
F1, yeah?
He played King F1 against Yuan Yi in. I'm trying to figure out exactly where. But yeah, this is something you could absolutely prepare for because he's done it before, and it's a somewhat serious line. It's also a way to get a pretty lively position, which you don't always get. So this is. Yeah, it's a tournament in a round-robin tournament in Danzhou in China, which has been going on for quite a bit. And Andrey quickly goes c7, c6, which is, I think, somewhat, no, still not new at all. There's a bunch of games here as well.
So it's a bit of a trade-off. Black moved his bishop twice, which you're not supposed to do. But in order to fight for an advantage, it's knight d2, whatever, castles. There's not much happening as black can exchange everything whenever he wants to. White has to give up his castling rights. The question is, who was hurt more by this? Pawn to c6. What do you want to do here?
I'm not entirely sure. It feels like this should be very healthy for black, frankly, despite the lost tempo. Because the king on f1, like, you normally connect the king on f1 with some sort of alpha zero-ish play with h4, h5 somewhere, but black has, the center is not stable. Black has a very nice knight on e4. We're just not going to have time to do any of that, and black so far had not had to sacrifice anything for this.
But Wei Yi is good at chess, and he's played this twice.
Yeah, no, he clearly has some idea, although c6 does appear to have taken him at least a little bit, I mean, not by surprise. It's been played by strong players. I think Yuri Kuzubov played this among others. So this is a known and also a very logical move, re-establishing.
He takes d5 and all queen a4 check business.
That's actually it will sound completely ridiculous, but we're not playing queen a4 here, are we?
Sounds slightly ridiculous.
It does sound very ridiculous, yeah. The point being is that I would like for black to recapture on d5 with the queen. My biggest problem is, though, that black could do something like bishop e7, cd5, knight f6, and be quite happy with the pawn down position that emerges after I'm assuming d takes e6, knight takes e6. Like this has to be at least fine for black and maybe more.
It looks quite nice.
Yeah, I don't think you can play for a win like this. So what's the plan?
I don't know. What moves come to mind? Knight c3 sort of comes to mind.
Yeah,
at least
maybe.
Ask a question. Stakes is probably somewhat risky. I don't know, but at least it looks complicated.
Yeah, it looks complicated for sure. Yeah. I think we're taking with the bishop and then castle.
Yeah, that's what I thought. No.
Yeah.
I don't know if we can claim anything. Two bishops, blah blah. I mean, the king on f1 is a bit of a turn-off.
Yeah, king f1 will be a topic of... Although I guess you do something like this, but we're obviously not worried at all about white taking on e4 twice here with black, so I would maybe even just play knight d7.
Yeah.
And try to...
Although here, like roughly equal, but this looks like at least some sort of modernish, postmodern position.
Yep. So I guess knight c3. Is there a way to completely ignore it? Like if I just castle here with the black.
What if I get the full pawn, keep my bishop pair? I'm not so unhappy.
Yeah,
At least.
no. This doesn't seem as convincing as I would like. Yeah. They do this quite often these days, but they do normally at least get the bishop off the board to justify it.
I don't know. It might be nonsense, but it feels like white should do something. And chasing this pawn, I'm assuming you're just happy to get.
Oh
this
yeah. No. Here,
this just looks way too dangerous.
0 seconds spent on this decision, and black is probably just better.
Yeah.
Jan Nepomniachtchi has been doing this with the king on g1 and the rook on f1 very consistently and having decent results. So no, this is just not a thing. Not a thing.
What else is there?
Elsewhere, we have a kind of a, I want to say, either wild or just old-timey position in the game between Fabi and Pragg.
What's their head-to-head?
Yeah, what is their head-to-head? Let's take a brief look.
Ooh,
level on points.
What was the first leg of this tournament? I can't remember anything. What game was it?
Yeah, what game was it is a much more difficult question. I will endeavor to look it up. Give me a half a second.
Okay, let's go through the opening. Yeah, this feels.
That was that really weird Slav. The Bluebaum.
Yeah.
The Bluebaum Slav. Yeah.
This is like a blast from the past. Lagno was playing a lot. Late 1990s, early 2000s, knight to f3. Nowadays the main moves here are castles and d5, but no one's ever refuted b6. And Pragg has shown a willingness to play his own way in the Nimzos, also played e3, b6 against Nakamura. Bishop g5, one of the main moves, h6, bishop h4. And these positions, I think, they go way back.
Way back.
To the 70s, 60s, 50s, these things we've seen played a lot. It's very weird. Yeah. White wants to go bishop d3, and then black typically decides if he is looking for action with f5, which is often met by d5, or if he wants to take here, then take here. White has a choice between both these two. I never fully understood them. I was never very comfortable from either side, really. I've played this with black and never liked what was happening. With white, you always have this small worry if you don't get anything done. Structure could be bad long term. So it's very strategically demanding.
Yeah, and as Jan already indicated, a very important little fork in the road right now for Pragg, because knight takes g3 and f5 are wildly different. Two completely different games are being played in those two cases, because f5, you would like f5, because if you can actually establish control over the e4 square for at least medium term, I think black is doing extremely well. But then all this theory after
you exchange notes. I think there's even some Kasparov-Karpov action here, d5, now
Kasparov-Karpov, Kasparov-Timman, and knight g4, knight c5, lots of notes here.
And, this is where it all begins. Let's see if Pragg is ready for this. Also Fabi, if he chooses this line, he normally, I mean, we've talked about maybe he's not as into it as at the beginning of the tournament, but still Fabiano Caruana, choosing a line with the white pieces, he tends to have something up his sleeve.
Absolutely, yeah. But this is like in general so far, this is what you would like to see today between those two players, because could actually be quite a brawl.
Or a theoretical draw. Those are always two options.
Yeah, that is correct.
Because I think also a lot of these forcing-ish lines, they can peter out less exciting stuff. This is off the top of my head, but I think something like this exists. And no one was really better in the end. Or maybe we don't take directly. Maybe we make some other move here. Castles first, probably.
Yeah, those endgames normally ended up being quite level, despite white currently being 2 pawns up once the knight is recaptured. But c4 is terminally weak, and the one on e6 probably doesn't survive either. So.
Okay, Pragg taking a moment here to evaluate. After knight takes g3, f takes g, which looks strange. I think has become the main line, saying the half-open f-file is more important than the sounder structure. But of course, I don't know what Fabi wants. I had games here like this g4, queen g5 stuff. long, long time ago. I never knew where to put my king. Let's go here, let's go here. Does it stay? Could never figure it out. Okay, let's check. Nakamura, Bluebaum, finally a Karlsbad.
Yeah, discussion, our kind of non-stop discussion of the Karlsbad can continue today because of the game between Hikaru and Bluebaum. They drew here as well, so that's 2 draws. Bluebaum actually playing the classical Karlsbad move order.
Yeah, this is what he did against Anish, who didn't get very far with the direct approach where they get this endgame. So Hikaru is trying something else, goes bishop to g5, bishop to e7 is the main move, and knight f3. Position you can also reach via different move order, of course. Pawn to h6. The main line start with bishop h4 here, but then black has a bunch of options. D takes c4, castles. Well, I'm sure Blue has seen this before, so bishop takes f6, bishop takes f6. Hikaru is saying, you know what, no theoretical debate. I just want this structure. You can even have the bishop pair. It's not considered dangerous for black, but I don't think Hikaru is looking.
Yeah, I will say that bishop takes f6 sometimes is connected with the idea of playing queen c2, castling long and giving mate on the king side, but...
There's also this new trendy line, e3 castles h4, if you want to have a little fun, and then go g4, g5.
Those types of ideas is exactly what I meant, but Hikaru, yeah, not in the mood for that seemingly today, playing a much more classical setup.
Yeah, these positions you should be familiar with. No, these you get a lot from Grunfelds as well.
Specifically one Grunfeld, yeah, where the bishop very often actually spends some time getting back to the d6 square, but it hasn't happened in our game today. Well, queen b3.
Okay, this is still theory.
I feel like this is still sort of very, very heavily discussed theory from the 80s and 90s. I used to play the TMB, as it was called by the cool kids in those years, the Tartakov, Makagonov, Bondarevsky system with the black pieces, and occasionally people would play this against me.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, black has all kinds of plans available here. None is really wrong, like rook e8, knight d7, knight f8 is one plan, bishop e7, bishop d6, as you mentioned, is one plan. But Bluebaum seems to have something very specific in mind. Goes queen b6. Normally the argument is, White doesn't want to exchange queens, but the queen could be worse here than on d8, because later there's this. But he goes bishop e6, castles knight d7, blitzing out his moves.
It seems like a very logical setup as well. The bishop is quite nicely placed on b4. And queen b4 is, I think this is an indication that perhaps he just knows, yeah?
Anyway, it's 1:57 on the clock, which also is a hint. Yeah, this looks like it's still prep. And pawn to b5, because White, achieved sort of a decent version on paper of this. Good old minority attacks. The bishop is slightly misplaced, should be here. And White got knight a4, a3, b4 with tempi, so if you get rook fc1, rook b1, b5, or even the direct b5, you could have something. But Bluebaum is saying, this is what I want.
Yeah.
Goes b5. And
you shall not pass, and b takes c5 played. And I think it's kind of important that d takes c5 is unavailable here, although you probably didn't want to do it anyway. It's
or is it? How bad is this?
Well,
hard to believe White is better.
Yeah, you don't want to do this, although you might not lose every single time. Here with black, it feels like you kind of want to play 7 a5 as early as possible, just to make sure you never have to worry about a3, a4. But then the question is, what are we doing with this bishop on f6? How are we ever finding any work for it?
It's a strange position. I don't even know which side you prefer. I don't see what White wants, let's say a5. But also a bit unclear.
I briefly considered if maybe White wants e3, e4, but definitely not immediately. If you can prepare it, then maybe, but generally weakening the d4 pawn and giving black giving black the d5 square for the bishop, and then eventually the rook is not great.
No, I guess you shuffle,
you shuffle.
Rook e1.
Yeah, but the thing is, I would very much like that f6 bishop on c7. If I try to organize it, I will give White knight f3, e5 for free, which I definitely do not want. So we're in a bit of a Mexican impasse here, because the bishop on f6 is really misplaced on one level, but on the other, allowing knight e5 might actually be quite painful, so maybe we're stuck with it.
Bluebaum blitzed into this, but now he is taking time. Also trying to evaluate what's going on. Another question I had, if I start with a5, is this a move directly?
I would think not. Takes, I guess f6.
If I get f4, I guess we have something going, so you have to
I'm
take.
snapping, and I'm probably playing f6 straight away.
Yeah, what is this? I guess black is fine.
I feel kind of quietly optimistic with black. Because it feels like you will have to allow this trade, and then I will try to get the bishops off the board via the f5 square, and
it does look pretty sound.
My structure is, I would argue, slightly better actually, and there will be no attack if the bishop on d3 is gone.
Nope, agreed. So 95.
Yeah,
not a threat at least.
Yeah,
yet.
Black also has no immediate plans to do anything apart from maybe bishop g4 being a move you could consider. So
yeah, I was
like
wondering
h3,
if. I mean, you can do it directly if you want to. I'm assuming you go away, and I'm not sure who gained from this.
Yeah, and now, yeah, but we're still not in time to get the bishop away from f6. Yeah, even with the inclusion of bishop g4, h3, the knight comes back to f3 quickly enough for us not to.
I don't know if you could finesse this bishop going somewhere else, but it doesn't seem that impactful.
a5, a4 by
a5,
Hikaru.
a4. He wants to block it directly.
Yeah, and then you
then put the horse here on b3.
But you're not putting any pressure on the a5 pawn. It feels like we might end up with some kind of a position where nobody is going anywhere, frankly. Like white goes knight g2, b3, puts the rook on e1, maybe plays f2, f4, and everything is completely locked up.
You want to play e4 for the next 100 moves,
but you just
really don't.
But you really, really don't. Not after a4, b4, and the knight on b3. Yeah.
Bluebaum taking moment, b4 will be played.
Yeah, you can't do anything else.
You don't want to live with this weakness. Yeah. Unless I don't know, bishop g4, but even that is probably bad after AB.
Not with the bishop on f6. Yeah. Not with the bishop on f6. I think he's just trying to come to grips as to why
Hikaru wants.
Yeah, why is Hikaru doing this so quickly and confidently? But I think the answer is he knows he's safe and he's just making moves, and you don't have to worry about it, frankly.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Okay, so interesting structure reached here. Which also Bluebaum pretty much shows. I mean, you're not obliged to do all this queen b6, queen b4, queen e7, b5 not, business. It's not nonsense, I should say.
No, it is. It is not nonsense. It feels very, very logical to me. In the meantime,
let's go back to our game du jour.
Absolutely. Anish chooses a3 without rook c1, which I think is maybe a decent choice.
Hinting at no knight c5.
Yeah,
if the bishop goes, at least you can think about b4.
You can think about b4, although allowing black to immediately attack it with a7, a5 feels like we're probably allowing more counterplay than we absolutely need to.
Well, maybe counterplay is this?
Queen b3, maybe. Queen b3. Also, are we ever interested in some bishop c4, d5 shenanigans? Just repositioning it from a very nice blockading square to quote-unquote very nice attacking square.
Sure we are one day, but directly, like letting this pawn off the leash.
Yeah, probably not straight away. I think I'm with you. Allowing d3, I am probably not going to enjoy pretty much ever. Yeah, it's still playable. The bishop on d5 is not useless, but I like play king h1 here and pretend we're now threatening to take on e5 and play f4. It's still a game, but I think it's too early to commit to it.
Yeah. Okay, you can just ask the bishop to decide which diagonal he wants to hang out on, and then adjust accordingly. b4, well, moves like rook c1, rook e1 also didn't run away yet.
Knight f5.
Knight f5 is also there, yeah, once the bishop leaves, true.
Knight f5.
Also a bit awkward.
Asks a bit of a question. You know, some queen g4, maybe in some positions, even if the knight goes to c5, you can maybe pretend you might have some attack on the king's side. Now, this is just a sharp position, which you would think is maybe not the dream for Javokhir in the must-draw game, which, if he does draw it, qualifies him for the world title match. But he's just that player. He thinks this is correct, and he really doesn't mind needing to calculate, so why bother with those?
Yeah, it's a bit tricky, I'm sure. He also decided and was told, just stick to what you're doing, treat this as any game, and so on, which is good advice, but
not that
he
easy.
did get a sharp position here in a line that's normally meant to take the joy out of the sharp position.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, no, this is pretty good for us as viewers, and well, you're not wearing your orange tie today, so we'll claim we're neutrals here.
I should have.
And a bit of a decision was taken in our potentially quite sharp Petrov, so maybe we could briefly revisit that.
Very briefly.
Because we also have some interesting new graphics to show the viewers. He did play Queen C2, but I'm pretty sure it's not with the intention of taking on E4. I think he wants castles Knight C3. Yeah. And then the trick is if you play F5, which originally looks very sensible, White has this CD5 Knight takes D5 trick.
The Queen.
Yeah, the Queen is unpraised there. Obviously, Black can improve along the way. First of all, F5 is not forced, and even if you do play F5 after CD5, we can throw in Bishop takes C3 and still not lose.
Yeah,
but this maybe
we achieved.
Yeah, Knight E5, F3, yeah. Probably best not to allow that.
Yeah, the moves do exist. Bishop takes, Knight F6, but then at least White gains some tempi, making his setup a little more sensible.
A lot more sensible, I would say, yep. And Andrey also hasn't castled yet, so he obviously is weighing all of these things and trying to figure out if maybe some move like, I don't know, Bishop E6 with the idea of meeting Knight C3 with F5 is playable. I would say, you know, if you're looking for an alternative, something like that might be an alternative.
Want to go F5 so much, you can do it.
Yeah, we can also do it straight away, yeah. We don't need to wait for Knight C3. That is also very true.
Let's have a look at some of the rating developments during this tournament. A certain Sindarov on +6. Let's do the math. If he's in the middle of the field, +6, you win 5 points per game against an equal opponent. It's 30 points there.
It is 30 points, yeah. You will see it on your screen in a moment. Yeah, and there we have it. And we also have the change in rank there. Sindarov gaining 6 spots, and he's now up to world number 5. Anish gaining 3 spots and now up to world number 6. And Nakamura and Caruana were far enough ahead so that their spots are unchanged, despite both of them losing quite a bit of rating here. And
normally you can tell who's happy, who's not from the rating changes. Of course, it's not an exact metric, but it also felt like Sindarov, of course, the big winner of the event. So far, Anish Giri playing a very good tournament, winning 10 rating points is always good in an elite tournament. Bluebaum hanging in there with +4, which, yeah, he's doing his thing as an underdog.
Yeah, and Prague on 2731.4 live rating is frankly quite striking, considering I think he was flying high at around 2775.
780-ish, no, a year ago.
Midway through 2025.
All good just a year ago.
Yep. So yeah, this continues to be a talking point. Something has happened. Nobody knows what. I'm still very fond of the young man, and I thought I was maybe slightly out of line asking Vishy, but Vishy also seemingly had no real take on the topic.
Yeah, and rating-wise, I'm sure it's just standard deviation, but it hasn't just been Prague. Gukesh also dropped from his heights around 2800 or close to 2730. Arjun, the other Indian superstar, also broke 2800 not long ago and is, I'm not sure where he's at, 2740?
51.
51, okay, he's back. Lost a ton of rating in Vaishali. So, been a rough half year for the 3 Indian top stars.
Yeah.
But they're all very young and very strong.
Yeah, and Sindarov going for the most direct continuation,
95
actually.
takes.
He's gone 95, and Anish very understandably, as we discussed, the pawn needs to be on F4. You can't keep the structure for very long. I'm assuming he also plays F4.
Yeah, he's already doing it.
Yeah, pretty much straight away. And here I would note that we are definitely very happy with White that we haven't played B2 before yet. Because then we would have to, we would have to worry about the rook landing on C3. Even here, you probably your first port of call here with Black is you put something on the C file, you move the bishop away, and you aim for some sort of Queen C7, Queen C2, or Queen C7, Queen C4, because endgames will not be as bad or at all bad for Black.
Yep.
What you don't want here is to get mated, and that is actually a pretty serious consideration because White can
wait around.
Yeah. And the way to challenge the queen on d3, I mean, there is queen b6, a6, but that feels less
slightly
clean.
more sad.
Yeah. But it's also maybe the fastest, right? Because the other things were taking like 4 moves and this is taking 2. But also kind of provokes before because the bishop will have to run away and then maybe e5, knight e4 and we covered c3. I don't know, it's...
I'm also not sure. We need b4 here, like,
yeah, we could
to think, but e5 certainly looks like a move.
Yeah, you can't even take on b2, it gets caught. I mean, sort of caught, yeah. Now you have to run away. Now you absolutely... Yeah, bishop cannot run away, you have to play queen.
To show.
Yep.
Queen gets trapped.
Yeah, so queen b6 maybe still doesn't lose on the spot, but it's massively dangerous. Yeah, queen b2 and back to b6. Feels like you might already be lost.
And this stuff, I don't know, even takes, but...
Yeah,
any moves feels like we're still pushing a bit.
Yeah, and knight e4 and then...
Not sure how bad it is, but it doesn't look that fun.
No, no. And Javokhir is still playing reasonably quickly, but he is no longer blitzing. So you have to wonder if this is still the file on just something that he decided on over the board.
It's another advantage fast players have. You're never sure when they're out of book. With me, you can tell. I blitz and then I think for an hour, shake my head. That means I'm out of book.
Yeah. Not a lot of bluffing going on in terms of pretending you don't know anything anymore. You hear those stories about like old-timey players really trying to lure people into their web by pretending to think for the first 25 moves and then springing the novelty on them. But yeah.
No, it's first of all, novelties aren't as big a thing anymore. And yeah. Secondly, I think most players like Sindarov, they also keep slightly more balanced pace, that they don't blitz every single move, so it's a bit harder to tell once the thinking occurs. I did it once successfully against Hikaru. I was very proud of myself in a very sharp line, which I knew.
The anti-Moscow,
yeah.
I remember that.
Luring him into the most direct option, which looked scary, but I knew was bad, but it doesn't work very often.
Yeah.
Or for me, at least.
I'm trying to figure out if I've actually, apart from hearing tales of that, I wonder if I've ever actually done it. Not as far as I can, at least in Queen b6 played, by the way.
b6 played, yeah.
Kind of heavily indicating that maybe he does want Queen a6, which is not ridiculous as we keep on pushing this idea. The endgames will be
even
much
this
safer.
line I had, I wasn't sure how much it really was. I mean, it looked pleasant, but I don't know where the bishop goes, but let's assume
f8, yeah, because we create a threat of f6 here, rook b8, b2 is, yeah, I think you just hold this position, frankly. You maybe don't enjoy the process of holding it, but I think you do hold it. Yeah, just very concrete as usual. Yeah, it's not that he doesn't understand his position is potentially dangerous, it's he figured out how to deal with it.
There's other moves, even not taking, I'm not sure if that's ridiculous, but is this clean? I don't know.
No. Honestly, I could maybe even be sold on in particular in a must-win game, I could be sold on the idea of e5, queen a6, queen f3. It gets to d3, I don't think it gets any further. King h1, rook ad8, rook ad1. I want to play knight e4, and then I want to consider my options. Maybe rook d2, rook fd1, maybe f5 if you allow me to play f5. Even this is not like entirely wrong at first glance, although I suspect it doesn't work concretely move by move, but this is a very special game. We really need it to be as lively as possible. Maybe we bluff like this.
We shall see how Anish Giri reacts. b4 feels natural, but it does weaken this square, which is a bit of an issue. Is this something? e5. I want queen a6, b5, which I understand is sad, but
and a5 we just don't react. Maybe even we go like rook a to somewhere.
Or b5.
Or b5 anyway, yeah. Since we're playing b5 everywhere, maybe we just do that as well. I actually legitimately did not want to leave the weakness on a3. I would much rather just give up the entirety of the a file to make sure that like a4, rook c8, rook c3, rook takes a3 doesn't happen to me. But maybe we give mate in the meantime.
Yeah, no, of course black has more counterplay here. Just desperately trying to keep it.
I'm very on board with this today for Anish specifically. Yeah, I think this is how you're supposed to play it to some degree.
Okay, let's give him some space and switch to the women's section where we have at least 3 games that are highly relevant for the final outcome. We can start with Goryachkina against Zhuzhine. What position is this?
How much do you know about this? This is.
I was wondering. Yeah, there's the head-to-head before the tournament. Let's get into the action. Some sharp Italian debate, h6.
Which became quite kind of sideliney very soon.
Yeah, I kind of get this trend because bishop c5, bishop g5. These positions are so much work that people don't want those, and they still want to put the bishop on c5, so don't play bishop e7, which is of course another line. And here, bishop c5, b4, very direct attempt to exploit black's early h6. Bishop e7 is often the correct reply, arguing b5, knight a5. And this kind of stuff is never good for white. Takes, d5, I'm assuming. Black's just doing very well. So castle, bishop b2, a6, a4. I don't think I know this particular position. The themes are, of course.
This is still Sindarov against Grandelius from
the World Cup? No. Where do they play?
That's in Malmö in 2025. Yeah, they've continued along that game very, very deep into it.
They both seem to know what's going on.
So I think the first move that wasn't played by Sindarov is move 16.
Bishop c3?
Yes, Sindarov took on e5 with the bishop, and the game, I think, was eventually drawn. Bishop e5, bishop f5, black has good compensation, although Niels actually played himself into some trouble there. But Zhuzhine comes with her own little twist on this, begins with bishop c3, the knight on e5 is absolutely a target here. Alexandra, without spending any time on the clock at all, goes b6. Takes, knight takes e5. White is once again obviously a pawn up, but the bishops are quite strong, and the a5 pawn, although vulnerable, could become a target. A trump for black if you actually begin pushing it. If it gets to a3, you will have to pay attention.
Very sharp stuff. It's interesting that in the women's section we get more of these quote-unquote old-school theory battles where both sides just prepare a sharp line and are sticking with it. I'm not sure why we don't get that much in the open section. You could argue that people just assume it's a draw, but I think it can also be random. If we recall 2024, I recall a bunch of those in Nepomniachtchi's games alone, like Nakamura, Nepomniachtchi, Prague, Nepomniachtchi, where you just play a very long theoretical line, try to show an idea. We haven't gotten that many this year.
Not very many, yeah. And from knight takes e5 onwards, Alexandra actually begins to think. Bishop d6, I briefly checked, does not appear to be at lowish depth, the first line. I don't know if she misremembered or...
Marshals.
Yeah, bishop d6 extremely natural here, but you could also make an argument for bishop b7, just not allowing it to land on d6 at all, and then maybe we occupy the 2 long diagonals. Also looks quite healthy, frankly. Bishop b7 followed by bishop f6.
Not against it.
Yep, but she went bishop d6, which, very martially, very much endorsed as well. Knight c6, queen h4.
Knight c6 is forced?
Well, forced maybe not, no. But I think the problem with d4 is that maybe even some endgames are okay. Although I don't know, takes, bishop e6, you can definitely start considering things like that.
Okay.
So queen h4, you have to play g3, queen f6, knight g2 also seems very, very logical.
Why do we have to go queen f6? Marshal, we go here.
Yeah, in a marshal we definitely go here, yeah.
Not that many pieces though, so not exactly a marshal.
Yeah, no, definitely was playable as well, and you would have to choose, but she did choose queen f6, and she has now burned through the first 20 minutes.
My question is, why isn't this just very bad for black?
Yeah.
Now knight e4, white is a pawn up, and I don't really see any play.
Yeah.
Should play bishop b4, but that already looks like bailout mode, like offering up the bishop pair, covering this.
Yeah, I don't like this very much. It might still be okay to hold equality if you play precisely, because you've provoked g3, which means that bishop h3 is constantly on the white player's mind.
Interesting.
But yeah, I feel like maybe we should have been equalizing cleaner than this. I will say though that bishop b4 did not even occur to me. I kept on trying to make bishop f5 takes e4 work, and kind of failing, but that was where my mind went. And maybe she had to go through some time refreshing sort of the file in her mind, because maybe this is
If
still...
computer says this is equal, I'll take everything.
Yeah.
Take everything back, but I test-wise it looks like went wrong for black.
Yeah.
Maybe
If you showed me this position for the first time, and you are kind of showing me this position to me for the first time, with white I would think I've achieved quite a lot, and I should be, maybe if not winning, then definitely better.
Yeah, no, I have the same feeling. Apparently it's wrong.
Yeah, we can see neither of us are currently running an engine, but the bar on the live board does say basically equal.
Yeah.
Which is frankly a bit shocking. White has two very strong knights. Knight takes b4 as a kind of a fail-safe, exists in every single position. I guess just queen g6 and then attack things with either bishop b7 or bishop
long
h3.
term.
Yeah.
This king remains bad.
Yeah, 5 of 4 even maybe becomes some kind of source of counterplay. It is still somewhat martially. Queen b3, you have to think about... Do we actually just go f5 here?
I want queen takes b4.
Yeah, that is clever. That is clever. I did not see that. Yeah, sorry. Okay, back a move. What are we doing then? Rook e8?
Don't know.
I kind of wanted it on the f-file, frankly. I didn't really want it on the e-file. I wanted a 5 of 4 as quickly as possible. Rook e8.
You know, I'm
and if you take
not
everything,
argue with the computer's wisdom.
Maybe bishop h3, and maybe I'm threatening rook takes e4 if the rook goes. I mean, rook e1 exists. It doesn't. It's not hanging. Yeah.
But where does my knight go?
c5.
Just knight c5.
But yeah, she's gone knight
I'm
e4.
getting a little scared around these squares.
Yeah, I'm also now looking at ways to just give mate. Frankly, yeah. I mean,
maybe not f6 just wins, but.
Yeah, king h7, but queen e1. Yeah, here it doesn't work, but yeah, we might be able to do it with slightly more finesse.
Yeah.
Finesse.
Okay, these are random lines somewhere too far. I'm just slightly surprised that white is not winning. But maybe it's I test with the pawn on h3 could be different, but of course after h3 you get hit by something.
I think it works immediately. Yeah. Pretty sure it works immediately. I mean, queen takes h3 even, I think, is
queen h3, sorry.
Is at least a draw.
A more obvious move.
Yeah, at least a draw and maybe more.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be interested to take a look with black here. And okay, let's
moving on.
Yeah, leave this one be for a second. Our second co-leader Vaishali is playing black against Tan Zhongyi, and this is a pretty sharp position, which I can see going
here
both very well and very poorly for black.
Yeah, this is that we see the score, but we're saying this every day. Tan Zhongyi, great score against the rest of the field, hasn't helped her in this one so far. Hasn't been her tournament. Knight c3, dc4, bit of a sideline, but playable as. Nowadays are most sidelines that do not violate all the laws of chess. e4, not the only move, but principles. c5, d5, takes. I think, trying to remember anything, isn't knight takes d5 the move here? Maybe it's nothing special.
I am out of book by move 4 here. I played a bunch of these, but not this one in particular, when I was trying out non-Grunfeld openings.
Yeah, okay, I'm assuming they know. In general, I feel in these positions, if nothing too bad happens immediately, I don't think white is ever better, but don't know the specifics. Knight e7, knight e2, castles, bishop g5.
Yeah. These things are already very non-obvious to me, like in open positions like this, why is the knight on e2 and not on f3 is a thing we could debate, but the choice has been made, so moving on.
Yeah, knight b6, another topic.
Yeah, not
could argue for, but
yeah, not in love with it.
Now b3, I'm not sure this helps black's chances all that much. White structure improved massively. We can exchange his bishop if we need to.
I understand it's a very risky decision, but I would actually, on the previous move, consider g5, bishop g3, knight f5. Or g5, bishop g3, knight f6, and then knight f5.
You're such a sicko.
Ha ha ha, yes.
What?
That's what sickos say.
Oh, I see.
Knight e4 exists as well, yeah, which I blundered, but I still have knight f5.
But knight f5 doesn't.
Although maybe knight e4, knight f5, knight 2, g3. Wow. You could maybe make an argument for something like this. I have no idea. Knight f6. Nobody takes a single piece until you're absolutely forced to. But then you take on f5 and on d6, and I've traded the wrong things, yeah. Because the bishop survives. I really don't like the fact that the dark square bishop survives here. Yeah, do not like, want to take something back.
Okay, we've made it weird. Knight b6 played, pawn to b3. Oh no, as usual. The bar says nothing to see here, kids. It's equal. But it does look a bit easier for white now.
Yeah, knight on b6 I just do not like. And I don't like the idea of taking on c4, so yeah, I would be looking for other options. Maybe there weren't any. But on the other hand, but knight b5 and knight e4 are already unpleasant threats.
All right, so compass is equal, but we do like white's chances for now. Let's check in with Muzychuk against Assaubayeva. This looks like some more forcing stuff was done.
Yeah, this one is also quite interesting because it really isn't supposed to work. And there we have their scores on our screens with Anna ahead. And in their first round game, it was a hard-fought draw. Oh, no, actually, that was one of the quieter games of the tournament. But I do want to point out that if Queen e2 got your position, it actually got Bibisara. Everybody would be playing Queen e2. I think you're kind of like, you're just supposed to play d5 here even without knowing a single line. No? Isn't that how you're supposed to approach this position? Just d5, he takes d5, bishop b7, and let's go.
Black has many moves here, as far as I know. Could draw a bunch of arrows, but yeah, d5 is very much one of them.
Although, yeah, I have seen people run into trouble like this with black. I think Ariantari did this in an Olympiad game against somebody.
Yeah, my memory is lousy as usual, but I think I didn't want d5 here, I wanted some other move.
No, but like very specifically, I do not want to be playing Queen e7 here.
Yeah, that's a bit odd. She's trying to transpose, or I think she knows what he's doing, but she's trying to transpose to the main line after e5, Queen e7, Queen e2. But white is saying, why would I go e5 here if you voluntarily also misplace your queen? Knight c3, d5, that's the idea, just simplifying. E takes d, knight takes d5. Looks like it's all prepped by both, no? Like, I don't think I ever checked this, because probably there were no zeros on my screen, and I thought, don't want.
Yeah, in particular with what we got, there may have been some slight misplace further down the road, but the position Anna currently has is like genuinely unpleasant.
Also, I'm not sure how much Anna is concerned by this, but she's on +1, and she would ideally like to fight for tournament victory, and Queen e7, d5 pretty much eliminates that.
Yeah, that is also
the option of ever winning the game, right?
Yeah. That is, an additional layer which I don't quite understand. Yeah, she needs a game today, and she's not. I mean, she's getting a game, but just not in the way you would like.
Long, unpleasant defense.
Yeah, she takes d5, bishop b5 check. You'll have to play without castling because bishop d7 loses a pawn to the trade and bishop c3. I would just, although maybe I can play c6 here. Maybe it's not that horrible. And trade g7 for g2. Maybe we play c4 instead of c4, d4 though. Why isn't this? There has to be a way to get a large advantage here.
I was thinking about this, takes and check, but then I realized we're in check ourselves.
Yeah, that is very cute. But I guess maybe it's just simpler. We go bishop f4 instead of bishop g5, and then we play c4 after c6.
Yeah.
And we get the version of this famous Caracan endgame from the Panov attack, but probably just bad for black because white is maybe winning the g5 pawn straight away. Yeah, not happening.
So what did she do wrong? Like,
I don't know.
Is this? No, is this? It's already bad.
Just
maybe
not,
d5 is just
not
bad.
In,
maybe
just not in love with it. Yeah.
Yeah. No,
not in love with it at all. Yeah.
I think here you can still play some other move. But
yeah. d6, I guess, and just play a game of chess. But I mean, yeah, just don't play queen e7.
Pretty sure I wanted this, and
yeah.
Well, you get a very complicated position with three results, which I guess they should both want.
Yeah, and in the final game of the round, before we go for a brief break, and then we will be joined by a very special guest, we have a game between Kateryna Lagno and Divya, in which another one of those absolutely ubiquitous opening variations, which we haven't seen yet in this tournament, but maybe some people were planning to play. Yeah, and there we have not a lot of games between the two. We finally have the appearance of the e takes f6 Caro, to which Kateryna replies in a kind of a somewhat non-standard fashion.
So far so good, but g3 is rare at the very least.
Not unheard of.
G3 and bishop c4 being the main moves.
Yeah. Looks like, you know, by the standards of this opening, black is doing quite okay. a3, I understand. a3, I understand, because we want to play queen d3 and then pin ourselves, and we don't want to bother with knight b4. h5 may be slightly over optimistic, but I wouldn't. I like that's what they do in pretty much every single position here. So I don't know why it would be so wrong.
Yeah. Could think about other moves certainly, but h5 played. Also Divya here. She is an attacker, and I have to say, after weeks of harshly criticizing her various Marochis, which she scored well with, it's good to see. Again, new opening.
Yeah.
We shall be back with the action and, of course, our big game of the day, Sindarov Giri, in a couple minutes.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri, the King's Indian, like Nakamura, and the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back to the FIDE Candidates round number 13. We are being joined by a very special guest in the studio. Former women's world champion Alexandra Kosteniuk is here with us. Alexandra, you've been in Cyprus, I think, the whole way. What are you doing here?
Hello, Jan. Yeah, I'm an accompanying person. Let's put it this way. Well, yeah, exactly. I'm enjoying it a lot. I've been here. Well, I went to play the Grand Prix freestyle and then got back, but yes, I arrived here at the very beginning and I've been enjoying the atmosphere of the tournament as a spectator. Well, for me right now, I think it's the best sport available.
So you don't miss competing in the event, which I'm sure you've played many times, all these players?
I've played many times against some of the players. In the candidates, though, I've played only twice. But it's, I think, the fourth time overall. So,
yeah,
they restarted in 2019 in Kazan, the first 21st century women's candidates, and then 2022. It was not really a candidate, but some matches. And then 2024, I wasn't able to qualify this year neither. But still, I'm enjoying the tournament. And in the women's section, it's very, very tense. So very excited.
Which game caught your interest today?
Bibisara, Anna, Assaubayeva, Muzychuk. I think it's one of the key games, certainly. If Bibisara wins, I think she got out of the opening with everything she could have hoped for. She played a very rare line of the Scotch opening with Queen E2, Knight C3. I think one of the games that I remember, I think it was this line, it's Andrey and Kramnik from some years ago. Well, Kramnik equalized very convincingly. But I think Anna was not that precise, and Bibisara is pressing right now.
Yeah, and in the current position, go on.
We were surprised by this Queen E7 and in particular D5, because you have the Queen E2. It's a known sideline. Black has a bunch of moves, Rook B8, Bishop C5, even D5 directly, you name it. But Anna also on +1 went for this, which looks sad, no? Let's see what's going on.
And Bibisara actually showing us why CD5 and Bishop D7 doesn't work, which we weren't able to work out. Rook H1 is very strong. And now it's incredibly miserable for black, because you might actually have to take on B5, play Bishop B4 long castles, Rook takes E7, and then you will play some position pawn down. You might as well just play Rook D7 straight away, because you will have to do it eventually. Rook D7, you give up on D5, and you claim opposite color bishops give you drawing chances, which they do, but you're obviously quite unhappy. And yeah, this is not what you want when you're half a point behind the leaders and you would like some winning chances maybe at some point. There will be no winning chances here.
I have a general question we were debating earlier. It looks like in the women's tournaments, there's still a lot of mainline theoretical debates. We also see one today in the Goryachkina game. Well, in the open tournament, there's a lot of quote-unquote freestyling going on, trying to surprise early. Is that a trend or a thing, or it's random?
I've also noticed it during one of the event in the fan zone. I was discussing this trend because it was clearly seen after the first leg. We could see these happening. Women are taking more theoretical debate approach, while men, trying to take the game off balance immediately. I think the main reason is that well, in the open section, the participants trust themselves in theoretical knowledge, and they just want, to start shaking the boat immediately, hoping to break this balance. While women, even though when you play a long theoretical line nowadays, You might be scared to enter some kind of drawish, forced like line, and then you're not able to play for a win or something like that. But we see that in the women's section, even if like the theoretical part is known, there's so much play afterwards left, and emotions and tension and all that. So I don't think like women are not, well, they are not willing to start taking risks from the move one. They prefer to start slowly, yes.
Yeah, and if we talk about this theoretical discussion in the game between Jiner and Aleksandra Goryachkina, which is one of our most important games of the day. Jiner is currently in the lead for first. It seems like my current feeling is that Aleksandra took some time to sort of refamiliarize herself with what her file says. And she is now playing quickly and very confidently. And although I would still not be particularly happy with black here, I would feel that I'm running some risks. The speed of her play, and also I think the fact that on the live board the bar appears to be sort of very immobile at a very, very small advantage for white, does suggest to me that maybe she finally remembered what she's supposed to do, and she is now holding this pattern where the queen is going from e2 to b2. White obviously has draw on demand in probably a bunch of different ways. You don't even have one, you probably have 5 if you want to make a draw here with white. But Jiner, she'll be black tomorrow. She would very much like to press with the white pieces today. And I don't know if she's getting a chance, because if she's met by like proper serious prep in this line, you would assume Aleksandra knows how to hold this position.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what the participants in the open section are trying to avoid, this kind of situations, whereas just if your opponent knows, has done his or her homework, that's it, basically. You either need to agree on a draw or exchange everything, and yeah.
We haven't had a single one like this maybe in the open.
Nakamura versus Sindarov?
Okay, no? Yeah, that one, yeah. When Sindarov is on +6, he is now showing us some of that.
Exactly, and Nakamura kind of probably lost his chances, or at least didn't feel like fighting for just...
But in games where
Giri Bluebaum. Was 85 moves, but I still think Bluebaum was in book all the way.
It was a good example of that. Elsewhere in the tournament, in the game between Tan Zhongyi and Vaishali, well, white got what you would assume white very much wanted, the trade of the bishop on d6, not for the bishop on h4, but for the knight on c3, and now even immediately bishop g3, d5, d6 seems very critical. I don't know if it's that strong, because black, I guess, plays queen f6, d6, knight c6, and reestablishes a kind of a new line of defense, and the knight on e2 is not joining the game just yet, but it feels like you should be in at least some danger with black in this position.
What's wrong with Tan Zhongyi? She's been so strong for so many years, and here nothing seems to work for her.
Well, yeah, exactly, that's the case, but I think she's one of the players who count the missed number of points. I mean, the number of points she didn't get. And if she would, win a game with Vaishali, where she was completely winning instead of losing it, it would be a completely different story for her. I think there were some other very unfortunate and even dramatic events, situations for Tan in this particular tournament. But here, it's such a closed tournament, and the participants are still chasing each other so closely that a victory instead of a defeat changes the tables drastically. So for her, it's just a very unfortunate.
But things are just not clicking for her in general. It felt like she did miss some very, very big opportunities. But if we take that game against Vaishali, yes, she was completely winning in a number of ways in that game, but she was already, I think, on -2 at that point, and the tournament wasn't really going that good. I think she went from -2 to -3 with that loss. So yeah, something is clearly not quite right. And then in the meantime, that mention of the closeness of the field, we do have a completely new graphic for you guys out there, and we want to show you something on specifically that particular topic. Let's take a look at the warm graph for the
Oh, is this your passion project?
It is very much.
Been talking about warm graphs for
yes,
weeks.
I have been very much on that for quite some time, annoying all of my.
I haven't heard that much warm talk since Tremors. What is this?
Yeah, this is the position of all the players in the field after each round, and the open section you see, and I mean this is the conversation we've been having, and there is some movement starting from second place downwards.
The red worm seems to be doing well.
Yeah, the red worm is doing really nicely in the open section, but in the women's section we will see a much different picture, and this is the one I thought would illustrate Alexandra's point really well. First of all, 8 draws, which is why we get this wonderful rainbow graphic there.
Which is a completely
but then we will see pretty much everybody apart from Tan Zhongyi leading at some point in the tournament. There's constantly people intermingling, and then somebody breaking ahead, and then this is Vaishali leading and now being caught before today's round, and. In a way, the conversation that we could be had in view of that is that people like discussing, like, what would you like your candidates to be? Do you like double round robins? Do you like matches? Do you like, what's the ideal format? And weirdly, here we have 2 halves of the tournament, and the open half, I think, is a very strong argument for matches, and the women's half is a perfect argument for the double round robin. Because there's so much excitement. There's nothing decided with 2 rounds to go. Nothing, I'm guessing, will be decided with 1 round to go. So I thought that was a decent way to introduce that topic into the conversation. What's your favorite format?
First of all, thank you for all your hard work making that worm graph happen. Much more clearly now. I don't necessarily agree that it's bad that in the open tournament Sindarov has been dominating. It's also nice to see a kid just crush everybody. What do you feel about it?
Well, we would never find a format that will be liked by 100% of people.
That is very true.
For me personally, like, whatever works at this exact day. Well, I've been, I think, most successful in knockout events for some reason. Well, I know the reason, of course, but it just, I think, suits my character more, because this kind of grueling tournaments that you will need to survive for 3 weeks, it's like marathon events are very hard. And even if you start well, at some point of the tournament, I mean, it's rarely like the Sindarov case. It's rarely that the tournament goes your way 100%. So you need to survive some difficulties. It might be chess difficulties. It might be personal life. I mean, there are so many issues involved. So
you're saying in knockout, you get knocked out, you go home,
yeah,
it's
you go
fine.
home.
If not,
but
you're
you
feeling
need
good,
to keep
right?
focus only for 2 days, 3 days. And a new match is a new life. I mean, you restart from scratch. So you don't need to keep this tension throughout 3 weeks. So it's, but for some, well, some prefer, you know, to take it slow. And again, it's a discussion. Of course, it's very interesting. There are always cons and pros, and we will find positive and negative and points. But at the end of the day, well, it's the format we have right now, and whoever wins, well, deserves certainly this victory for sure.
Absolutely. I have one other general question. I've noticed in the women's tournament, especially, I see in this breakfast room a lot of very strong grandmasters helping the women. Zhuzhinez with Ivan Cheparinov, Goryachkina, I'm assuming, Tomaszewski. We've seen Jeffrey Zhong with Tan. Divya, I think, is with Ray Robson and Shaba Balok. Has that always been the case that you get all these almost super grandmasters as seconds in this field?
Probably it raises our self-confidence a bit. Like if you have a very strong grandmaster helping you for some reason, you think that it should help you in a way. And
supposed to be.
Yeah. Well, and somehow.
Why aren't the men doing it? There are guys like Jan Smeets who's been retired for decades.
Men are also doing, but for them, I think this self-confidence question is not like that important as that content. If they're working on their own and they're fine with it, And like for women, it's not only self-confidence, but also emotional part, and that talking to a person and being able to hear certain things that you'd like to hear. I don't know. I think there are just, in general, more emotions involved.
Emotional support grandmaster.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly. You know, but it should be different. We should create a special rating list, like emotional support grandmaster, in terms of like it can be a 2700 grandmaster, but completely useless in the women's section, and vice versa. Like 2500 or even 2400 player can be tremendous help for the ladies event. But
no, that's why I was surprised, because I agree, but it felt like the men are prioritizing someone who's sort of their friend or whom they're familiar with, and they're going for walks. While in the women's section, I often see they aren't even sitting at the same table. It seems like it's more important to get the strongest player you could find to do as much damage as possible in the opening.
Well, probably. I don't know. It depends, of course. It's a very individual thing, but in general, you like to work with strong players, because even if a tournament would not give you certain results that you were hoping for, like in a few months you might be able to use the product of the works that you've done throughout the event. So whatever helps, yeah.
I'm being slightly facetious, because I think it's also known that, especially in the men's section, but I think in the women's as well, there are many remote helpers whom we don't see here, but they're sitting somewhere in the world clicking buttons and then sending a file in the depth of the night. So the guys here for sometimes emotional support, I'm sure also chess work, might not be the whole team. Peter, do you have inside information? I know you're well plugged into.
Oh yeah, I'm so plugged in.
Dealings.
Yeah, I know Gabi qualified for the World Championship. On the topic of remote helpers, I'm completely.
I never know what he's talking about. Gabi qualified for the World Championship.
That's
what sports.
That's esports.
Okay, congrats, I suppose.
Yes.
Well done.
We like to see it.
And yeah, that's a very. I'm very disappointed about this whole esports. There is no women's events, like no women's section. So, like, I'm competing in the overall section. It just doesn't exist, women's sport in esports. So for me, it hurts tremendously not to be able to fight for this sweet qualification spot. Yeah.
EFG, if you're listening.
Yeah.
At a women's tournament.
Yeah. I support. So because, for me, when I'm watching the candidates, of course, the tournament number one is definitely the women's section. I've played with many of these girls for years. I know them pretty well. I think the two participants that I played, that I haven't played so many games with are Jiner and Divya Deshmukh. Divya, I think I haven't even played a single classical game with her. Of course, some Blitz, Rapid nowadays, we do play a lot, but I don't remember any classical games, classical encounters with her. While with the rest of the field, I mean, I've played hundreds of games, and I suppose I know them pretty well. And
who was your pre-tournament favorite? What did you think?
I couldn't pick one. I thought that it's such an even tournament.
Top three.
Top three. Well, I would put Jiner. And Divya for the content. Well, I mean, again, it's hard to say. Well, when you're picking a favorite, of course, Lagno and Goryachkina clearly should be in this field, but also like Anna Muzychuk getting this last-minute replacement ticket. Also, it's such like it indicates a certain direction, like favorable direction for her. So I could not like. Tan won in Toronto. You're saying that things are not clicking for her right now and right here. But if it would click, we can recall Toronto like she would instantly. Yeah. Probably she's not that stable in a way, and her approach to chess and her way of playing a game might suggest certain like ups and downs, like more than.
You think she is more risk-taking than the others in the field?
Less clearly, she doesn't hold the balance so well. I mean, if things start to go like south for her, it just in a way, like some players, such as for example Anna Muzychuk or even Kateryna Lagno, although for Kateryna, I think it's an exceptional tournament. She clearly has had so many ups and downs, such huge turnarounds that are completely unusual for her. Usually she's on the very safe side, like pressing with white. She's been a white side player, if I can say so, and very solid with black. While here it's completely different.
Yeah, I think the concept for this tournament for her was completely different. It felt like she was very prepared to play very messy positions with either color, and yeah, she will look back on some crucial moments with great regret, obviously. And for Anna, it feels like it was hers to lose at one point. Yeah, if she wins that game against Divya, she opens a pretty significant lead, and everything is going her way. And in particular, the difference in psychological, the way you feel about things once you lose that game is just it's probably not that easy to recover.
I don't know. I think she's doing what she's usually doing. She's well prepared, playing very solid chess. But it feels to me, I'm not sure if this is a permanent thing for her, but that she struggles a bit converting good positions. And yeah, once nerves get into it and things go a little off balance, yeah, she's struggled here a bit more.
Maybe also the energetical question. Because I was surprised to see her playing, for example, Freestyle Fridays every single free day here.
Oh, I wasn't aware of that.
Yeah, exactly. It's a 3-hour tournament. It's not like a small, warm-up thing to shake, I don't know, yourself around. No, she's been playing 3 consecutive Fridays while leading the tournament. And I think it's a very risky decision because, again, the game with Divya, of course it's a 5 or 6 hours game, and of course the tension is high, and you need every single drop of your energy. And Anna, well, I mean, it's hard for me to say, but she's not the youngest player anymore. Actually, here she's one of the oldest participants of the tournament, and that starts to be very important. And the game with Goryachkina, for example, this terrible decision where she almost won the game. Also,
she's done all the hard work by that point as well. That was the really heartbreaking part of it. It was an exceptionally well played endgame until she just threw it all away with one move. Yeah. I guess I didn't know, and honestly, I'm a bit shocked about what you're telling me. But I guess maybe the idea behind it is you just want to win some games to kind of feel better about yourself for the day. But yeah, I wouldn't be doing that.
No,
honestly, I wouldn't be doing that.
Well, for me, as I understand it, the idea is to keep the tension down, to keep it as casual as any normal tournament would be. Okay, she started playing those Freestyle Fridays a month before this sudden invitation. Then she continued doing it throughout the tournament, but then she was leading, I mean, at some point, and probably she just didn't want to change anything, just not to feel this pressure, because when you start changing things, adjusting it, and questioning your actions, it might also backfire, right? So you never know what's the best approach, and that's what makes it so difficult and exciting. So,
Still surprising. I remember everybody went crazy in Toronto when poor Ali Reza played some blitz games. Feels like it's more common now during tournaments. I see all the guys playing Title Tuesday and so on, which no one did in the old days. Especially freestyle, it's even a different game.
Let's take a look at all the positions in the women's. I guess we've been talking about general topics for a while. Let's begin with the game between Zuzhina and Goryachkina, where really, I will just say that we're stuck here. Goryachkina played bishop b4, queen b2, queen e2, queen b2 quite fast, and Zuzhina is now thinking. Appears to be fine for black. I'm once again resolutely not switching the engine on, but looks like maybe black is surviving this. In the game between Vaishali and Tan, she did play takes bishop g3, and after queen f6, I just saw her play bishop c7.
Smart.
Yeah, and I was trying to figure out if I like this or not, and kind of not coming to any conclusion. Because generally taking away the g8 square from the black rooks is very useful, but we might end up locking out our own bishop on c7. If black forces us to play d5, d6 here somehow, this bishop is on some level, of course, it's very useful, but on a viewed differently, it's sort of out of play. I don't know, takes, and now I was looking at some move like bishop f5, d7, just to make sure we have this blockade. It supports the idea of b7, b5. Maybe I want to put the knight on f5. The rook will go to e8 if d6 happens. It's a very concrete position, of course, but it's a double-edged sword. Putting the bishop on c7 in positions like this, it's very committal, and I'm not sure so far if it's great. This one, nothing new needs to be said, I guess. Bibisara will press for the entire game. Whether she wins or not, we don't know, but you definitely win some of these. They're very unpleasant, and in particular because we lost the middle pawn, so to speak, on the flank, so you always have some weaknesses to play against. But of course, it's still an opposite color bishop ending, which you don't win every single time. And this one is moving very slowly. What's your experience with this line, Alexandra? Is this the bane of your existence as well, or not really?
G3 is not very common, isn't it?
No.
Yeah, I've been playing Caro-Kann for a few last years and enjoying it a lot, but G3, well, it doesn't change, I think, the position a lot. So it's just still very solid for black. But nothing like significant. Definitely everything will be decided closer to time trouble. So.
Yeah, that's how it feels. And in the open, Sindarov did play what we sort of expected him to play once he played queen b6. The queen went to a6 very quickly. Anish decided not to bluff with any kinds of, we were discussing some ideas like queen f3, but that's really not Anish's way of playing chess. Another interesting decision here, we were playing bishop f8. I'm assuming with the idea of not allowing the knight to come to d6. But Sindarov says, not bothered, I want to play f7, f6 as quickly as possible, and you can have your knight on d6. I'm still going to undermine it with f6, and this is now the current position where, yeah, this is maybe not the most fun game he's ever played, but maybe he just holds it. Maybe he simplifies enough that there's just not enough material left on the board.
If f5, you go rook c6,
yeah.
Is Sindarov still in the books? I mean, he spent only 20 minutes or so, right? For the 20.
20 for him is
a lot.
You don't know if it's still book.
Okay, but still pretty fast for such a complicated position if you don't know anything.
Yeah, f5 actually is very relevant. Yeah, because rook c6 we take on b6 we go e6. Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we certain this is a draw?
Anything?
Yeah, I mean.
And if I put the king to e7 and double. And no, double the rooks I cannot, right? I cannot.
Rook f d1 maybe first, and then
rook
after
d8,
rook d8, rook a c1. But maybe you take d3 and you just hold, yeah?
Yeah.
Why would that be even bad for black? Rook c7, king e8 or something, yeah. No, this is just fine, I suppose. Yeah, he's playing it very concretely. Yeah, he is not willing to wait for white to improve. He is trying to trade as much as possible.
And after f5, rook takes e5 ideas.
I was going to ask, yeah.
Okay.
I was going to ask.
Yeah.
Because the feeling is it probably doesn't work, but I haven't been able to refute it straight away. If we allow e5, e4, we probably lose.
Yeah.
So I start with rook fe1.
Rook e8, I suppose.
This might be quite serious.
Rook e4.
Rook e4, even, I don't know, king f7, g6, kind of start some digging. King f6. You know, we maybe distract the rook from a1, put our rook on c8. Might be playable. Might be also a decent option, actually. What else do we have?
Oh, no, I guess he's not forced to play f5.
No, of course not, no.
Whatever move here, rook ad1.
Yeah.
Where's black one? Rook c8, or what's coming?
I think we're taking on e5 just to not have that conversation again. And then, yeah. Rook d8, bishop c7, I guess, is the way to...
Feels like it's not enough for white, no?
Yeah. Like, your absolute best case scenario is you trade, I think, d4 for a5 and you win one of the a-pawns. Probably in the process, giving up, maybe winning both the a-pawns and giving up on b2, which is a draw. So, yeah, margins are going to be very slim for Anish here. He has to play extremely precisely to push.
All right, let's do...
This one is more interesting, huh? Caruana, Prague.
c5 was played.
c5 is very rare. I briefly checked.
What they normally do.
It's extremely rare.
So Fabi did have some idea.
Prague just ignored it. I was wondering, by the way, why we couldn't just take. I understand they don't very often take, but is this losing? Why are we not Why are we not happy about being a pawn up here?
Someone played this not that long ago, right?
I thought I've seen this, but
Yeah.
my memory for Nimzos is horrible. I don't know.
There are just so many positions and different
Yeah, and they're
setups
all-
that look alike. And
They're all very similar, yeah.
I'm not sure, I guess.
Queen
Long-term play.
B3.
I thought bishop d5, c4, bishop c6,
Uh-huh.
and game continues. But I mean,
D5
it's,
after bishop c6 and then capture on
I
e4.
thought takes, and yeah, maybe I'm losing there. Yeah, like then you'll take on e4, you'll play knight g2.
Yes.
Looks very dangerous. Yeah. Mhm.
Maybe this active move.
Yeah. Yeah, extreme activity. Yeah, who knows? Prague goes in a different direction, just allows white to undouble the c pawns, which you generally, of course, quite like with white. But still, yeah. Knight g2, we take on g3. Yeah, we can't really postpone it for too much longer, I assume. Or we still go knight f6 and wait for f3.
We capture the bishop. We don't.
Well, I mean, it's not running away.
No, I was
Not yet.
hoping to play h5. And
You want to go for mate, yeah?
Yes, I wanted to. But it's probably.
So aggressive.
Of course.
White will have something to say about it, though.
Yeah, I'm sure they,
Five,
they will have. No. But usually you should prepare your attack first, right? Before.
That's what they tell you, and then they do something else and win. And
Exactly, but.
How's my boy Bluebaum doing? A lot happening.
yeah, I like g6 very much because I think maybe Hikaru was planning to do some swashbuckling thing starting with f4. And f4 will just be met by queen f5 here, I'm 100% certain.
Bishop f5.
Yeah, sorry, what did I say? Whatever I said, it was wrong. As usual. Yeah, just do this. White never gets to the doubled pawn on f5. Like, then I play.
Looks like a good version of Bluebaum's favorite
Yeah,
structure.
it's still a draw though, because white just parks the knight on b3 and nobody goes anywhere. But
And can we get ready for f4? Can we play h3 first to have g4 after bishop f5?
I don't think.
G6, h3.
Aha.
Do I still do it? Maybe I'll still do it.
Yeah.
And g4?
G4.
Of course.
Let's go.
It's very good to commentate games, you know.
Yeah, you can push all these pawns.
Yeah, you're
There's
not responsible for somebody else's
No harm done.
actions. Yeah, but still doesn't look
No, but
like.
this is very double-edged now, because I will be able to meet f4 with f5, and you still have to have like one eye on the queen side. You can't completely ignore the queen side with white. Yeah.
Hikaru looks sad as well. Bluebaum too solid.
Bluebaum too solid, and also the tournament is coming to an end, which I'm sure saddens Hikaru massively. This one is kind of weird, honestly. I
Another
really,
Petrov.
really don't like it.
Finally, a normal Petrov.
Normal.
I've seen
What
lots
happened?
of
What went so wrong? Why? Okay, it's not
tried
that.
to make it weird, but not weird enough.
Pretty weird. No. You.
And king on f1.
He's played this already. This is
Okay.
some sort of line.
It's not about castling anymore, right? There are so many things that we've been taught to do, and apparently they're not actually so essential.
Modern chess, it's breaking me. Like h4, h5
Yeah,
in any
all those-
position, then you can still castle, but if you put the king on f1, it's also fine.
No, I remember this
What
Caracan we've seen, the Lagno Divya. You know, when I was growing up, I was told that knight f6 is
Losing
such a
pawn and game
terrible
is lost,
move, such bad pawn structure, and everything is so, like, you should not, never, ever play like this. And suddenly all those pawn
It's the main line.
Yes.
Everybody does it. Yeah, it's
Like,
very
and
annoying.
for me, it was such a serious, change in my mindset to actually accept that it's playable in a way. Because, again, I was brought up differently, and all those things.
No, I agree. I remember when I was 12 or whatever in the chess club, they showed us this. You
Yes.
remove all the pieces, and then they tell you the pawn endgame is
extra
winning
pawn,
for
of
white.
course,
So
on the queen
don't ever
side.
do this.
Yeah.
And also what they played last round, like e5, bishop f5. First of all, I always thought e5 terrible move because the bishop gets out and we get a good French. And now bishop d3, we exchange our good bishop. Like,
Exactly.
Yeah.
it's a new world out there.
So king of1 suddenly becomes one of the key, one of the key idea of the Petrov.
Not exactly, yeah. But also following it up the way Wei Yi has been following it up, like a3, bishop a5, bishop a4. This is all incredibly kind of vague. And now if Andrey goes knight df6, which I
Any
think
good? Looks like black is very
black is
fine.
better.
Yeah.
Black is better. I was so puzzled. I actually asked for 3 seconds. you have to play very precisely to kind of stay alive here. I thought maybe 95 is the point, trying to occupy some good squares, but black has a bunch of incredibly comfortable replies to 95. Machine goes 92, but if you have to start making moves like 92 here...
It's terrible.
Yeah, I think black would be completely fine if white actually castled, and white has a king on f1. So, yeah, I don't know.
Also, I don't need to do anything no anymore.
Yeah, just rook e8, continue making normal moves. And it'll be funny if they end up playing their micro match and both of them winning with the Petrov with the black pieces.
Yeah, could happen. And in both games, white doesn't manage to castle, yeah? Andrey had to go king
didn't
d1.
Quite cross a 20 move mark.
Yeah, and oh, this is a very strange game because I thought I sort of understood what he was doing until he played bishop f4, giving black a very important tempo to support the knight on e4 with things. Just go knight c3 here. This I at least would understand. I could see what he was sort of aiming for. He still has this trick with cd5, cd5, knight d5, f5, and you have to do something about the knight on e4. Maybe you give up a bishop pair. Maybe you... Okay, so Andrey is still taking on c3.
He's taking.
Also playable, but...
Why?
Yeah, I don't know. Knight d6.
Afraid of losing that pawn?
Maybe white actually needs to kind of grit their teeth and go for this, like rook e8, queen d3 or something. Black is always fine, but maybe this is salvageable for white somehow.
All right. So, Alexandra, we're just changing so much and you enjoying your role as a accompanying person. Are you still motivated to fight with all these young players? What's your plans?
Well, of course, I'm still motivated, but it won't be an easy task. I'm still trying to do something like... Well, I understand that if I stop playing like at this particular moment of my career, there is no coming back. And for me, it's a little bit sad to end my career so abruptly. Although maybe not that abruptly. Well, yeah, I'm still trying to stay, and I'm saying to myself, maybe for one more cycle, then one more. Well, I've qualified, or at least I do this Grand Prix series for women in the next 2 years, so I have another attempt to fight for a spot in the candidates, but we'll see. At this point, again, I'm taking it tournament by tournament. I'm still motivated. I'm still trying to do my best, although, of course, I understand that it's not getting easier. Let's put it this way.
Tell us about it.
But I'm very happy to see many tournaments like Rapid and Blitz and even freestyle tournaments that kind of keep me alive, I can say. And definitely...
You have how many world titles in shorter time controls?
I have every single one, but Blitz. In Blitz, I won only silver in 2021. I haven't won... In the Rapid tournaments, I was more successful. Yeah, I won 1 gold and several silvers. So yeah, Blitz is missing, but
things to look forward to.
Yes, exactly. So definitely those tournaments, they are my main motivations, if I can say. Even if I don't qualify for the candidates, I cannot say that I'm that disappointed because there are other tournaments to look forward to.
Well, we'll keep an eye on them for sure. Thank you so much for joining the show.
Thank you for inviting.
We'll be right back after a quick break. See you then.
Thank you.
I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
In a land bathed in light, two unstoppable journeys set sail for greatness. The road wasn't easy, demanding sacrifice, grit and unwavering commitment. But with courage and dedication, we rose to the top, with victory standing tall as our guiding lighthouse, illuminating the path ahead. We are Freedom 24. Born in Cyprus, we conquered Europe.
Welcome back. Round number 13 of the FIDE candidates. Our top game, Giri versus Sindarov. The game is simplified, and it currently looks like Sindarov should defend this, but there is still some fight ahead. Before that, we are being joined with breaking news, exclusive stuff from the chess nerd, Zachary Sane. Zach, what do you got?
I bring to you both some exclusive content from Uzbekistan, celebrating the Javokhir Sindarov's uprising in this tournament. We have some exclusive images pulled straight out of Uzbekistan. I believe this is Tashkent, where the youngster is from. Look at this. Have you guys ever seen anything like this?
Nope. No.
It's unprecedented. It's literally showing a live game of round 11.
Yeah.
I remember in the Fischer days where there used to be some sort of poll like this, but in the modern day is almost unheard of.
First of all, how do you remember in the Fischer days?
Remember by seeing footage. I wasn't alive back then, otherwise I'd be a time traveler, but yes, I remember by seeing some footage.
Truth is out there.
That is amazing to see so much support in Uzbekistan. Hope it doesn't increase the number of car accidents, like if it makes a good move.
Yeah, people rubbernecking to, like, that's an endgame against Caruana that was on the left screen there. And yeah, people becoming increasingly worried as the A-pawn progresses further and further down the board. And yeah, ramming the drivers in front of them, not ideal.
And the choice to show the second half of the tournament's games is particularly interesting because, I mean, the least exciting of his chess has been in the second half of the tournament.
Not sure they feel like that in Uzbekistan with Sindarov being so close to a World Championship match.
Yeah, I think they quite enjoyed being safe and calm and not particularly squeaky bum timey.
What else has been happening, Zach? You're having a good time here in Cyprus?
Oh, the weather is lovely. Yesterday was a rest day, or before yesterday was a rest day. It was,
who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Who knows at this point? We're on Cyprus time. The weather's lovely. The players are lovely. It's a very exciting atmosphere. Also, the playing hall is lovely to see. Just seeing all the players sit in their seats and very focused in this tournament. I'm having a ball out here. How are you guys feeling about this overall tournament as we close?
Well, the open section, the Uzbek enthusiasm for it, notwithstanding, could be a bit closer, I think, for our liking. But the women's is tremendously exciting, and there's very good play all round. And yeah, I'm not going to join in all the lovelies regarding the weather, but it is pretty good.
You've been swimming, right?
I have been swimming pretty much every day. Yes, it's excellent. I haven't swum in the sea for like 6 years. It's very good. I recommend it.
There you go. Well, thank you so much, Zach. Keep enjoying the Cyprus weather, and we will see if Sindarov can weather the Anish Giri storm. Can he?
He should, I would assume. Although I tried to find something clean that I thought would immediately kill the game off and couldn't find anything. I guess the intent is to play u3 check king f1, and then you can't even comfortably trade g3 for e5, and white, I guess, wants rook f4 f3, and the pawn becomes targetable.
Okay, let me make some move. Bishop c7.
Yeah, that is maybe... I was worried once I take on e5, the pin will be very annoying. But with the king on f1, I guess we're just not worried about that. No? Okay, how easy is the draw if I just do rook f3? I take on
Can
e5.
I take?
Yeah, I just want to actually take on e5 here and take on d3. Let's say with the d rook. Okay. Just a very... I mean, 4 rooks, I think, maybe... Yeah, like how drawn is this? b3?
No.
No claim whatsoever to advantage, or?
Looks pretty drawn.
Yeah. a4 maybe just to not allow you to double.
Yeah, whatever.
Yeah, now I want to run towards c2 and then pretend I will be able to attack a5, but maybe it's just not happening. Yeah, I'm slightly clutching at straws here, frankly. I'm not a firm believer in this winning for white.
Yeah, this should be a draw.
Yeah, that maybe g3 bishop c7 is just good because like you can't play king h1 and play for a win, I would think. And if you put it on f1, you additionally have to deal with the checks on the f file all the time. It's just...
Yeah, the point is whatever move we were making, that you can't use the pin here because we unpin.
Yeah, with the king on f1, you'll have to simplify into some kind of a and B versus double A, where you do have the moral advantage is absolutely with white, because white has the prettier pawn structure on the queen side, but you just do not win those, do you?
Can white keep it going here somehow? I don't know, rook e4.
Yeah, rook e4 maybe is playable, but what's the... I guess now you maybe want rook e3 and then something, even though I still don't quite know what that does.
No, I'm not claiming a whole lot.
Rook d5 maybe. Try to get to the endgame anyway.
Still threatening to take.
Yeah, with the king on f1 I can actually pin myself in absolute knots and not have to worry about things all that much.
Yeah. Looks like not too much there. Sindarov taking his time, weighing his options. What should we do? Quick tour through the other games?
Yeah, I think so.
Anything happens here, we'll be right back.
So. Not unexpectedly, Hikaru... Yeah, okay, let's go here, yeah. But Hikaru's game is simpler to explain, because nothing will happen here. Like if white somehow achieves h3 and g4 in an extremely favorable situation, maybe you have some pull, but...
Can I even go h5?
h5, rook g8, yeah. All of those breaks will simplify the game massively, and Hikaru already had the best ever option to play knight e5 and didn't, so I assume he is just not interested.
Rook g8 plate.
Yeah. No, I think Matthias will hold this very, very comfortably. Apart from g4, you have no breaks, and even if g4 materializes, I don't think you actually gain very much.
3, keeping the pawn. And now you do nothing.
Yeah.
Do you play h5?
I think I do. I see no downside.
At least pretending one day. We might want to go here.
Yeah, I guess we go king d3, we go rook g1, rook g2, rook e2, g1, but in the end, first of all, I think black can also double on the g file, and secondly, even if I allow that and then take on g4 with everything, you're not, like, the resulting position is, I don't think, still not better for white, right? g4 takes with the rook. Maybe, yeah, it doesn't matter, I think, yeah, just do whatever. Play rook g8 here, I mean... How are we supposed to be worried about this? I guess maybe now you go 92 in d4 and you... Yeah, we're a bit short, like maybe I need the pawn on f5 to be completely safe, but obviously we could include it at some point.
Made 8 million moves.
Yeah.
But
no, this we can lose.
At least there's some hope.
Yeah, this we can absolutely lose, but obviously we passed for like 10 moves straight with black instead of maybe switching the bishop from f6 to c7 straight away or something.
Yeah, or could put more rooks here if I'm worried about h3, g4.
Yep. Yeah, and the other two are actually potentially quite sharp. There's this really strange position with the king on f1 in the game between Wei Yi and Esipenko.
I still hate this bishop takes c3 decision. Like, I'm not sure if it makes it bad, but this, I just refuse to believe that white has anything here.
Yeah.
Maybe wrongly, but
no, I
king
think,
on f1.
I think it's completely fine, yeah. I think it's completely fine, and you probably should do that. Not that what Andrey has done is bad necessarily, but I think it makes white's play simpler.
Now it's a mess.
Yeah, now it's a mess, and also strategically, if white actually gets to connect the rooks somehow, you could absolutely imagine this being slightly better for white. Like if you play knight 7, f6, I have no idea what's going on, and I'm trying not to find out. But let's say I go knight e5. And if I land f3, king f2 here, white is just massively better.
Yeah, a lot of strategic risk for black all of a sudden.
Yep.
So this could still get interesting. And Caruana, Praggnanandhaa, like, Caruana took on e4. Takes, bishop takes, queen e2.
Yeah, and
back.
Yeah, bishop back, 92, and Pragg played h6, h5 here, and it's noticeable that the engine hates it, but I have no idea why. It seems very logical. I guess maybe, no, but that doesn't work at all. No, I have no guesses.
No guesses?
No guesses at all.
Knight c4?
F4, EF h4. Why would that not be good for black?
Maybe it is.
F takes G and F takes G.
Trickery, no trickery.
Like takes and pretend we have some attack along the like long castles rook f7 we enjoy, but black is not obliged to do that.
Ooh.
Regrettably, this is not forced. And instead of long castles, but maybe it's just okay for a while. Maybe we get to play h2, h4 next move, and then we have this fantastic pawn mass in front of our king, meaning we...
You're mildly scared with black.
Yeah, maybe this is...
There, okay,
maybe this actually isn't good at all. Because I assumed I will make some move like bishop d5 here, and I'm not going to get mated in the center, but maybe my problem is not that. Maybe my problem is that the 4 pawns on the h and g files just become queens one by one.
And if we push...
Also that, yeah. Bless you.
Sorry.
Bless you. Also that.
It does look somewhat scary.
Yeah. No, okay, I mean, if knight c4 is playable, we're in trouble. I kind of assumed knight c4 wasn't playable, otherwise, yeah, we should not have done that with black.
Yeah, okay, something like this, how bad can it be? Like,
yeah, no, I think this is what he's hoping for, and I think he's quite happy about it. But, yeah. And Fabi, I think he might actually get locked into it by elimination. Like
black has to go f4, we're assuming e5 looks...
Bishop a6, we should mention bishop a6, and that it loses to knight takes e6, and then queen takes e6, queen takes a6. We don't take the queen, but we can take the bishop. e5, I assume we lose to very simple, like d, g, rook f, d1, and things will go south very quickly.
Yes, so f4
has to be f4.
Is the trick.
Has to be h4.
Right, h4 is forced.
No, maybe.
No?
But I guess can I play g5 here? I guess knight e5, and I will not be in time to, yeah, because knight g6 is a threat. I was trying to be clever, but that never works. Do not be clever.
Room h4
takes.
fg also feels right.
Yeah. fg and then fg again.
G again.
So we have 3 for the piece. Yeah. We have 3 for the king. The king is not very safe. Our king is going to be safe forever because we have so much cover. e6 is soft. Yeah, I think this is maybe just good for white.
Yep. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, I think, yeah, like... Is there any actual argument for going knight c4, e5, looking at this position?
Knight c4, e5?
I hate it, but like, I really, really hate this as well now by this point. e5, g5, g5, rook f, g1, or...
right?
Yeah, bishop a6.
Check worst case.
Yeah, takes on queen e6, I thought. And try to... But this is horrible, though, right?
Even f3, if nothing else.
f3, maybe I castle, and maybe, yeah, and Fabi does play knight c4.
Here we go.
Not a shocker, yeah, Fabi is.
Still good at chess.
Yeah, he maybe isn't as interested as he was when the tournament started, but he is still an exceptionally good player, and he knows he is being offered an opportunity.
Yeah.
So...
Ready to pounce. So what we're talking about, e5, d, e, d, e. Yeah, I mean, one looks logical enough.
You don't do it with any kind of love in your heart for the position you're about to get, but maybe the other one is worse. That's my only argument.
Okay, knight d6
seems
looks
logical.
right.
Yeah, seems logical. I mean, maybe queen d3, but no, queen d3 castles, I guess. Yeah, queen e6 and try to castle kingside next move.
Queen b7, rook b8, I'm not
or rook
much.
d8,
Rook
maybe.
d8.
Once again, trying to support the knight and castle queenside, kingside next move. Horrible, honestly. Like I wouldn't be shocked if we were losing by force here to something like rook d5. Although, yeah, I have castles and rook a d1 doesn't win, yeah, because I have knight c5 here. This actually might be okay. Maybe more than okay, actually, but... But yeah, if this straight up loses for black, it will surprise me not at all.
Maybe have to be more cunning here.
Yeah, queen
d3, bishop a6 is not helping. Yeah?
Queen d3, maybe I can even castle. Oh no, then knight d6 is very painful, yeah.
d2, very deep.
Well, then I'm definitely castling, because f5 is not hanging anymore.
Oh, knight d6 does nothing.
Knight d6 attacks the bishop, but we can just play bishop c6. Queen d3, bishop a... No, hang on, queen d3. Maybe we can play queen d3 castles, knight d6, knight c5. Knight f5, queen e6 appears to work, because I've taken away all the checks.
Ah, yeah, that would help.
That would, yeah, I mean, if we can include knight c5, we're instantly fine here with black. No, I think it has to be rook d1, and, yeah, and then we get that position, bishop a6. I assume knight d6 check, because otherwise we can... I mean, queen d3 is a move here.
Queen f3.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
This is the way.
Ooh. Yeah, this is very painful. Yeah, I missed that altogether, of course, and yeah, not liking it anymore. Not liking it anymore. No, but then Prague is just in dire straits. Yeah, you can even throw in knight d6 check. I thought was maybe slightly more precise. You probably get the same position with the bishop on a6. Ah, you have bishop d3. Well, no, you don't. And just queen takes f5. I'm arguing the bishop is more useful on c4. It's the same position, right? Just with the bishop on a6. So queen g6 check now wins. Yeah, queen g6 check wins now.
Okay, then he's in trouble now. He has to go for this f4 business.
Yeah, and that looks horrible, to be honest.
Very scary.
Yeah. Maybe you can somehow survive with very precise play, but it looks... I don't know, maybe you play b5 here and try to get rid of the pawn on g6 exists.
Don't care.
Yeah, g6. I just realized g6 exists. Oh dear. I guess I go bc4, rook f7, bishop d5.
Are you happy?
Well, we've established I just am not. But no, this loses probably rook f1 or lost. Yeah. This must lose. Yeah, these pawns will be queens. There's just too many of them and no counterplay. Yeah. No, Prague is... I don't know what he should have done, but this appears to be not it.
So h5 was a bit overzealous, you're saying?
Yeah, maybe start with knight f6. Yeah, have some backup.
Like castle?
Oh, castles. Yeah. Castles f3, I guess. Yeah. And you kind of give up on the dream of playing h5, h4, h3 with a rook on h8, and it's a beautiful dream. We understand that dream, but if it doesn't work move by move.
Praggnanandhaa in trouble, not his tournament.
No, it is not.
Let us move to the women's section. How are our co-leaders, Jiner and Vaishali?
This seems to be still kind of finely balanced. Jiner, unsurprisingly, thought for quite a long time and decided, no, I do not want a repetition.
No move repetition.
Yeah, but the position appears to still be fine. d3 is now hanging. Also, f5, f4 is going to be quite annoying in a lot of positions.
Okay, let's go somewhere. Don't know. Here.
Yeah. We have knight e7 check, which at least takes the potentially dangerous bishop off the board.
I still kind of like White's position. Eye test-wise.
Yeah.
I don't know if you have time for rook e8.
You might have to. I really don't like giving up that bishop. And then we do absolutely want to play f4, bishop h3. And we claim that we don't care how many pawns we lose on the other side of the board if that happens.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay, but yeah, very concrete. Vaishali is in desperate trouble, by the way.
She was getting outplayed here.
Yeah, this is not what we want.
Outside of the opening, bishop c7, knight g3. With knight on g3, d6. It's different.
Yeah.
Takes, takes. These bishops look pretty combined with the d6 pawn.
Yeah. Rook f8 was just way too slow.
Yep. What was she supposed to do?
Actually, the thing I suggested, knight c4, bc4, bishop d7 is playable. Also, apparently, bishop f5, e4 straight away without the take on c4. Previous move. This is a difficult one because you kind of wanted blockading the d-pawn, and now we're really inviting d6, d7 stuff, but somehow this, maybe knight d5 is the idea. Maybe this is the point. Trying to support. Although, I mean, why are we not losing after knight g3 here? It feels like everything will collapse in a moment. Yeah. I don't know. Bishop b4 is difficult, but taking on c4, parking it on d7 in advance, well in advance of any trouble that might come. Give yourself a 5 square for the knight. Prepare to play b7, b5.
Yeah.
This was still playable.
Big white, but yeah, this looks more resilient.
Yeah, rook e8, knight g3 already big trouble. Yeah, and this is, although normally in my games the bishop would be on e7, but I obviously lost a bunch of these in my life in the Grunfelds, most of them to Kramnik. Yeah, these are not enjoyable. If you haven't dealt with the d-pawn and you end up in these bishops versus knights positions, it's incredibly dangerous.
All right, let's check in with Anna Muzychuk trying to exchange rooks here. Is she forcing the rook off?
That is very strange.
Shouldn't white keep rooks? That's what I was...
Yeah, that is...
I was told.
That is very, very strange.
And Bibisara just allowed rook d5.
Yeah, rook c4, rook takes b5 even. We don't even have to give a check on d1. Yeah.
And rook c6.
Ah, rook c6. I guess you do
keep
this.
Chasing if we want to. Not sure if there's still chances here, but generally... Without rooks, these things should be drawn, no?
They normally are, yeah. I'm a bit surprised because I'm sure there must have been a way to not allow such a quick,
yeah, of course,
quick rook trade. Yeah. Yeah, but she just went like a 4b4, b5 without any real kind of...
No breaks. No. So you can do some boring stuff like
bishop b1, g3,
bring the bishop here, ask a question.
Yeah, give yourself the c3 square.
Rook here.
Yeah. I wouldn't even be playing before b5. I think I would start by playing b3 and keeping things. I guess it makes sense to try and advance and gain as much space as possible on the queen side. But yeah, like if the rooks come off, it might be entirely irrelevant. Yeah, she goes rook c6.
Wait.
Yeah. And I think we take it, because if we allow bishop a5 and we have to park it on g7 and play passively, I'm much more in favor of just trusting in...
Here it also escapes.
Yeah,
don't want that.
Yeah, we don't want it on e7. That much we certainly do not want.
So yeah, the question then is, if this is anything for white, but frankly it feels drawn.
Yeah.
Bishop here, and then we chase all these pawns to dark squares where we can block them even if we were to lose another one somehow. I think it's a draw.
Yeah, let's say king d2, we take, we play bishop c4, b6, bishop f1, g3, bishop g...
we chill.
Yeah, how chill are we? King c6, g4.
Okay, maybe I should stop g4.
It's not that easy. Yeah, I guess the way to stop g4 is, I mean, not stop, but we can maybe meet g4 with g6 in some positions because b6 is hanging. But yeah, because this scares me a little bit, honestly. Bishop f6, king g5. We might lose this.
This is not going well.
Yeah, we might lose this. No, because we are forced to take c takes d6, this is not as...
Let me try to...
autopilot-y as...
Finesse? Oh, no, it's not really a finesse. Still the same. Okay. Maybe we overreacted. still feels drawish.
Yeah.
Okay, let me go a6. a6.
b6, maybe a5. And actually try to connect you to the pawn on a4. Those ones I didn't like for white. I think we actually have to go ba.
Okay. Whatever, king takes.
Yeah, bishop c3. Because we don't want to give up our one extra pawn. Yeah, now bishop h3, bishop f5, and start. Yeah, I mean it has to be a draw if you play somewhat precisely. Bishop f5, c3. But still, yeah, with the king on h6, you're never completely safe.
No.
King f4, or even the g4 immediately. Yeah, I don't know why I insisted on king f4.
It's all right. Yeah, hard to keep all this stuff together. No, maybe it's not easier. She goes rook d6.
Yeah, well,
she has to.
She has to. Yeah, she has to. It's not like she can avoid this endgame forever.
Fyodor, unsurprisingly, says this is a draw, but as we've just shown, easy not to draw.
It's losable, yeah. And we've had developments in the open section, so let's show some positions. Yeah, this one went the way we were kind of half expecting.
We've been here.
Yeah, we've absolutely been here, and
yeah, bring the king, go a5.
Yeah, and you can absolutely go king f7. It you know,
can have all the
quote unquote blunders the pawn, but we don't care at all. Yeah, these ones are trivially drawn.
The king here,
f7 or f5, really.
Yeah, okay, king
going
f5
active
looks more normal. Yeah.
Also not a mistake. Also, Prague went for that line, and the evaluation kind of decreased even further. And I decided to check where we were lying. We weren't lying exactly, but we did miss an important resource. He should have gone e5. He's already in trouble, but he should have gone e5
after knight c4.
Yeah. But after takes rook f1, which is best play, there is rook h6, which I completely missed. And he is still in trouble. Unsurprisingly, this is not great, but you're alive. Or at least more alive than he is currently, because this is just bad.
Now he's just getting crushed by...
This is just bad.
All these fatty pieces.
That will be his third straight loss with the black pieces if he loses.
Yeah, it hasn't been going great.
No, it really hasn't.
He hasn't switched, which is also admirable, but into quote-unquote more solid gear. He keeps asking for complicated positions.
He's not trying to contain it, he's trying to kind of post through it, but posting through it appears not to be working.
Is that reference to your Blue Sky account?
No, that existed long before Blue Sky was a twinkle in Jack Dorsey's eye.
Right. Any developments here? No, it went the way we expected, more or less. These rooks will come here, hint at g4.
Yeah, black can now, if you want, you can absolutely play bishop d8, c7. No, that allows knight h4. It has to watch up over the h4 square. But maybe you put it on d8
hanging
to have a 5.
6.
Yeah.
Yeah, we see Hikaru's, Nakamura's past candidates' appearances. Didn't start well in Moscow, even though he finished respectably. Madrid came down to the last game, actually, if he would get a World Championship match, but he did not manage to win his game against Ding. In Toronto, he also scored +3, but Gukesh scored +4.
Yeah, needed to beat Gukesh in the last round, right? I think he was playing Gukesh, but Gukesh held quite comfortably in that game. There were two massive games in the last round of Toronto, right? Jan was playing Fabi and Gukesh was playing Hikaru.
Hikaru looking for a plan here. Doesn't look like he's ready to go home, at least. He wants to do something.
Black definitely does not have a plan, so he can continue searching for as long as he likes, but g4 is the only pawn break available to him, and it just doesn't seem like it does, frankly, anything. We just take everything off, and I guess we just don't even take the rooks off. We play king f8 and maybe dream of one day activating our own rook.
That is a beautiful dream. Anish Giri and his dream of becoming Gukesh's challenger looks like they are most likely vanishing today.
Yeah.
Even though it has to be said, and I think Anish, of course, also understood that clearly, that even if he wins this game with Sindarov being white against Wei Yi in the last round, his chances were incredibly slim.
Yeah, but he did come with a concept
He
and
played, what can you do?
got a position which we thought at first might be quite promising. But I think this Queen B6 A6 idea was a very good recognition by Sindarov that you have to be fast, and you getting the queens off the board is worth even spoiling your structure quite.
Yeah, very likely he knew. Yeah, he spent 20 minutes there.
It's very possible he knew. Yep. Yeah, Anish doing exactly the things that we kind of expected to have to do eventually. But yeah, the problem is every single 3 against 2 will be drawn for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, rook goes somewhere, don't take as much, let's say here.
I guess you go king e3, king d4, and but yeah, you have...
Maybe I should put my rook on b4 just to be annoying. No.
The pretense is not very convincing. Yeah. King g2,
whatever, a5,
king c2, and then rook f4, and start asking.
Yeah, or push one of these pawns.
Yeah, or start gaining space on the king side as well. So very much prescribed in these types of positions. Yeah, here Black needs to start making bad mistakes in games like this to lose.
Not very likely from what we've seen from Sindarov so far. It's also already moved 34. He has an hour on the clock, so not exactly in time trouble. Also goes to show the value of confidence playing quickly is still very much alive.
Oh yeah. This is not nothing. Yeah, Anish is... I mean, he's going to continue trying to find something, but yeah, margins are non-existent, I would say. Yeah, rook b7 chosen by Sindarov, but yeah, I don't...
difference.
Yeah, exactly. I don't think there are wrong answers here.
Yeah.
Even the pawn ending might actually, honestly, in this position, maybe I go rook d7, takes d3, king d5.
Ah, if we go to d5.
Yeah, like if we get to d5, I think we're never losing, yeah, so...
Good point.
Yeah. So Fabi is much better, and the Wei Yi maybe is now doing well.
Yeah, I did like the trend for Esipenko in that one.
Yeah. Andrey kind of burning time, and also, I think, going in kind of slightly weird directions.
And b6 combined with f5?
Yeah, I mean, he wants bishop a6, and he clearly wants to keep the knight on e4 if white goes f3, because you can't really... I mean, you can take it, but opening the f-file probably will win the piece back immediately. Well, here certainly, but maybe in some other positions as well. So there is a concept behind what he's doing, but I don't know.
So how to punish concept? Knight b3 is a move. C takes d.
Yeah, cd5 I'm pretty sure it's bishop a6. Knight b3 I have really only one square. So we go to a4. And it seems to be quite comfortable on a4. I don't know if we should be driving it to a decent square.
Probably helps black.
So yeah, what is wrong with this then? F5 played already.
Ah, yeah, that is important.
Yeah.
Takes
bishop a6
here,
and knight c4, queen d5 I am unconvinced by. Honestly, if there's nothing immediate, opening up the c-file and the diagonal for the bishop, like rook c8 lands next move, we probably don't want this.
Yeah.
Is it maybe f3, bishop a6, and maybe king g1? The thing is, I'm still not threatening to take on e4 as far as I can tell, so black can very much continue increasing the pressure along the c-file. Honestly, I wonder if we couldn't see the bar on the live board, if we didn't, if you could make an argument that what Andrey is doing is sort of ambitious and interesting.
Wei Yi can't see the bar either.
That is, yeah. Well, you can see the clock though, and Andrey, after playing fast for a bit, is now a full half an hour below on the clock, and This is 37 minutes for 24 moves currently.
Still looking for a move.
Yeah. He began thinking on move 12, more or less. Until then, he was playing very quickly. And from move 12 to move 16, he spent 50 minutes. Not ideal. But that's been his tournament to a large degree.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay. Let's have Wei Yi figured out. Zhou against Goryachkina.
Yeah, the line we expected appeared on the board. Rook e8. We expect was quite
annoying
important.
counterplay.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a bit worried here. Like, if I'm white here, I feel like I have one move to do something about f5, f4.
Stop f5, f4.
It did very much stop f5, f4, yeah. But honestly, I don't even see a refutation. Maybe it's kind of half playable. I mean, queen takes d3, and then knight e5.
Ready to bail out.
Yeah, that is. That maybe is not even a bailout.
No,
maybe maybe you're still pushing.
We'll start pushing again.
Okay, well, give me my move back. I made a boo-boo. I do not want to make a boo-boo here. Bishop b7.
Give me.
Yeah, take on f1 c6. Play queen b2. Plonk the rook on e2. Claim I am not worse.
But aren't you?
I mean, I'm making a claim, but I have a feeling I will not lose this with black. King anywhere. I also have the a pawn to kind of additionally bother you a little bit, unless I'm getting mated. Yeah, I mean, if I'm getting mated, my assessment will get revised pretty sharpish. Yeah, that is a good point, well made there.
Oh no, maybe I'm not threatening anything. But
f6, just g takes f6. I mean, you can take the pawn on c7 with checks, but then maybe you get mated.
Oh, but then my queen gets sidetracked a bit.
Yeah, but then maybe you actually get mated.
Didn't like.
Very funky position.
Yeah,
also, bishop b7.
happening.
Not in love with bishop b7, frankly, but I was struggling to.
Also, I'm not sure how serious I am about f4, but f4 does annoy me.
Yeah, I mean, it does a little bit. Yeah, it does.
After bishop b7, don't I have... Oh, sorry. I don't have any...
You have very many
way
useful
to do
moves.
this.
You can throw in the check, but I don't know what it does. Yeah,
sure.
I think I'm pretty okay with allowing that check.
Yeah. Weird stuff.
Might be relevant. I don't know. Because you play f4, you're not threatening knight e5 yet, but maybe eventually you will start threatening knight e5, and I want to kind of preempt that. Because currently, maybe you are actually. Bishop b7, queen f2, yeah?
If I get both of those,
yeah.
I'm happier.
Happier.
All right, very complicated position. Very crucial moments for Zhou Jine's tournament. Vaishali is, I'm assuming, still in trouble.
Still worse, although maybe you feel a bit more content now that one of the bishop pair has disappeared.
Did we have to cash in on these bishops? They look so nice. Rook e5, yeah, she fought against it. h5. What's going on here? Rook e1. Okay, takes. Now she decided to take. Which I guess, yeah. It's legit, I'm not sure. Can I start with queen f1 or knight d4 worried here, or what's going on?
I guess she was worried about some jumps, yeah. But the whole idea of taking a6 and queen f1 appears to be maybe sort of the most critical thing white has. Because my first reaction when I saw it was like, we've given up the better of the two bishops I do not like. But if you just pick up the a-pawn and continue from there, and black is still too slow really to create any kind of counterplay on the king side. Like I thought, okay, I'll play h4 here, but white will very happily play h3 in response, right? You're never allowing h3. And the knight on d7 is not going to get included in the game anytime soon. I mean, I can play something like rook d5, queen a6, knight e5. But the thing is...
What you want?
Yeah, after queen e2, I want pretty much nothing, and the a pawn will be on a7 in 4 moves.
It's a pretty fast pawn.
Or on a8 in 5, yeah. Like I'm...
I even have rook d1 if there's ever any threats, but... No, this looks winning.
This looks horrible, yeah. You need to finesse it somehow, but I'm not entirely sure how. Yeah, so...
Also, as usual, Vaishali, generous with her time, down to 16 minutes. I mean, it's not the end of the world. It's move 25, and they do get the 30 seconds, but
yeah, I think
pleasant.
The position being what it is a bigger problem currently, regrettably, for Vaishali.
Yep. Just saying, the clock doesn't help if she keeps staring at this unpleasant position.
Yeah, keep on trying to... Yeah, okay, let's talk about the... Do we have new things to say, though?
Nah, this is still the same. Should be a draw with good play. In my hands, very possible to lose this.
Yeah, and I have already resigned, if this is my game. As is well known.
Divya, Lagno, slightly less relevant for the tournament outcome, because they're both most likely out of contention. I didn't understand a few things earlier on, but Queen c8 looked very subtle.
Yeah.
c4, knight c7, d5 very direct.
Yeah, it is very direct and actually not bad at all. But then that last move that Kateryna made, her sort of self-pinning on the g4, d1 diagonal seems a bit...
need this?
Because what we're dreaming of course, is the knight on c6, right? And she can actually start immediately, like you...
Go.
Yeah. I mean, this maybe we can... Black maybe can attack the pawn on d5. But I think there's an argument to be made for f4, bishop d6, knight d4. Yeah, like something like this if we... Once again, we don't have the d1 square, which is hampering us a great deal. But yeah, instead of all of that, you could absolutely consider f4, bishop d6, knight d4, just get it over to c6. I understand nobody really likes playing f4 in these structures, but the knight on c6 I think might be a more relevant factor. And for black, yeah, black also played a little bit, I think, vaguely between moves, I don't know.
Yeah, queen c8, not sure.
Yeah, I would have played h4 by this point. Like, I don't understand how she restrained herself from playing h5, h4 stuff.
Or rook e8.
Or rook e8, yeah. And now she's given another chance. I think we, with the rook on d1, we are playing h5, h4 here. We're introducing at least some measure of chaos into the position. Yeah.
Yep.
Still very much ongoing, and this is this variation in a nutshell. You begin by thinking it's completely unsound, but it's always alive and kicking somehow.
Yeah, the thing is, White gets this passer or this majority, but the black king is so well protected with all these pawns. And as computers have told us, that seems to be worth giving White a potential pass pawn.
Yep. Jiner finally did settle on something.
What'd she do?
She played d4, f4, knight e5. The desire to have the knight on e5 is very understandable, but black finally gets, you know, parts of her general idea of where the counterplay will be. You can play bishop h3 here. And we're not threatening anything yet, but once we've sidestepped the check...
Blundering rook takes e5?
Yeah.
Would not help.
Yeah.
Wanted this, but takes.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought king h7 because probably knight...
Yeah, maybe h7.
Yeah, although, yeah, just h7 on general grounds, even though I don't know what the difference is. And I thought maybe queen f7 here, but we lose to a bunch of things immediately. Queen e4 is probably winning. Rook e5, queen f3 is probably mate. So you can't depart from the long diagonal. Maybe g takes f4 is the plan? I very much understand that intake of breath, but I mean, something has to be the plan here. Yeah?
Nothing yet?
Well, I don't see it, but maybe you'll find something.
No.
And if you play rook f8, this gives me a window to play queen f3, even though I suspect I'm not winning that endgame either after just takes and rook takes f4. I think black is probably active enough to hold, honestly. So maybe it is just rook f8.
Bishop f5.
Or bishop f5, yeah. Trying to get it over to e4. Queen f7, rook takes e5 probably will work now.
So
yeah, works very confidently. Bishop d3, queen e2 mate, yeah. Yep, very strong. Very strong. Bishop h3 also is such a kind of a natural, logical move. We don't care about the f7 pawn, I don't think.
I was wondering if this makes any sense. Not disagreeing with bishop h3.
Queen takes c7.
Queen 4.
g5. Queen takes c5 loses. Yeah. Queen e5.
I'm not sure who's winning this.
Yeah, and then we trade queens and go rook takes a5, and we get. Oh, g takes g4, rook e4. We take on a5 first. Yeah. Regrettably allows f3. So I assume black is not running too many risks. If we could not have a very, very poor king here, maybe we would be playing for a win, yeah. Yeah, even this, like, I guess you play. No, this has to be enough counterplay for black.
Yeah.
Fun position, but looks like...
Hard to play for white now. You don't have safety, it's unpleasant.
Yeah.
Did she play a move? No, Goryachkina is still thinking.
Still thinking, yeah, because she does have options. She does have options.
Okay, this endgame is still this endgame. Should be a draw, but...
Which move is this?
Fun, it is not. Move 28.
Okay, because she's on 9 minutes, and if we assume some decisions are coming, and they might be coming quite quickly, like once the king gets to f4, you will need a reaction to g2, g4. So she might need to decide on whether to play a6, how to keep her king side. And she's down to 9 for 12. With the increment, but still, yeah. g4 here, even maybe.
Yeah, okay. This makes no sense anyway.
Yeah. No, the problem for black here is that, like, the same position with the pawns on f7 and g6 is probably very, very easily holdable.
That's why you want them. As a defender, often you don't want them on these squares. Which is a bit surprising, but so much easier to defend all your stuff with the bishop and just sit.
Yeah.
No, this could very easily be lost, I think.
In practice, yeah. We're certain the machine defends it, but we're also certain you absolutely lose some of them as a human being. Yeah, I think that covers the women's section. Prague is now supposedly completely lost. Yeah, things completely.
How you could just go
G6? Just G6, bishop A6,
like
rook F7. Yeah, like we were doing in the other line as well. Yeah. And black has nothing better than bishop a6 anyway, and these positions are bad. Is the long and short of it. Queen, I don't know, e3 seems very logical. Yeah, just get it to g5.
G5 direction, yeah.
Yeah, it's just... Eventually there will be too many of them. The little ANSYs running towards the...
Oh no, I like queen e3 better actually.
Yeah, let's not...
Unnecessarily.
Yeah, let's not give that tempo. The one good thing black has going for them is that f1 is currently unavailable. If white could play rook a1, f2, you could resign here. It'll take a while, but it probably gets there anyway.
No, so white is in zero hurry, eh?
Yeah.
Three or
I mean, like, losing the g6 pawn probably is unnecessary, so you probably have to be a little bit precise. Regrettably.
Try.
Regrettably.
Okay, I have to take.
Yeah, I was also asking myself, can we postpone the capture for a move, but I don't think we can. Yeah.
Queen e3 looks logical enough.
Can't be a mistake, yeah. Knight f6.
Queen g5, rook h5 doesn't do much.
No.
So how do we break through? g4 you can take.
Yeah, g4 I think I can take. Also, maybe I can go rook g8, g5, knight g5 or something, and also try to get some of them off the board. Rook takes h2 might be being threatened, yeah?
Yeah. I didn't want any part of it, but here...
Yeah. This looks less lost.
Might still be good, but
yeah, I'm still picking white, but it looks less lost.
Yeah. No, this is still a fight.
Yep.
So maybe Fabi's even looking for something better, but
I don't think something better exists here. Yeah.
What is this, by the way?
I guess takes and rook takes c3, maybe even try to go for some kind of counterplay in inverted commas.
Yeah.
Still some game going on, yeah. Rook g8.
No, big mess. Maybe white is still better, but g6 and rook f7 looks tempting.
Yeah, there has to be some way to be precise here. Queen of
Keep
3
that
maybe.
pawn with some dumb move. Queen f3, queen b7. Or what?
Yeah, I can introduce that idea as well. Rook cf8 you can't play because of g7 also importantly, which I like. And then we make a new one.
Good transaction for white.
Yeah, that's pretty... Yeah, I think queen f3 probably is the problem. And now we can play
the
queen g4. Because there's no rook h5 anymore. That seems sensible. And maybe we get the... Yeah, if we get the pawn to h5, the game ends, right? It's...
Yeah, no, this is the way. Good spot.
Yeah.
Anish, not much to talk about.
No.
Are they filling out score sheets? No, he'll keep.
Well, he played h3, h4, but yeah, I mean, he's very much within his rights to try, but yeah,
of course,
just. Yeah. Also, by this point, really, like any rook check, you absolutely can interpose along the fifth. Just rook f5 here, start creating direct counterplay.
Okay, it's a fairly dead draw at this point.
Yeah, it's just nothing.
What to do? Kid is too good.
Kid is very good, yeah, and has been spectacularly good in this tournament and for the last half a year, I guess.
I mean, I think, yeah, people knew what a great natural talent he was, but also he's added the quote-unquote boring stuff, no? Like the solid or more solid repertoire, being flexible in the opening, start playing 1d4. And here, even the Anish Giri, who's a very serious theoretician, test he weathered fairly quickly. I mean,
yeah. Might actually have known all of this. Yeah, we can't completely rule out the possibility that he just remembered.
Chess is dead. Everybody just memorizing lines and then scoring +6 in candidates.
Yeah. The first part a lot of people are doing. The second part seems to be much harder to organize somehow. Haven't been very many of those.
Okay, but yeah, we're very, very close to it being official. Sindarov will not lose this, and with a draw, he will become the challenger to world champion Gukesh. And many people are saying the favorite to win the world championship match. But we'll cross that bridge and that debate when he gets there.
Absolutely. That, I think, covers, Hikaru played 95, and Bluebaum is now...
kind of ready to take.
Weathering. But yeah, in some positions I noticed that the engine was just taking on e5, fe5, f6 and saying, yes, it will cost me a pawn, but with the protected passer on before, many of the rook endings which you otherwise would be...
Hikaru goes back, he was just checking.
I think maybe the game is almost there.
If
he goes knight f3 here. Yeah, if he goes knight f3 here, Bluebaum goes bishop d8, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, we might have our organic,
exciting stuff.
Organic threefold. Very organic.
Bluebaum is banking all his eggs in the Anish will go crazy against me last round and I will crush him to get back to 50%. But if Anish draws, he doesn't have a particular incentive to go crazy.
Yeah. But then again...
He might actually have an incentive to be solid and lock up second, no?
Fabi might go to +1 today.
Might go
does look like Fabi is very likely to go to +1, and then Anish does not want to lose in the last round particularly. Who is Fabi playing in the last round?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows. Fabi is black against Esipenko. Also not a game. Although Esipenko did lose a couple of games with white by being ambitious.
Being very ambitious, I'm not sure.
Yeah, tomorrow maybe not the day for
ambition
it.
will be there.
Maybe not the day for it.
How do you feel about it in general? You famously beat, was it Magnus Carlsen in the last round of a candidates tournament? If you are no longer competing for first, are people motivated?
Well, that was a very unique situation. Obviously, I was playing I ended up tying for third, fourth with Levon, half a point behind Vladi and Magnus because they both lost. Obviously, we were out of contention really for first with Levon for much of the second half. And I mean, a game against Magnus is just very exciting. But I didn't come to the board specifically looking for a fight. I played my repertoire, quiet Spanish. I was fine with whatever happens. But I also
Magnus was looking for a fight potentially.
Yeah, but for Magnus, it was a very strange situation because Kramnik was playing. I think tiebreak was obviously okay for him because they did end up tying, but Kramnik was playing against Ivanchuk with black,
who had lost 5 games on time so far.
And Ivanchuk was, I think, on 6 losses, five of them on time. And you never know, obviously, on the day which Vasil will show up.
And if the one that loses on time showed up 5 times, you can't rule out that he makes another appearance.
Yeah, and this is why I think Magnus played quite sharply for a win. And I think you could make an argument that maybe somewhere around move 30, where it became somewhat clear that Vasil is playing a very solid, good game of chess, that maybe you adjust and you think to yourself, if I don't lose here, I'm fine. But we also had a very sharp position on the board by then. And we were nearing, I think we were both in quite significant time trouble by the end of the first time control. So how confident are you of even being able to steer it to any kind of safe waters when it's a mess on the board and you have like 15 minutes for, I don't know, 15 moves or whatever it was. I don't really remember the timings that clearly. But it was obviously, for me, it was much easier. I was just playing a game of chess. I genuinely enjoy playing against strong opposition. Mm-hmm. There was some, pride and money at stake because I was in the upper half of the tournament. But for both him and Kramnik, that must have messed with their heads so much, needing to also constantly, not just watch with half an eye, but assess positions in other people's boards, on other people's boards. That's not fun, I don't think.
Well, that's what I'm a bit surprised of here. And of course, I understand people are disappointed when they're out of contention, but you're at your, whatever, quote-unquote, normal super tournament. I don't know which one to name, the Stinkerfield Cup. Mm-hmm. Someone has 3.5 out of 7. They don't stop preparing for games, no?
Well, yeah, but this is sort of very specifically, this has been said by Fabi. And the thing about Fabi is if he stops preparing for games midway through this tournament, he is still going to be one of the 3 best prepared players in the...
No one doubts that, but I'm saying the approach, if it's another super tournament, is the disappointment so much stronger here, or people really feel it's only about first?
I think
prize
it probably
money
is
similar, and they have points and so on.
But yeah, I think for somebody like Fabi, who has been in the hunt in pretty much every single candidate, at least at some point in every single candidate over the last however many, he obviously won one, but even in the ones he didn't win. Yeah, the moment that dream disappears, I think it deflates you to such a degree.
So maybe he's been doing better since he started doing the other thing. But yeah, it's just a strange tournament. How did it feel for you guys in, when was it, 2005, when Topalov was running away with it? Did you prepare for the games? Or? You're a bad person, Charles.
Yeah, I prepared a bit. I'm never one to, overcook it. I don't, you know me, I don't overwork if I can help it. But we were still absolutely looking for ideas and, trying to finish higher up the standings and, I don't know. Maybe for Fabi specifically, it's just such a crushing disappointment because he feels, not without reason, that he should be doing well here, and maybe it was his tournament to finally get the match again.
Yeah, he also talked about what we've been mentioning on and off, that some things seem to have gone wrong with his preparation, even purely opening-wise. I'm not sure if approach-wise here and there, I don't know enough, but this game against Sindarov,
that was
where
odd.
you choose the Queen's Gambit accepted. I mean, I'm obviously nitpicking and very easy to criticize, but just to make the point, like, he chooses this line, which is a side line. A6 is the main move. Sindarov does one of the 2-3 main things White can do here. And Fabi didn't really seem to know what was going on, which is so out of character for Fabi.
And also arguably picked the most fighting option. Like even here, I checked because I had the feeling I saw this before. A4 b takes a4 is a lot safer. Actually makes the game a lot safer.
C takes d4 is also
that's what Vishy and you were saying, CD4, e4, 9 before is playable. This one I didn't know. But in this position, if you don't have a clear idea of what you're doing, just take on a4.
Yeah,
that was a strange game.
No, I'm just saying it's unlike him not to be ready in this stuff, because it wasn't like he got hit with some sideline. He chose this, and Sindarov played. I mean, you never know what happened exactly, and I've seen a lot of things, but it didn't feel like the Fabi we were used to, which showed up every now and then. This stuff against Prague, this very random Slav line, and against Bluebaum. But it's, I guess it also got harder because machines got so much better, so that edge that the big specialist had in the opening is disappearing a bit if everybody can click their way to Petrov repertoire in a week. But it's a pity, especially with Black. I was surprised that he would run into some trouble there.
Yep, I agree. Wholeheartedly strange tournament by Fabi, because he began by like
2.5 out of 3.
2.5 out of 3, and it felt like things were working properly and going very much in the right direction, and then nothing, like it just stopped working altogether. Somewhat breaking news, and once again I don't really base it on anything apart from my screen telling me things in graphic fashion, but maybe the opposite color bishop ending is now no longer drawn.
That it's not even surprising.
No, but
looked like he loses.
The bar is very alarmingly high for White now. I guess King f4, g4, and we just fall apart because we don't have a good way of dealing with it.
I still don't know how to draw this, frankly.
Yeah, we would need to actually hunker down and figure out the correct setup. Not happening.
King c7 was already losing. Well, it's just interpreting whatever the enemy says.
Okay, I mean, if King c7 is a mistake in this position, you are in trouble. Like, maybe you play a6. Like, what's the best move then if King c7 is wrong?
Actually, they play Bishop e6, which is a little
that's a bit
non-specific.
Yeah, neither here nor there really.
Yeah, that was the source of troubles. Let's make some random move. No. Our favorite. Let's enter random moves and see what the engine bar said. A6 was drawing.
Yeah, I think eventually you have to play.
Which is logical enough.
But it's interesting that
here you have to play A6.
Bishop c4 is already apparently either losing or very close to losing. No, this is just an intricate endgame. Maybe we were just wrong criticizing Bibisara's approach, and she understood that this is a legitimate winning chance, and let her opponent try and figure it out. And so far, it doesn't seem like she is figuring it out.
No. If Bibisara wins this, puts her on +2, very much up there in contention.
Absolutely.
Maybe both Bibisara and Sindarov are winning these events.
Yeah,
we have Vaishali in trouble, and we have Zhuzhine not in trouble, maybe, but shaky position.
Yeah, it's a position you could absolutely miscalculate and maybe run into trouble, but...
see what she did. She's a good calculator.
Yeah. So, Black took and played Rook f8, which is also very understandable, opening up the f-file for the rook. And now I was trying to figure out if we can sacrifice a bishop somehow for the f2 pawn, but I can't make it work. Yeah, we take, and we play king h1, and we have rook e1 there in the end. Yeah, and I couldn't... Although queen c3... could this be playable? But rook e, like even now, yeah, rook e2, I don't see how we create any significant threats. And the a-pawn is not far enough progressed.
Okay, let's figure this out.
Yeah, I mean...
a bit much.
Yeah, I mean, I can imagine this not being horrible, but you don't go for it. Like, if your best move here is a5, a4, you don't go for this operation. She began with queen b2, which I didn't quite like because I don't like giving up the e4 square for the queen, but I guess we always have bishop f5. So what happens if we play a4 here? Maybe the idea is f4? But then queen c3. Feels like we got sidetracked a little bit though, no?
Oh, black, right?
Yeah, black, yeah.
Yeah.
We are getting the pawn to a3, but maybe it's not as clean as all that.
So I wasn't sure if maybe.
Yeah, maybe f3 is better. Yeah, I don't know why I played it.
Sure. I mean, it stops us from going queen e4. But,
where does the rook go? Does it go anywhere if we go back to e2? Maybe white go. Yeah. Why is queen e2 not a move here?
what we're talking about?
Instead of a4, yeah. Can we go back? Maybe rook d3. Oh no, yeah. Maybe rook d3.
Endgames you're fine with generally.
I wanted rook takes f2 here, and I was going to claim that if I win some material back, then I'm not that worried about endgames.
Let us examine your claim closely. Why don't you resign?
Rook e4 or bishop h3, but maybe I do resign. Rook a5, rook a7. Maybe I do resign. Yeah, can very easily imagine resigning here. I don't need
one of the famous Korchnoi stories, no? Like,
yeah.
Do you speak English? Yes. Then why don't you resign?
That is absolutely the quintessential Korchnoi story in his later years. Yeah, and she has played a4. She was never intending to play queen e2 clearly. So, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. You obviously want your passer down the board. Feels like f somewhere feels very logical because queen e4 check, bishop f5 doesn't seem to be doing anything. Queen c3 doesn't work. Queen b3 maybe?
Somewhere.
Maybe slightly stronger.
Chase.
Yeah, you can still continue chasing. Yeah, like queen b1 checking queen f1, or even king h2. Yeah. No, it feels like this isn't the clean draw you suspect was available somewhere, even though we don't know where.
Much happier with white. Might have been a good move, but after fg3, because I no longer have to worry about all these variables. And at least the moves are easy. Check. And don't hang rook. So, Zhuzhine still very much in it.
Yeah.
Vaishali, no one's making any moves. She played your maneuver, rook d5. But they're both burning a lot of time. Shall we burn some time by going on break?
Yeah, let's take a very quick break
with Anish.
Come back with the rest of the first time trouble, and yeah, please stay tuned. The decisive round in both tournaments.
I should mention that if you want to watch your favorite player and they're not on the show enough, you can find individual cameras for every board in the description below the broadcast. And for breaks, if you want to keep checking what Hikaru is doing, just find the stream to that game. You're not missing a second.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back to the FIDE candidates, round number 13 of 14, and we are about to see the crowning of the new challenger for the World Championship title, because Javokhir Sindarov has neutralized Anish Giri's pressure. There we see Matthias Bluebaum getting another draw, neutralizing another world-class player with the black pieces. He won't mind. But the story of today, of course, is the young man dressed in black. Peter, any chances here for Anish?
Really, not with the king on a3. Just go rook h2, g5, and I mean, really, most moves. Rook h3, rook h1, like, just keep it on the h file. How are we supposed to ever make any progress here with white? No. This is completely fine for white, yeah. Yeah. I guess we probably go in the other direction, like king c5 or
go this way.
Yeah. King c5, rook f7, rook h4, rook a7, king b6, and that does not appear to be a particularly threatening situation for black.
No.
No. There probably are other ways to do it as well, but yeah, I think this is the simplest.
Chill. Also not losing.
No
particular need.
Slight intrigue here was whether this will be the first game to finish, but no, Hikaru and Matthias did beat them to it. So yeah, the open section is. I mean, there are still some minor plot lines to resolve. Fabi is still thinking, but completely in control against Prague. Potentially, the Wei Yi Esipenko game could be quite interesting, but yeah, this one did end the way we're always expecting it to end.
Bluebaum found a good way to wait with the rook on the h file, making sure after g4 he has enough counterplay. Yeah, very solid job by him, winning some rating. He might be slightly disappointed he hasn't won a game yet, but to face all these top players and neutralizing one of them after another, it's not an easy feat either if you're new to this company.
Yep, absolutely.
Job by
So
Matthias Bluebaum.
Waiting for this to conclude, and we are hoping perhaps we can get Javokhir into the studio if and when he finishes today's game, to congratulate him in person and to talk to him about his approach to the tournament and all things that we want to ask him. But for now, the game is still ongoing. There are things happening in the women's tournament, though. Vaishali is sort of okay now, but we begin here, and I guess the last move is just a massive mistake, once again, judging simply by how unhappy the bar seems to be with the queen on b4. F3, you were absolutely correct. F3 is stronger than F4. Queen b3 is correct. Rook d3 is correct. Queen b1 check is correct. But I guess you pretty much always put it on b2. Why would you put it on b4?
Looks slightly more natural because this pawn gets a little more runway and the white queen has fewer options.
I don't see why it should be so dramatically different. Maybe it's just queen c1 or something. Yeah, queen c1, and then you establish a blockade.
So I want to go queen a3 maybe.
Oh, okay.
What did she do? g4.
g4. Very aggressive.
Stopping bishop f5.
Yeah, and by the way, now that we have a bit of a lull, we should probably show, because it's quite beautiful, how Alexandra could have equalized a bit earlier. So that line we were showing with bishop h3 after queen g2, it's kind of stunning, which is why I'm bringing us back to it, because it really is very unexpected. The whole line was correct in as much as
what were we doing? Queen takes d4,
Queen takes d4, rook e1, and we kind of gave up here. Machine goes important to include queen f2.
Okay.
To make sure that the rook goes away from the back rank, white has to go rook e4, I think, because otherwise double attacks are very annoying. You play rook e4, and now with the rook on e4, we just go a4, a3. Queen g2, a3, for instance. And this is just fine, turns out.
Why is this fine? A2 rook b2? What do you want?
A2 rook b2, and in this position, I don't know if a2 is good enough, but yeah, this probably is good enough, but a2, maybe knight d3 is a problem. And then knight b4, knight takes a2 and rook e7, yeah? But, and this is an additional twist.
More plot twists.
Machine goes rook d2 here.
Rook d2, stopping horsey.
Yeah, says horsey not welcome on d3. I am still threatening a2 rook b2. You're just not fast enough to stop me. It's absolutely ridiculous, the whole thing. But Yeah, apparently
Okay,
just...
that's hard to calculate
Yeah.
from 10 moves away.
Impossible to calculate and/or assess. So wasn't played. I just wanted to show you this position because I think it's quite striking. And G3, G4 appears to throw the game back into some sort of equilibrium. I guess she just wants to stop bishop f5. It's not that she wants to attack on the king side. She wants to deny squares to that bishop. Okay, first forced him.
Queen b2 is still correct, but a bit hard to do after queen b4.
Okay, I wanted to ask.
I don't know. This is it.
Is this? Can I? Is there any world in which I can play a3?
Let me try to take.
Queen a1, yeah. But maybe you're not threatening to take with the queen, because queen e1 check is probably going to be massively annoying, which means that I have a couple of moves to try and create something on the other side of the board. But I don't know what. Everything is well protected.
So I am willing to take with the rook.
Yeah, I'm well aware. But like bishop e6, d5 though, yeah. Everything is so well connected now for white. Everything is very much as it should be. Hang on, could I play a2 on the previous move? Oh no, then I don't have checks after queen takes a2, queen e1, king g2. From a2 it protects. From a2 it protects the second rank, yeah.
Sorry, here a2?
Yeah, I thought maybe a2, but you can just take. Queen e1 is just one check. And now that I don't have queen e2 check, I don't know what I've given up my most important passer for. Oh, I understand. Like g4 is a very good recognition of what we're trying to achieve here with white.
Let's go back. The square was nice, denying this.
Yeah.
I mean, it's unlikely to happen after you just play queen b4, but it looks logical.
Yeah. It does look logical, but yeah, this is well known to be maybe one of the, if not the hardest things you sometimes have to do in chess.
Forgot what he played last move?
Yeah, sort of admitting your mistake and doing the same thing again, a full tempo down. Yeah. People do struggle with it.
Understandably, Goryachkina taking her time. Is Vaishali still in trouble?
No, Vaishali is fine now.
Is doing stuff.
Yeah, Tan Zhongyi, somewhat surprisingly, and I understand sort of the reasoning, but...
Take the pawn.
Yeah, take the pawn. You have to play queen a6.
A big runner.
Yeah. Black does become quite active after rook d2. Rook d5 was a good choice by Vaishali, but now you probably just never get to win the a6 pawn. Like rook d2, queen f1, and you can start creating some threats maybe with...
What threats? I want this.
Yeah, knight e5 d3 maybe, or... Yeah, I mean, I have some activity here. I mean, Black is not entirely helpless. Like, if you allow knight e5, knight d3, why? I mean, who's playing for a win even? But...
Both.
Yeah, both. But queen e2, like, you get a similar position, but you also not a pawn up. And we are now entering, to some degree, the kind of a situation I was describing earlier, where the bishop on c7 looks very nice and is also not participating in the game at all, sort of, apart from protecting the pawn on d6.
She gave a check and rook f1.
Yeah. I am now very interested with black.
5 d7 is there.
Yeah, but knight f4 maybe also d7, yeah. And knight f4 I can play, because d7 queen... no, queen e4. Yeah, I can take with on d7 with the queen here. Because I have an intermediate check, yeah. Zwischen Schach. Zwischen Schach and black is maybe better, at least not worse. And I have created some annoying threats here.
Getting a little scared if not.
Yeah, no, this is now, I think, quite double-edged, honestly. We can see the engine still thinks it's equal, but it's a kind of an equal that I think both players can win.
Yeah, the trend is not in Tan's favor, who was much, much better a couple moves ago.
Yeah. And Anna Muzychuk is now apparently completely lost, because she also allowed the white passer to b6, which is obviously improving every single position we're discussing, or could be discussing.
Yeah, this doesn't help.
No.
Things.
No.
Yeah, this looks bad.
And somewhat surprisingly, because I really didn't think the margins were as big, She may have really made only one mistake, bishop e6, spending a full tempo on something that wasn't strictly speaking needed. And since then, it was already very difficult. But a6 was holding.
Yeah.
a6...
Even though whatever we were doing, it didn't seem overly straightforward even after that, but it's understandable. You had to do it.
Yeah, you need to reduce the number of pawns, you need to remove the weakness from a7, and also, I think the biggest reason for a6 is that, let's say we play ba6, king takes a6, and then the plan is to play bishop e8, let's say, you ba king a6, let's say bishop b4, and I think the engine was playing bishop e8, trying to provoke a5, and now that the bishop is tied down, we play g5 as early as possible. We need to remove...
I was wondering about this.
Yeah, we need to remove as much as possible from the king side before it gets to f4. Yeah, because I think once the king gets to f4, you are maybe in serious danger, because the structure is just difficult to support.
Meanwhile, while we're waiting for Sindarov to finish his game, I've been summoning the ever-useful ChatGPT to give me some questions, some info about him. So, first of all, he suggested as first question...
Do you call him he?
He, her, whatever you want. But the first question ChatGPT suggests to me is, Nordibek, congratulations, candidates winner. Has it sunk in yet? That feels like a mistake.
Yeah, that feels maybe like some adjustment is needed there. Calling him Nordibek might not endear us to him all that much.
Now we're in a debate. I'm saying, please check his biography first. He's saying, we need to correct that. The name Javokhir Sindarov doesn't match any known top player. The player you're referring to is almost certainly Nordibek Abdusattorov. Thank you, ChatGPT, for your great input.
Excellent. On the topic of Uzbek players and Uzbek chess in general, we do have a video sent to us from Uzbekistan, so let's take a look at that for a sec.
Hello Cyprus! Right now we are at Uzbekistan Chess Federation fan zone, and as you can see, hundreds of people are here supporting Javokhir Sindarov, and we are all rooting for him, and he's very close to become a world championship candidate.
That was a very valuable video for me, because it also kind of taught us how to pronounce his name.
How's his name yet? Javokhir.
Yeah, the sound at the end there was unlike any sound we made so far, and we probably won't be able to repeat it. So we apologize to Mr. Sindarov for making mistakes.
We should actually ask. It's time to learn.
I think maybe it is time
probably
to learn how to pronounce his name. But yeah, on a more serious note, he is really wrapping up things against Anish. The game is still ongoing, but there's not very much left. Kateryna Lagno is about to accept, I think, resignation in her game against Divya. Divya's tournament took a very, very sharp downturn somewhere around the second rest day. She was even briefly leading the tournament, but now I think she's going down to -3, I want to say, with this loss, which feels harsh, frankly.
Yeah.
Yeah, decent game played by Kateryna today once Black did not react properly to White's advances in the center, but a little bit too late, obviously. Yesterday's loss completely knocking her out of contention for the top places, and yeah, she'll be, I think, bitterly disappointed with this. She played a very fighting, very interesting tournament, but the end result, with this win, she goes back to 50%, and yeah, it feels like it should be more.
Yeah, it's been all over the place, but it certainly was very entertaining also. Fresh opening ideas and concepts. Just too many setbacks to fight for first. I will continue my debate in the meantime.
Okay.
Javokhir Sindarov, real name, but not yet at the elite tier, it says. Candidates winner scenario, almost certainly fictional, hypothetical, misremembered name. All right. We will trust AGI.
Yes. My question is this a freeware version of?
No, I'm paying for this. Priceless informations.
Yeah, because I have seen screenshots of it reacting like this to world events, but normally, yeah, that involved some other scenario.
What's happening in Caruana, Praggnanandhaa?
Well, White is now not only a queen up, but also some of White's pawns were traded for the knight. White is still obviously completely winning, but actually, like if you imagine the Black King already safely on c7.
So you didn't go rook f7, notably. Yeah?
No, g7 is also good, but kind of maybe second best. Yeah, queen h5. We get a version of the same position, but with the pawn on g7. And then, yeah, d4, d5 is, I guess Black wants knight e8. Why did we play d5? To stop knight e8, rook takes g7, I guess, yeah? Bishop d5, rook f1 is a good explanation.
That's the idea.
Yeah, and knight takes d5, we just get a tempo to play h4, h5. But Black, understandably, like if you let it reach h6, he resigns, so he immediately gives it up for the two passers. And yeah, I think if the king was safe, Black maybe wouldn't be even much worse. But you can't play king d7 yet because queen e5 wins on the spot. And yeah, Divya does resign, but yeah, very poor tournament for her and way too late for Kateryna. Had she won yesterday, this would have been hugely important for the whole tournament, but she did not win. So what do we do after rook d1? How do we try to stabilize? Can we go bishop d5? Have I blundered the rook? I don't think so.
I'm a bit tempted to take, but I'm not sure we have enough stuff left after that. Probably not.
I mean, if you don't actually win the rook with checks, I will very happily hold this endgame, I think. Yeah.
Okay, so how to create a threat? Rook e1, you go king d7.
Yeah, I'm trying to run. Yeah, I'm welcoming rook e1, king d7.
f1 maybe.
Is there a threat?
Not sure.
Can I take on c3?
I was hoping you would not dare, but I did.
Well,
I'm not sure there's any follow-up. No, probably not. Right?
Queen h4, a4. But then maybe I can even play king c7, bishop b7. Although that maybe, yeah, I don't know. It still looks very scary, but I'm sort of closer to positions where I believe I might hold rook c6. I understand it's ugly, but, you know, okay, rook g5, have we won with Black? No, rook
bailout, but I'm not sure I'm winning anymore.
Yeah, maybe don't do that. Yeah. No, this is. We can see the engine does suggest White is completely winning, but in practical terms, you can absolutely misplay this. You can absolutely imagine this becoming a tricky conversion. No, it's, yeah, king d7 is not great, but bishop d5 we can't refute, yeah? Not yet, anyway. So what else have you learned from your learned friend over there?
He's so agreeable. Bottom line, you were closer than me initially. It's not up to Satorov, it's Javokhir Sindarov. I'm not sure if we can agree to disagree in this case. I was right, you were not right.
Yeah, this is the kind of, even though I'm very much in favor of disagreeing agreeably,
yeah,
and the people who espouse this particular approach to things. Oh. Okay, yeah, let's show the game in Javokhir's game, actually, because he chose to make a draw in a very kind of a...
Nice, forcing the issue.
Yeah.
Did he? He didn't have to let it linger, but...
Yeah, he actually gave up the g-pawn, but...
It's rook f6 now.
Yeah. But now, with the king on a3, there's just no progress to be made. We're playing king a7, king b7 forever. The rook never leaves g2. And... yeah, you can get the g-pawn to
all this stuff.
Yeah, you can get the g-pawn to any square, but then yeah.
One thing you don't do here is go here, but this trick he will be familiar with.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
we just wait.
That's actually a very solid way to make a draw here, yeah.
Yeah, Anish will do those moves, but then you don't even have to play 2 against 1.
No, yeah,
it concerns you very much.
Yeah. Not even losing the a5 pawn, yeah. Well, this is actually a very, very clean way to make an immediate draw. And there we have it. Our contender for the 2026 World Championship match is Javokhir Sindarov.
Still playing, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Don't know. It's interesting that he goes king b6. I actually wouldn't mind king b8 there. I don't think it makes any difference, but yeah, why?
That bothers you about king b6?
I'm not sure. Because now after g6 we have
you
to...
king c6?
Yeah, rook a7, king b6.
b6?
Yeah, I know, but I didn't like having to calculate anything at all.
He will manage.
Yeah, well aware. Well aware.
Yeah, it is sinking in. This will be over. Within a couple minutes normally. It's not even. Single try to continue the game.
Yeah, there's
g6 played, king c6.
I think this is how it ends. Yeah, king 6, rook a7, king
b6.
King b6, and then he goes back to g7 and offers a draw.
Oh, king b6 played. Important. Rook goes back, king goes back.
Yeah. This is over, and in preparation for talking to the... a bunch of games are actually finishing in the women's tournament.
Come on, we're about to see the challenger for the World Championship match. Can we at least stick with it?
Absolutely. I apologize.
And draw agreed. It is official. Javokhir Sindarov wins the Candidates Tournament 2026 and will challenge Gukesh for the world champion title. Congratulations to him. What a performance it's been. Starting with 5.5 out of 6, leading pretty much the whole way. And no one really came close. Anish played a good tournament, but this is one of the most impressive, if not the most impressive candidates victory we've ever seen.
Yeah, I think it is, yeah. The only one comparable is the Topalov performance in St. Louis, but that wasn't the candidate, so...
Yep.
Yeah, congratulations to the young man. We are hoping to see him in the studio, where you will show off your impressive interviewing skills. That's the hope, at least. Yeah, we can't promise. He obviously will be swamped by requests for conversations the moment he leaves the playing area.
Whatever works for him, he's just crushed the candidates at age 20. We really can just express our admiration. What a run it's been for him as well, winning the World Cup, qualifying for this very event not that long ago, then doing incredibly well in Vaikanze, and now just dominating this event. It's just been incredibly impressive. Congratulations, Javokhir Sindarov, and we promise we'll work on getting that name better.
Yeah, Javokhir. Yeah, sounded like, but also the inflection was different. Yeah, but as I mentioned, a bunch of things happened in the women's. The game between Tan Zhongyi and Vaishali already ended in a draw. So Vaishali escapes from a position we assume was very, very dangerous. Good result for her because, she really, really did not want to lose today. Unfortunately for her, though, Jiner appears to be much, much better now.
And the queen did go to b2 after all.
Yeah, and the way to play, but like you don't, she had time, but you still don't do it. Instead of queen b2, which apparently now is a mistake, she should have done something quite stunning. If we go back a move, a3 was actually correct instead of queen b2.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, queen a1, and once again, show chess understanding, we have one important thing in this position, and as perhaps you can hear the applause in the press room as Javokhir enters it.
Very well deserved. I have no idea what you want from me. C5?
No. We have a passer. It's more important than anything.
Bishop takes G4?
Yes, followed by Rook A8.
Wow.
And yeah, you don't play that, I don't think. You just don't. And now after Queen B2, Queen D1, it appears as if Jiner is quite a bit better. We don't know exactly how much better, but we can see from the live evaluation that it absolutely is better.
Queen to B4.
Yeah, back to B4.
What do you do?
Well, I'm not entirely sure, but you do something. Queen C2, B2 maybe. And then try to play D4, D5. I don't know. But we probably should take a very, very small break and restructure the studio a little bit to accommodate the most important person of the moment.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Ruy Lopez, like Fabiano, Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now being joined by the candidates winner and next World Championship match contender, Javokhir Sindarov. Congratulations, what a run. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm very happy, finally. I mean, we're not finished, but I'm very happy to win this tournament before last round. I mean, if I lost today, it will be very hard day for me, but I played really very well game and good preparation and played, I mean, not easy, but close to easy draw.
No, what an amazing performance, is leading all the way, +6, I believe. Of course, there's one round to go, but yeah, no one's done that in candidates tournaments before. Before we get into your tournament, most important question, how do we pronounce your name correctly? Because we just saw fans in Uzbekistan, and we're saying it wrong, I have a feeling.
Like in Russian, everyone says Javokhir, but in general, in Uzbekistan, Javokhir. Javokhir is if, I mean, J is in English.
But here or here? Here or here?
Javokhir.
Here, yeah.
Here.
Oh, okay.
That sounded different on video, but...
Have you seen what's happening in Uzbekistan? I'm assuming you're not checking so much social media, but there's billboards everywhere, cars are driving and they're showing your game.
Yeah, actually I saw yesterday billboard in our family chat and I was shocked really. I mean, it was, I mean, everyone in Uzbekistan watching last rounds and I'm very happy. And hopefully our country was very happy, and thanks everyone who support me during this tournament. It's really important, and I feel really every round this support. And thanks for my sponsors, for everyone, of course, for our government.
No, what a performance. Can you tell us a bit about your team? You've been here with Madaminov, who's also been with you during the World Cup, and also Roman Vidonyak. What jobs do these guys have?
I have 3 seconds. Muhyiddin was here, and 2 of my seconds helping me. They're not here online. And Roman, my coach, with him we are working with skills and psychologically also he works with me, so he helps me really a lot. And yeah, I think I have a very good team, and they are very nice guys, and every day we play a lot of games together, and we spend time really very funny. Okay, I don't want to say my next 2 seconds.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
Not asking.
Because I will play a match.
Keep them for the match. Yeah.
So probably after the match I will open my next seconds. But thanks for all of them for during this tournament. They helped me really a lot. And yeah, so we need to. So next job we need to play very well in World Championship match.
Whenever I see you walking around, it seems like the mood is always light, like you're joking, enjoying. You didn't feel tension even leading this event? How do you do it?
In general, when I have always good positions, I'm walking around a lot. In every tournament. But if we see this game against Fabi, which is very hard, I think I spent a lot of time overboard. Probably, against Fabi and against Andrey, first game, it's one of the important games in this tournament. And I was lucky in the first round, and the tournament completely changed for me. And yeah, if you are not lucky, it's impossible to win this tournament. So yeah, nice tournament for me.
What's your favorite game of the ones you played in this one so far?
I like both games against Prague, and one of the, also very technical game against Fabi. Probably I will choose, if I have a choice, I will always choose technical game. And with Fabi, I really liked my game.
As for the game today, did you feel you were in any trouble, or you knew what was happening? What were the key moments against Fabi?
Actually, after he changed queens, at this moment, I think if you play queen f3, maybe he will do some small pressure. But probably computer don't like, because for computer easy to defend everything. But for human, knight e5, knight e4, and queen g4 comes, and it's not easy. So that's why I think if he play queen f3, probably he will have more chances. But after he take queen a6, I didn't have any pressure, because I think maximum position which he can get is after changes every pawns on d and f, this 4-4 with knight, and I think I will put bishop to c7, king e7, rook e6, and even if rooks change, I think black has 0 problems, and that's why. I feel very comfortable during the game.
You look so well prepared, and also you've added more stuff to your game. Surprising opponents. Has this been, because you've been a very strong player for a long time, has it changed something that you're doing more opening work, or is that just me guessing?
Yeah, probably before this tournament I worked a little bit more with openings, and I have a very nice team, and we really worked a lot, and yeah. So only in this tournament I really spent a lot of time for my openings, and also we work with skills with my coach Roman, which is also very important.
What's the plan for tonight? Partying, preparing for our next game?
Actually, I don't think I will prep a lot for next game, but of course I will prep. But first I want to call to my family and share this moment with my family also.
Has it sunk in already that you're playing a World Championship match in a couple of months? Have you thought about that?
If you ask this question, yeah, of course, a couple of months, I was thinking a lot about these candidates, but if you ask me this question a year ago, I will never believe this, but I don't know, I really, last year improved my chess, and I'm very happy with my chess skills. I don't know, I will try to play better and better. So let's see.
That sounds scary. Well, I won't keep you too long from calling your family. Congratulations. Yeah. What an amazing event.
Thank you.
All the best.
Fantastically well played, and congratulations from me as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Javokhir, Sindarov joining us in the studio, the next challenger. We'll be right back.
Oh my God, I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
The woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
What I like about chess, there is actually a lot of similarities with the football as well. You need to plan your moves a bit ahead. You need to stay sharp. You can't lose 1 second of focus. If you do, you might get punished. You have to sometimes surprise the opponent. Chess, I have a lot to learn. In life, I have a lot to learn. So everything in life, you can always get better and you can always improve. Total chess can turn chess into an even bigger sport for new audiences.
Welcome back, everybody. Sindarov won.
I want to talk for three. No, it's never 3 seconds, though. Who am I kidding? But there is a very nice segue from what we've just witnessed to what we're going to show you next, because I don't think I will be talking too much out of school if I tell our viewers that the first thing that Javokhir did once he got to our little enclave is to check out how Bibisara is doing. And she has won already, which makes the women's tournament potentially very, very exciting for the last round.
So that means Bibisara moves to +2?
+2, yeah.
Where Vaishali is also at, but if Jiner were to win her game, she would move to +3.
Yeah.
However, far from a given. They've made the time control. Move 42. Rook to D2, Queen to B4.
Mm-hmm.
Who's better and why?
White is better because she has more pawns, but this is still, I think, a pretty, even maybe a 3-result game. You can absolutely misplay this with white, and the a-pawn could, become very dangerous. Black's biggest issue, of course, is that the bishop is somewhat restricted. I'm assuming at some point we might be interested in playing d4, d5 and cutting it out completely, but you have to play well here with white because your king is not very safe, and the a-pawn is constantly a thorn in your side.
What are the last round pairings?
Let me check it out. So in the women's, Jiner is black against Anna Muzychuk, who will be distraught, with the way the last couple of rounds have gone. Bibisara plays black against Divya. Vaishali
will also be somewhat distraught.
Yeah, and Vaishali is white against Kateryna Lagno, who,
not distraught, but anything can happen in any game.
Yeah. We could show, I guess, the final diagram, the final position in the game between Bibisara and Anna Muzychuk, but yeah, that endgame went off the rails very, very quickly for black, and yeah, this is just like everything that could go wrong did go wrong. White is now 2 pawns up, the pawn on b6 is dominant. Yeah, you win any which way.
Yeah, congratulations to Bibisara. Played tremendous fighting chess throughout the event, and now she's in it with a shot in the last
Absolutely, yeah. And yesterday's very topsy-turvy game against Kateryna Lagno, assuming more and more importance, because she was basically busted at one point yesterday, and with one precise move, Kateryna would have swung the game decisively in her favor. But yeah, it is what it is. And Bibisara is now on +2, playing Divya in the last round. Divya has had a very tough time of it in the second half. So even though she is black, I think she has potentially decent chances for stuff to happen. Yeah, absolutely.
All right. In the open section, of course, everything is overshadowed by Sindarov making relatively easy draw with hindsight, even though we got a little excited about the opening. But yeah, he knew what to do. He mentioned Queen A6 and didn't feel in much trouble. Yeah, he's just good. So let's check in with the game still running. Caruana against Prague. Is Fabi winning?
Well, much better, but
not finished.
Yeah, it might be one of those where much better and winning are two very different things.
Queen B8 check. So you have to go to D7, yeah? Oh, no, you can go to C6.
Yeah, bishop is hanging. You know, you have to go to C6, but importantly, we have rook C7, so we're not getting skewered. Yeah,
crazy.
Queen E8 check. Now, the only move that works is King C5. It might be difficult to make it, but on the other hand, if you know everything else loses.
This looks unpleasant.
Yeah. This looks unpleasant. If you go back to C7, you just lose very prosaically to rook F7 check, and then white, takes, take on E6. This one you will lose. I don't think this is particularly an open question, so you just close your eyes and go King C5. Although Queen C5, Queen takes E6 also does not look like a picnic.
Doesn't look great.
No. No, but yeah. I don't even exactly understand why we're not completely lost here. I guess we take on G3 with something. Maybe C takes G3. Rook F5 check, we play D6, D5. I don't know. I mean, frankly, looks lost. But Rook F5 check, provoke D5 so that G2 is not as hanging as it was, and go Rook F2 here. How is this not lost? Quickly. Yeah, but not fast enough.
I will be in trouble.
You will probably, yeah. If you speak, you will be in trouble. Although...
Big trouble?
Yeah, how big is... Rook F5 is actually maybe bigger trouble than Rook C2, actually. I don't know. It's important that the G3 rook controls B3, so it's actually not mate as far as I can tell. I can run forward.
Little scared.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, maybe here we are kind of scared. Yeah, Queen B3, Rook F2. No, I think Queen B3, Rook F2 now should probably lead to mate.
Figured it out.
Yeah, yeah. Choose your poison here. Fabian for me. Oh, sorry, but okay, it's move 39. So the numbers on our screen are not as scary as all that. But yeah,
the position is a bit scary.
Maybe we just give. No, we don't give checks. I thought we could go Rook C1, Rook C2, but the king will quite happily go to E1. Yeah, after King C5, Queen A6. Also, Rook F1 exists. I don't know what I'm talking about. As usual. Yeah, very mystifying. Looks completely busted, and I've switched it off now, but I do know this is actually maybe salvageable for black, because the engine says so. But why does the engine say that?
We take with the other rook.
But what did we improve against Rook F5 check?
Not much.
Queen E7 wins the bishop now. He did play King C5. Yeah, but like Fabi will take on A6, I'm pretty sure, because nothing else. Like you need Rook F5 check. And then Queen E6 blitzed out. It's the most logical move, and now something works. But what?
Bad news for Prague if it's complicated stuff, and this is move 40.
Yeah, maybe we actually go Rook CG3 and then just go back. Yeah, I didn't want to go in front of the bishop, but maybe we just go King C6.
Ah, you figured it out.
Have I? Maybe.
Oh no, I can just see. It says plus 0.1 after King C6, which is good news.
Okay, yeah, that improves our chances for sure. Yeah. Okay, yeah, and then we get to C7, and on C7 we are not getting mated, and we are probably getting rid of all the G pawns, very importantly.
No, D5 was losing, King C6, it says. Not losing.
Yeah, not losing is preferable. Yeah. Fabi, yeah. I mean, he obviously isn't as invested in all of this as he was when he was on +2, but he will still be kicking himself.
Yeah, so normally this type of position you expect Fabi to be sort of merciless. No, he's so precise, calculating.
Yeah.
Okay, rook cg3 plate.
Yep.
And Pragg still in it.
Well,
how's the game? Wei Yi, Esipenko.
We're missing out on a lot of really fun stuff in that game, but there's things happening which are sort of more relevant to the general.
Yes, not so relevant for the
no, but yeah.
who wins the tournament. And again,
but it's a
no
wild
game is
game
anymore.
It's a wild game, and
they were repeating for a couple moves. Who said
well, white is a piece up.
White said no
white
mas.
is a piece up and said continue, and now again with the repetition.
Did it again.
Move 30,
38. Wei Yi is on 45 seconds, and that's after repeating 18 times to get here.
Yeah.
Okay, we might as well stick with it until the mate move 40.
Yeah. Black has a very nice pawn chain in the center, obviously, but white is a piece up. So we can see the engine thinks the compensation is insufficient.
Good.
But in practical terms, I mean, I guess the problem is d4, knight b3, and we begin shedding stuff.
What can we shed?
Knight c5.
Okay, whatever.
Takes. And I guess d2, rook e5, yeah, and we end up not having enough.
What, when, where?
You have queen takes g3, maybe you're fine there. No, queen takes e8 doesn't win? Okay. For a second there, I got excited. Yeah, this probably holds, right? The position
is fine.
Yeah, I don't know who's playing for a win, honestly. Queen d7 here. This might be relevant. King h2.
Okay, now I messed up.
Yeah.
So how is this draw? Bishop c4.
Bishop c4.
Bishop c4 I can do.
Well, can you? I have queen takes e6 there.
I mean, maybe
this is a draw, but if it's a draw, I'm very shocked. Yeah. Normally this isn't a draw. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
what's the big trick?
Complicated. Rook e5, rook e8, maybe. Yeah, rook e5, queen d6, rook e8, simply. And then I don't have queen takes e6 anymore. This loses for white.
Okay.
Suddenly.
Let's check in with the action. Not so much time for either player left.
Yeah, he did not play d4. He played rook d8. And white.
He played rook e8.
He played rook e8, and now after knight b3, he might be.
That doesn't help.
No longer in time. Yeah. I guess he wanted to play bishop c4. I mean, I don't see any other move here.
Yeah, you don't want the pawns to get stuck.
No. Bishop c4. But then something has to be. I mean, even maybe rook c3. Maybe it's just.
Yeah, bishop c4 plate.
Yeah. Yeah, Wei Yi once again on increment, but this is move 40, right?
One more move.
Yeah, he'll make the move, and also it appears that rook c3 is working, and then it's not even particularly difficult.
And after rook c3, Esipenko still has to make a move.
Yeah, I guess you go e2 because everything else seems to be losing. But once he's okay.
He went knight a5.
Yeah, very technical.
Back to repeating.
Yeah, very technical. Why solve this on move 40 if I can solve it on move 42? Good stuff by Wei Yi. And yeah, seems like Andrey might lose another here. Not
d3 doesn't make a big difference.
Knight b7 even exists. Yeah.
Yeah, bishop a6 back.
A6 back.
Both made the time control, but now Wei Yi can spend some time trying to figure this all out. Yeah, I don't know what happened with his tournament. He's not playing terribly or anything. He only lost two games, but somehow.
No, this is -4.
No, I mean Wei Yi.
Oh, sorry, Wei Yi. Sorry, Yeah.
Somehow, yeah, nothing stuck.
Yeah, he's looks like he's walking away with a clean sweep against Andrey and a kind of a poor tournament elsewhere.
Yeah, no, not terrible, but yeah, like
but nowhere near his best. Yeah, difficult to judge from the outside, but yeah, obviously not what he wanted coming in. Kind of a bit of a whiff.
Yep. So who's happy? Sindarov look pretty happy.
Sindarov pretty happy.
Anish won't be happy today, but overall looking back,
yeah,
I don't know how dead set he was on first or nothing, but he did play a good tournament.
Yeah, very solid tournament. But yeah, I mean, if this was just a round robin, I think you just you credit yourself with this tournament, and you're pretty okay with.
Yeah, especially losing the first one, he did.
Yeah, but this being the candidates, obviously it's slightly different, maybe.
Yeah. Bluebaum, I think a lot will depend on how the last game ends. If he doesn't lose, or maybe I don't know if he considers it not a success if he doesn't win one, but if he doesn't lose, he will be winning rating, and I think he can be quite satisfied. Everybody else probably not satisfied.
Yeah. Fabi is very unhappy, I would assume. Hikaru, I'm sure he did not come here to score -1. Andrey has had a bit of a disaster once again. He hasn't played as poorly as the score suggests, but the score is going to be -4 after today. So
I mean, it's not great, but he's losing 5 rating points until now, so it's not exactly a disaster.
Yeah, but obviously you want more from your first candidates.
Of course.
Yeah, Prague has had a very rough tournament. Prague has had a very rough year, frankly, but yeah, the tournament is sort of on -2, and considering yourself lucky not to go down to -3 is not what you would expect from somebody who was 2780 a year ago.
No.
So one winner and a lot of...
two happy-ish, 5 unhappy-ish.
Yeah, and in the women's...
Someone scores +6 is also hard for everybody else to also have a tremendous tournament.
Yeah, that is very true. And in the women's, everything is still very much ongoing, so we will discuss who's happy and who's not after we're done with tomorrow and potentially the day after tomorrow, frankly. The way this is going, you could not... You would not be betting heavily against...
When's the tiebreak? Day after tomorrow?
Day after tomorrow, yeah. They do set out a separate day for the tiebreak.
What is the format? It's about time to...
Yeah, maybe we should at some... Yeah, we probably will not be telling you what the format is today because we do not like to lie to our audience when avoidable. But apparently we do have graphics about the tiebreaks, and we could introduce them at some point.
Let's do it now. This is good to know.
Yeah,
we are.
And this we should probably keep on the screen for a bit because this will be complicated. So it begins with stage... Hang on. I'm assuming stage 2 only happens if stage 1 is still tied, right? We're not playing all 3 stages regardless, right?
That sounds unlikely. So if it's 2 players tied for first, they first play a 2-game match, 15 minutes plus 10 seconds per move, so rapid chess. Then, if it's still tied 1-1, we go straight to 3+2. That's a pretty big jump in time control and very tough for the players to come from 15+10 to 3+2. And if it's still tight, we go to knockout.
So they begin...
Not an Armageddon, they just play, and if it's a draw, they change colors and play until someone wins one.
Yeah,
after 2 draws, it's Armageddon.
Hang on, white 4+2? Black gets less... Is that...
that means probably, I'm
bidding?
Guessing, but that means bidding, and black has to bid less than 4+2.
Yeah.
I don't know if you still get the +2.
Yeah, but it's the +2 that is throwing me for a loop because I'm sort of...
+2, let's go.
Yeah, I am very much against the idea of immediate increment in the Armageddon. I think that is just not the Armageddon.
Not in the spirit. You can argue after move 60 if you get a second. That's all right, but
you probably don't want to... You want to avoid bishop versus bishop being played out, but 4+2 feels like people being lenient with the players here a little bit. But yeah, this is the format. And obviously, if more than 2 players tie, we get round robins instead of
round robin meaning all play all. So if you have 3 players, they all play each other. Anyway, we'll cross that bridge when we get there.
And
it's not impossible.
Yeah, with Zuzhiner apparently no longer better. We are.
Also, why did she go g5 to give the bishop the square and then check? I'm a bit confused.
Yeah.
She wants to
g6 check. I guess we go to g8. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the plan is
logical.
Here. Yeah, why did we? I guess maybe she wants queen a2 and she's pretending she's threatening smothered mate. But we do have queen b3 if all else fails, you know. So I don't know. I don't know how smothered the mate is. Yeah, this is unexpected. And also she's gone down. I mean, Alexandra is keeping a very good control over the clock here with 25 minutes against 15. This is still a very sharp position. I think you can potentially maybe even lose this with white still.
I would never have dreamt about g5.
Yeah.
I never tried to attack anybody or anything, but it does look. Are we trying to like stabilize and win the a-pawn or something?
Yeah. Yeah, something like, I don't know, king f2, queen c2, I don't know.
Yeah, any boring move.
Yeah. No, like if you imagine in the current position after bishop f5, g6, king g8, let's say you play, I don't know, queen b2, and I go queen d6, and it gets swung over to f6, and then we re-establish some threats against the white king.
Like to have a pawn here.
Yeah, I don't know. Although I guess the rook comes to g2 eventually. It's not really like Yeah, she has played queen a2 as expected.
Yeah,
I thought this must be
the plan.
This must be the idea. But okay, first question: how do we feel about bishop takes g6 and rook takes f3?
Not gonna happen, we feel like.
But why though?
So loses a bishop.
I am aware.
Wasn't sure if you were.
I am aware.
All right. So what you want? c5, king h7.
Queen c. No, I have rook g. I might have enough there. I don't know. It's such a mess.
Always try for the Kramnik.
Okay, c5, king h7. Knight e7 even. Yeah, this one I did miss. Okay, this might disincentivize my stunning idea. Okay, let's not do that. Kramnik mate, very strong.
No, that's not the Kramnik.
It's a version of a version of a Kramnik mate. Yeah. Okay. I mean, queen b3 does exist, but I feel like we might be losing.
Lost, no, takes rook b. Takes rook b2. You have bishop c2.
I have bishop. No, it's not. It's not as ridiculous as it sounds. But yeah. But then king f2, rook a8, c5. King f2, rook a8, c5, because rook.
Why did I need king f2?
I don't know, because I was trying to figure out how to make any progress, and also maybe rook f4 as being c5, rook b8. I thought no.
No. Just run.
Takes.
All my pawns.
c6. I thought you were going to blunder knight d7, b takes c5, and I was becoming very excited.
Oh.
Excitable boy, they all said.
I didn't even think of it.
Fair enough. Yeah, this looks threatening, frankly. Although maybe I'm okay. King f8, you will think of it.
F8, then I will consider this option.
Okay, fair enough.
No idea how we got here, but it does look.
Yeah, we got there by playing queen b3, and I don't think Alexandra is particularly enthused about.
That's like endgames.
Yeah.
So I have to take here. I don't want this check.
Yeah.
Is this? That's too many checks.
Queen e3. I don't think we're allowing this ever.
Nah.
Don't
find squares.
We're allowing this.
No.
Queen c1.
Yes. Nah, this is nonsense.
No, don't do that. Don't do that.
So it looks like we have to take.
Yeah.
I also have to stop this, I'm assuming.
No, yeah, I think we have to play rook b2, but yeah, c5, bishop c2, I feel like is an improvement. Rook takes f3.
I don't know, don't my pawnsies do anything?
She takes.
Run.
Rook c3 was my very big idea, but maybe you still win with d5, d6 actually. No, this is a mess.
Why don't I take back? I should take back.
Yeah, then I thought maybe I can. Okay, yeah, that is pretty strong. Okay, I have no idea what's going on. We are trying to do this unplugged after 4 and a bit hours of broadcast, which normally means that we begin blundering rooks with every move.
No, my secret is I always blunder.
Yeah, manage expectations. Very important.
The word expectation.
And the thing about this position is that the bar on the live board tells us black is completely fine, but we have no idea why. Maybe queen e7, maybe? c5, bishop e6?
Oh. Okay,
but I'm worried you will just play rook g2 here, and like, what have I achieved?
Je ne sais pas.
Ne me quitte pas.
Just
a3, c5 check, I thought.
Why am I hanging all the pawns here? That's not going to help. Is there a threat?
Well, I don't have a good answer to that question. I genuinely don't. I wanted to suggest c5 check and then d5, and then I realized I'm giving up all the pawns with check as well.
I shall take them all.
Yeah, that is probably not the way to go. Okay, so queen e7 becomes a front runner for now.
Weird move, though.
It is pretty weird, yeah. But like, it's not doing a lot on before we, strangely. Also,
so you are threatening.
Yeah, no, this is
checkmate, right? We should maybe show this for the less experienced viewers, because it's beautiful.
It is very beautiful.
Especially this version with the white pawn on g6. This is what they call the smothered mate.
Indeed.
You ever had a smothered mate?
I once almost missed it. Oh, no, that's
the
not
smothering or the getting smothered?
No, it's actually not that. And I had a discussion with a friend of mine about it. I was playing a very sharp game against actually David Paravan, who is here as Andrey's second. And I had a setup where it took me a long time to realize that I was playing black. I go knight f2 check, and if rook takes f2, I have queen a7, a1, and I give the usual back rank mate, which is often an accompanying tactic to the smothered mate tactic. And then I had a discussion with my friend who suggested, like, we were discussing what's the better try against somebody, let's say, on 3 seconds. Do you go rook takes f2 or king g1? And I said, no, you always go rook takes f2, because maybe they will just take the rook, whereas nobody misses the smothered mate construction.
That is true.
Yeah. But it took me seriously like a few minutes to realize I have queen a1 mate in 2.
So the other games are over in the women's section. Tan Zhongyi against Vaishali ends in a draw. Vaishali dodging a bit of a bullet there. Then again, she's been resourceful all tournament. Anna Muzychuk loses to Bibisara Assaubayeva. Meaning Bibisara is now at +2 and Anna is out of the running unless you have a bunch of miracle results. Divya also not doing well in the second half of this event. Lost another game to Kateryna Lagno. But she'll be back, the World Cup winner. In the open section, Javokhir Sindarov is our winner, was 2 points ahead before the round. Drew against Anish Giri. So, by my math, he can't be caught anymore.
He cannot be caught anymore. Absolutely not, no.
Matthias Bluebaum drew Hikaru Nakamura, another solid game by the German Grandmaster. Fabi was winning-ish earlier against Praggnanandhaa. Now computer says no longer winning, even though it does look pretty scary.
Yeah, computer frankly says no longer better even. Yeah, goes rook f5.
Check.
Now, I think the only thing that works is king c6, but you do play king c6. Yep. Yeah, and Fabi, I think that's the look of a man who realizes that this is no longer much of anything.
Where did it all go wrong? What if I had never met Christian Chirilla? joking.
Yeah, Prague will play king c6 here, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, we can stay with that one. I'm just checking. Wei Yi, Esipenko, they repeated the position. And
he's
how
still
Wei Yi
thinking
is
about
thinking.
rook c3. And rook c3, we should show the line, because it would be pretty bad if not for the specific tactic. Bishop takes b3, queen takes, c5, c4. And now, if white doesn't have rook c takes c3, white resigns. But we do have it.
It does.
We do have it. And after c takes b3, rook takes c6, you can get the pawns pretty far. Like you can play g5, g4 here, and you will have two runners even. But white generally contains such things. You like rook 6 e2, I guess, or whatever, really. d3, rook b2, maybe even. Go for maximum. Yeah, I mean, generally, without the king, without the a pawn already on a4, which would have been a help, black normally does not hold these types of positions. Yeah, and Wei Yi, I guess, double and triple checking. I'm sure he sees rook c3. There are other options available, but I think that's the simplest.
Kudos to Wei Yi, not his best tournament, but he did come to play chosen weird line. Frankly, not a line we liked very much.
Not much, no.
Looks like he might be rewarded for his spirit, at least. Shall we go for one last quick break before we jump into the remainder of this round? Now, that's Sindarov.
Not
is
against
the winner. Let's check what he's up to. See you soon.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Roy Lopez, like Fabiano Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
I'm here with Bibisara Assaubayeva after her win against Anna Muzychuk in the penultimate round of the FIDE Women's Candidates. Such an important game and such an important win. Tell us about it.
Yeah, it was very pleasant game for me because I have big advantage after the opening and also big advantage by time. But then I think I made few mistakes and probably at some moment you have a draw, but I don't know how. And in the end, I'm happy that I won the game.
How did you go into this game? Kind of just wanting to play chess or ready to fight for the win, especially being so close to the leaders?
Yeah, I want to play chess, and if I will have some chances to win, of course, I want to use it. But I didn't know that I will have such pleasant position after the opening.
And for tomorrow's game, are you also just going to face it like just playing chess, or is this little bit of extra pressure also going to add to that?
No, I think there will be no extra pressure. I just want to play. I will play with black, so we will see what happened.
And then finally, Bibisara, of course, the internet has seen your pictures making the rounds with Javokhir. So I have to ask, and we see him in the press conference now, he won. How proud of him are you? What are you feeling?
I'm very happy for him and very proud because I know him for the last 5 years and we grow up looking at each other's achievements, and he's one of the kindest person in the world, I think. Yeah, and I'm very happy that he won. He absolutely deserved it.
Before the start of the tournament, in my interview with him, he named you as one of the supporting people around him. He's very happy that you are here. Tell me about the support you guys gave each other throughout this event.
Yeah, it was really nice, I think, also because he qualified first for the FIDE candidates, and I also have some nervous situation in the World Rapid and Blitz, and after World Cup, he said to me that now we will focus on your qualification and then we will preparing for the candidates. Yeah, and that's very good.
So after this game, now that he's won, he's probably going to say the same, to focus on your last game rather than his.
Yeah, I hope so.
Thank you so much, Bibisara, and good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yeah, nice to hear that stuff, Bibisara. Supporting Sindarov and calling him one of the nicest people in the world. Which, by the way, I don't know that many people, but I can confirm it's such a nice kid. Always, always friendly, polite, and great spirits. Yeah,
incredibly positive. Yeah, always with a smile on his face. Yeah, and he was very adorable actually listening to that interview. And, if they both qualify, it will be a story and a half, I want to say.
Very much so.
Yeah, and it's very much on the cards because returning to one of the... I guess we should begin by saying that Fabi and Pragg, by this point, have concluded their game in a draw. Fabi will feel that, yet again, he missed a good shot, but sort of irrelevant in the grand scheme of things. It's obviously would have improved his mood somewhat, but...
He also didn't, maybe there was nothing to do, but he didn't seem like he felt like continuing this game for all that long.
Our best guess is that he missed that King C6 exists, and once it appeared on the board, he realized that there's really no way to stop it from getting to C7, and then the G2 pawn will fall. Honestly, this position is just, I think, is just equal. Yeah, and he didn't want to prolong it too long, for too much. And yeah, on the topic of Bibisara qualifying, Jiner is no longer really even better, which is incredibly relevant for the women's tournament. Bishop e6 and Queen e7 in a slightly different order that we were suggesting was played by Goryachkina. She began by Bishop e6.
e2.
Yeah.
Queen e7.
Queen e7.
Now the king is so open. We used to have a g-pawn on g3 that was giving some nice shelter.
Well, it was on g4, but even on g4 it would have been much better.
g3.
Yeah, okay. I think g4 had points. Like stopping bishop f5 is... There were maybe stronger moves, but I can absolutely get behind the idea. But g5, I just don't like, unless it wins, I really don't like moving it from g4 to g6.
Yeah, okay, rook e4 plate. It still feels like anything can happen. Black has trumps, white has trumps.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, rook e4 stops the check.
Yeah, but you can play queen g5 right away, or you can maybe even throw in rook a8 if you want, because queen g5 does give up on a3, and if we want to preserve some chances for a win, I guess you play rook a8.
Keep it.
Yeah. Queen g5 is an attempt to make an immediate draw, which probably succeeds, actually, because if you take on a3, I will give a check from d2, and it's, I guess, either perpetuals or you have to give up the pawn on d4, yeah. But obviously you can...
Even here, checks keep coming.
Yeah, they do, yeah. She played queen b4 back. We just came from there.
Wants to give a check here.
Yeah, sort of threatening, but rook e3?
Still check.
I guess you have rook a8, yeah. No, check I will take and I'll play rook e3, yeah. But you have rook a8.
Yeah, fair enough.
Fair enough, yeah. But yeah, now that we've sort of established that we're not getting mated on the a2 ga diagonal, I think we have some creative freedom even with black, as we can see. Bunch of moves which work. I guess it goes back to f5. Oh yeah, rook, no, queen e2. Sorry, rook e2. Maybe we just start with bishop f5, yeah. I don't think there's a threat. Oh, hang on. I blundered c5, but maybe I'm... No, but with the rook on f8, I'm not actually getting mated. Yeah, I have rook takes f7. What is this?
Yeah. I don't know, I'm just making random moves.
Yeah, queen c5, queen d6, some kind of...
You're picking
some
up
kind
all, all the guys.
Yeah. I have no idea what this is, yeah. Bishop...
I don't know where to go.
Probably take on f3 first.
Perpetual? Who knows?
Take on f3 first, go queen takes d6 and claim I'm playing for a win. I don't know. g5, king g7. I have no idea. You can, as we're demonstrating amply, you can absolutely misplay this horrendously with either color.
Play.
With either color.
This would be a bit of a misplay.
That would be, yeah.
Even prettier, because we're only left with the horsey.
Yeah. Giving up all of the material. 6 minutes for Jiner and 13 for Alexandra. This is all the time they will have, but increment.
30 seconds.
Yeah, increment.
Knight c6 played.
Okay, hang on.
Wasn't there some pawn attacked? What's going on?
Queen...
Queen c4, queen a3 is her point.
I guess, yeah, but we can... Can we throw in queen b2?
All right, let's figure this out. Queen b2.
My big question is, can we now...
Don't
yeah,
you
rook
resign?
e2? No, I take on a2 and c4 and b5. Although I might still be resigning there, because knight on e7 is very strong, yeah? Knight e7, rook a7. This pawn on g6, this is why...
Now the pawn is good.
Yeah, this is why you put the pawn on g6. No, I think we just go queen d6 now, yeah? We don't do any of that. We do this, though.
Threatening a check.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. What's our next move after? Bishop h3 check might work, though. Which would be a bit of an unfortunate thing. King h1?
This is checkmate.
This is checkmate, but king h1 might be stronger.
We'll get there.
Yeah, might not be a good move at all. I was very happy with it for a second, but c4, c5 check is...
Okay, we can sidestep at some point.
H8, yeah. 95 back.
Oh, let me finesse. Queen g6, knight e7.
Yeah,
bad.
I don't think you can...
Can't finesse too much.
I mean, you have queen g3 there, maybe, but c5, knight e5 anyway. We're not actually threatening any checks, amazingly. And there will be checks on the other side, yeah, on the backswing. There definitely will be some checks, yeah. This looks lost. What did we miss? And where did we miss it? Queen d6 seemed logical. But maybe bishop h3 check is just a mistake. Maybe we don't need to get sidetracked by it. We go queen d6. And if you go king g2, we go king h8 here. And now we are threatening bishop h3. But then maybe the knight comes back to e5. And the rigmarole
continues.
The rigmarole continues.
Queen b4 and
yeah, but this is a slightly different position now, right? Because king is maybe
d4 is no longer hanging with check.
Yeah, rook e3.
frankly, who knows at this point?
Nobody does.
Wei Yi, does he? Yeah, he's finally played rook to c3.
Yeah, Wei Yi knows
and himself with 8 minutes.
Yeah, this isn't going well for Andrey at all.
No, don't want to lose the Petrov mini match 2-0.
Yeah. Wei Yi has it coming and going.
Now, rough tournament for Andrey Esipenko. Pretty much showed his level. Also was well prepared, at least with the black pieces. But yeah, he lost, I think, all the games where things got out of hand a little bit. First round against Sindarov, where he was even better than this crazy Petrov against Wei Yi, and this crazy Naidorf against Anish. Maybe another crazy Petrov against Wei Yi today.
Yeah. And it seemed kind of inconsistent what he was doing today. He, you know, some moves looked like he was looking for a fight, and some moves were like he was trying to keep it controllable. There was no cohesion.
Yeah. Let's cut him some slack. Not that he needs it. He did qualify in the World Cup for this event and also had a marriage like 3-4 weeks before this tournament. So
very breaking news. Very, very breaking news. Jiner is now in deep trouble.
Oh, what'd she do?
After Queen d6, she went
Rook e5.
Rook e5, and now after King h8, which is already played. Even it's so logical.
It's nice.
You're losing the g6 pawn now. Like your Rook f6 is coming, Bishop d7, and Queen takes g6 is coming. You're just Rook e5 is just that's not the square for the Rook.
With the horse he wants.
It's a square for the knight. Yeah, this is a very strange decision. Did she think she could play c5 here, and miss Queen takes c5?
Parried this threat and King g2.
Oh, that is
standing there in the check. She also didn't like.
Yeah, that is a massive swing.
Uh-oh. Big tournament implications, obviously. She's currently on +2.
Yeah.
If she were to lose this?
Yeah, she goes down to -1. Vaishali and Bibisara tied for first. She will be tied for... no, she's not going to be tied. No, she'll be in clear second on +1 because Anna lost.
And
clear third, sorry. Yeah.
Isn't on +1. She's on 50%. Lagno is on 50%.
Yeah, Lagno is about 50%. Yeah. She played King e3. Whoa. Yeah, this is
forward.
Yeah, now after Bishop d7, objectively she's just lost. Bishop d7, I guess maybe she wants knight e7, but after Queen f6, everything collapses. I have no idea what she's doing. This is, I mean, this has been a decently played game until the last two moves. She missed some chances, but nothing really was sort of out of place necessarily.
And also somewhat feels like, essentially she's on +2 in the lead, but a bit the story of her tournament. It feels like she's dominant, but then things have been falling apart whenever it looked like she could run away with it, starting with this Bibisara white game.
Okay, I mean, maybe she thought she's black against Anna. Beating Anna with black is not easy, and maybe she thought she absolutely has to maximize her chances of winning today, but that is...
Just making moves.
Yeah, I don't know. No, I'm trying to... Look, Rook e5, King e3 is just so completely out of place in this position. And yeah, Aleksandra, you know, she understands. Like, her moves also becomes so much easier to make.
It's easier to play with this king here.
Yeah, this rook now cannot control the a, like the a pawn. You would play maybe c5, Queen f6, Queen d5 here, but then you resign after a2 because the rook no longer connects to anything. Like, this rook on e5. It's just, it really should not be on e5.
Starting to feel like you didn't like this move.
Yeah. A little bit. Yeah. Yeah, and there's like, you no longer have any play either. This is so mystifying. And she didn't do it on 30 seconds. She had like 8 or 9 minutes when she played Rook e5.
Okay. A lot of pressure they're all playing for. the maybe not once in a lifetime chance to play a World Championship match.
You don't say.
I did say that. Any moves by Esipenko? Nope.
No.
Yeah. Not
It's
pleasant.
it's very grim. If you play e2 after knight c1, white will just pick them apart one by one.
Starting to think about taking here. Probably
Yeah.
you don't have to.
You don't have to. You can play queen
Hitting it.
c2. Yeah.
Oop, I broke something finally. Yeah, you can see on Andrey's face, he's not happy with the overall situation. So let's maybe stick with Jiner.
Yeah, she's also down to 4.5-ish in the position, which is
really gone wrong.
Yeah. Once g6 falls, there are threats from everywhere. The pawn on a3 is still alive. The black king is completely safe.
This whole pawn march, like,
yeah, that was the beginnings
G4
of it.
can be defended, but
that was,
G5 does feel off topic somehow.
Yeah. Honestly, I would sort of be more on board with g5, gh even maybe, although I know it wasn't.
Yeah, just as I said, I was wondering if gh was a thing.
But I guess black just takes with the pawn and also starts giving checks on the g file, and we don't really mind the rook trade because we still have the a pawn on the board. I don't know. Yeah. This will be a very, very tough blow to come back from.
Time is ticking away.
But there's
no good moves.
Yeah. Solution just doesn't exist. Yeah, this is the problem.
So what do you even try? This pawn is so freaking annoying too.
Yeah.
Nothing goes anywhere.
Yeah, you've completely stalemated yourself. There's nothing to try. You can play queen b3, but like, what does it do? It loses to a bunch of things.
Yeah, this looks like the only quote-unquote logical move.
But then you resign. Yeah.
Still resign, unfortunately.
Yeah, just like. Yeah, she goes rook e4 back. But yeah, the problem is I think now queen takes g6 wins. I mean, take on c6, take on g6. I guess we don't want to allow knight e5. Because queen takes a3, queen g1 check is mate adjacent. King d2, queen f2. And then either I take on f3 or I take on d4 and attack continues. And
wish we had pawn on g6.
That would have been nice, yeah. That would have been useful. Might not be the fastest solution, but I think this works.
Yeah, it's not great. Okay, no moves by Esipenko. So we stay here. Let Goryachkina think it through. In the meantime, the most important question, Peter, which we have not debated yet. If you were stuck on the desert island with one of the players in the open section, whom would you pick and why?
Are we prioritizing survival or enjoyment?
Up to you. I don't know what you're expecting out of that desert island.
For survival, I think it probably is Fabio Hikaru. Hikaru is a hiker. Hikaru might have a lot of outdoorsy skills.
That could be.
So
then again, he streams for 14 hours a day. How much?
He does. I think
outdoor time does he get?
Decent amount of hiking, as far as I could tell. So for enjoyment, I mean, there's not going to be any live cricket to discuss with Prague. So
no.
Are we allowed like a PlayStation?
I'm not sure about the exact rules, but they do affect the answer. Because you can play video games, you can pick Sindarov and just play FIFA or Counter-Strike.
Oh, Andrey, yeah. Andrey is also a gamer.
Yeah. But probably not, no. I'm afraid not.
Okay. Then survival mode, I guess we pick Hikaru for his fabled outdoor skills, and she's gone.
Also, he has many followers. Maybe they will help.
Yeah,
seek and rescue mission.
That is also a decent point. Queen G3 might actually be a smart
played.
choice.
Looks pretty good.
Yep, not a bad choice. Yeah, like not even giving up on A3, and for quote unquote soulful reason. Yeah, it's a choice between Pragg and Andrey, I guess.
Huh.
Yeah, now we take on G6 and we get the same position, just with an A pawn surviving, right?
Yeah, this pawn is becoming a bit of a nuisance.
Yeah.
I don't know. Why do you think that Fabi has good survival skills? My intel says he survives by going to the Whole Foods.
Well, so do I, and you know we would.
There's no Whole Foods on that island.
That is regrettable. I do not like that island very much if there's no Whole Foods. What is even the point? D5, I guess, after queen takes G6, but yeah, like it's...
Do you think Fabi can cook?
Yeah. Also, I can sort of cook.
Ah, okay. So you do the cooking, he does the hunting.
The hunting and the climbing and things that require agility and physical strength.
Queen takes G6. I don't know. Sindarov has a lot going for him. Not just because he won, but also so positive.
Yeah.
Vibes will be good.
Vibes will be good. Yeah, I just frankly don't know the young man well enough. And
Uzbekistan will also be looking after their World Championship contender, so that also helps.
If you start factoring the search and rescue likelihood, I think, yeah, you pick people who are cult heroes, and then it's, I guess, between him and Hikaru.
Yeah.
D5,
I don't know.
Yeah, queen f6 seems logical. Just pick it apart. Yeah. Just a lost position. I guess you go king d3, and you hope against hope they take on f3, but they never do. I'm assuming a2 wins, but there's probably something faster. Rook b8 seems like a logical move. Rook a8, frankly, looks like a logical move.
Tempting as well. Nah,
it's just lost. Yeah.
Didn't go great, but it's not over yet.
In the other one, Andrey did end up playing e2, but yeah, after knight c1, that's as far as they go.
Yeah. You didn't even mention Anish for your island. What's the beef?
There doesn't need to be a beef from.
Just checking.
There is no.
He's very witty. You can have witty conversations.
Oh, absolutely.
Witting each other.
No, I mean there's no outwitting Anish. I think this maybe this is why I didn't pick him. Is it'll be very much like these broadcasts.
Shots fired at Hikaru.
I was about to say that it will be very much like these broadcasts. People like constantly leading me from a pitfall to a pitfall.
Nah, we're just talking.
And then pointing fingers at me and laughing. Which with
No
you
laughing here.
With you I am very much used to, but with Anish perhaps I would feel slightly less.
He's more mean-spirited than me.
Slightly less comfortable. Queen a6. Not a cheerful decision by
That looks sad. What does he want? So takes, knight e2, d4? Or
yeah, and run.
e8?
This might actually be... Nah, even this, I guess, after rook b3 is lost, right? But here you get something, yeah. c4, no, c4, rook b4.
c4 didn't help, yeah?
No, c4 didn't help. Rook e8 also. I mean, I think you can actually even do this, but there might be... I mean, queen c2 might be stronger, frankly.
Okay,
just keep the queens off.
Check.
Sorry, yeah. Just go queen c2.
And the game is over already? What happened? Yeah. How did it all end so quickly? E2 played.
No, she played queen e2.
E2.
A2, and
A2,
then after takes queen c3, check.
It all
rook.
falls.
Yeah, queen c3 check. And only after king goes back, we take on f3, and then we take on e4.
Why resign here? I'd wait for that. But yeah, this is hopeless. Yeah, a bit of a collapse for Jiner there, which, yes, rough for her tournament chances, falling from +2 to +1. In a game where it was always very complicated, but for the better part of it, I thought it was white, at least. Yeah, with the better of whatever the complications were.
Absolutely, and yeah, there were definitely moments where she had significant winning chances. But yeah, that concludes the festivities for the day in the women's section. And once again, the standings are Vaishali and Bibisara are on +2. Zhu Jiner, even with that loss, is still in clear second on +1.
Third.
I keep on saying second, yeah. Clear third on +1. And there's a tie on 50% between Goryachkina, Muzychuk and Lagno. But they are, frankly, out of contention for first.
Never know.
Well, requires an absolute study-like outcome of the final round.
Crazy it is. You need Bibisara
and Vaishali to lose.
Vaishali to lose.
And
Zhu Jiner not to win.
Yep.
Is that possible? Is she playing one of them?
The pairings once again are Vaishali would need to lose with white to Lagno. Zhu Jiner would need not to beat Muzychuk. And Bibisara would need to lose to Divya. I mean, this is
stranger things have happened.
Absolutely.
Maybe we'll have a 6-way tie for first.
On no, not on 50%. On +1. Yeah, on +1. 50% would be a bit too much. Yeah. Can't be a 6-way tie because Anna Muzychuk would replace Zhu Jiner.
4-way, 5-way,
5-way tie. I think we can
play,
manage. Yeah, 5-way tie is still very much in play. We're only somewhat serious about this.
It's not the most likely outcome, but it's not impossible.
No.
That leaves us with the suffering of your second choice for your island, Andrey Esipenko. What video games is he into?
FIFA, I think. Mostly.
Big football fan?
Yeah, there was a lot of FIFA involved when both of us were seconds to Kirill Alexeyenko in the endless candidates of 2020, 2021.
Ah, right. I had forgotten about that.
Yeah,
you were on the same team.
Yeah, ex-colleagues.
So who's the best FIFA player among chess players?
Not me, this much I know. That's the only part of the answer I'm very confident in. I am beyond useless. But who's best, I don't quite know. Because I suspect
Kirill or Andrey?
That's very hotly contested, actually, or at least that was 5 years ago, 6 years ago when we began. But that was very, very hotly contested. I think Kirill was slightly ahead, but that was very topsy-turvy.
Probably Sindarov is good at that stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah, knight c1, queen a6, knight d3, threatening simply, I guess, to take on e2 next move, or perhaps even play knight e5 and then start taking stuff. Yeah, this just collapses.
Didn't improve.
Yeah, this just collapses. Yeah, and
okay, do queen a5, pray.
Knight e5.
Yeah, I don't like any of this.
Yeah, neither does Andrey, but he is playing it out, but yeah, whatever you do here.
Takes can be too bad.
Yeah, not a mistake, but maybe we want more already.
Maybe not the cleanest.
Yeah, why even allow this? I thought knight e5 was winning very cleanly. Why are we not doing that? Okay, he played queen f6, stopping knight e5, but I mean, rook e2 is playable. Regrettably.
Didn't see that.
Yeah, that actually probably ends the game.
Yeah, good.
This is where you resign, I think. Yeah.
Let's mate next move.
This is where you resign. Wei Yi actually back to 50% with this win.
Yeah. This tournament felt very disappointing, but score? Not terrible, actually.
Not terrible, yeah. He's recovered quite nicely due to those 2 wins against Andrey. And, I mean, some people not converting. I mean, in particular, Prague was just completely winning against
Anish to a lesser extent last round.
Yeah, actually, yeah. Also winning, less simply, but also winning by force at least once, maybe twice.
In other news today, of course, Javokhir Sindarov drew reasonably, easily is maybe wrong, but accurately against Anish, locking up tournament victory with 1 round to spare. Although, frankly, the last 6 rounds, nobody was in real doubt Kid would manage, but now it is official.
It is very much official, yes. And yeah, a clean game by him, decent technical decisions all the way through, very good appreciation of what he needed to do out of the opening. Also, it was kind of gratifying to hear him talk about Queen f3 as the best choice in practical terms, in some position where Anish could have kept the queens on, which would introduce a degree of risk for white as well, because you free up the d pawn. But with the queens on, there's at least maybe some chance for black to go wrong.
Yeah, Nakamura Bluebaum, another solid defense by Matthias Bluebaum. And while we see Esipenko resigning there against Wei Yi after rook takes e2, taking the more advanced passer, that game is over. And Caruana missing some chances against Praggnanandhaa. So we do have 1 victor, 3 draws, but Sindarov, is he still player of the round with this draw?
I think we're going to have 2 players of the round today. I think that was the conclusion, and I don't know if the graphic is already prepared, but that was the overwhelming.
Who, Bibisara and Sindarov?
Yep.
That sounds fair.
These are the results today. Wei Yi winning that game against Andrey Esipenko, who goes down to -4. A very harsh tournament for him, frankly, and nothing much happening at the top there, although Fabi was winning against Prague. Just straight up winning more or less immediately after the opening. And in the women's section, a lot of shake-ups happened, with Bibisara winning her 2nd game in a row, Kateryna bouncing back with a win against Divya, Jiner, as we've just finished watching, unexpectedly losing that game to Alexandra Goryachkina, and the draw between Tan and Vaishali.
Yeah, very, very rough outcome there for Jiner. Let us have a look at the standings in each group, with the women's section still wide open. Well, Sindarov officially cannot be caught anymore. Congratulations to the next challenger for the throne. In the women's section, Vaishali and Bibisara on 7.5. Pursued by Jiner on 3rd, and then Anna Muzychuk, Kateryna Lagno, still with, at the very least, theoretical chances, as is Goryachkina. Only Tan and Divya officially out of the running.
Yeah, very exciting pairings for the women's tomorrow, and the women's tournament will be the one we will be watching much, much closer tomorrow, since the open section is effectively over. And once again, congratulations to the power couple of chess. These are the pairings for tomorrow, as you can see. The leaders are playing, Bibisara is playing black against Divya, and Vaishali is white against Kateryna Lagno. But pretty much every single game could be very, very important if results don't go the leader's way.
Yeah, anything can happen still. There we have the key game, Matthias Bluebaum, Anish Giri. Anish can't win anymore, so I'm not sure if he will create a mess against Matthias Bluebaum, who's still waiting for his first victory, even though he's had a solid tournament. Esipenko, Caruana, both won't be thrilled, so I'm not sure we can expect fireworks there. Prague, you tell me, Generally, he's always fighting, no?
Yeah, he doesn't like not playing games of chess. I think he will try tomorrow. I don't know if Hikaru will be of the same mind, frankly, but Pragg will try something.
And then Javokhir, Sindarov against Wei Yi. I wouldn't be upset if there was a quick draw and the kid went for his victory lap. He's done enough, but we will see.
We'll see.
What happens.
And once again, the graphics that is about to appear on your screen. I was really hoping for a dual picture there, but there are two players of the day. Javokhir gets it for qualifying with a round to spare, and also player of the day, Bibisara, by beating Divya here. Right. I'm losing my mind here again. Who did she beat?
Muzychuk.
Muzychuk, sorry. Yeah, of course. And being tied for first. With a round to spare. Very, very exciting conclusion to the women's section tomorrow. As for the Open, there are still subplots to get resolved. Will Matthias go for an almost sweep? What's the second biggest plot for tomorrow?
Sindarov could make history if he won the game, reach +7.
Yeah, +7
would even beat
nice,
Topalov's result. Not the most likely thing, but it is in play. Will Esipenko win a game? Will this be Hikaru's last tournament game?
Yeah, the press conference tomorrow, if Hikaru does one, will be interesting in that respect for sure. But anyway, all of this is for tomorrow. For today, we want to thank all of you watching the round with us. We also, let me do it this time, we want to thank the people supporting the tournament and helping us run, and not us, but the organizers and everybody else. We thank the government of Cyprus, the Cyprus Chess Federation, the wonderful Cups and Georges Hotel and Resort, which is hosting the event and keeping us fed and entertained and happy.
FIDE.
FIDE, yes. And of course the long-standing partners of FIDE, Freedom Holding Corporation, and the Scheinberg family, who have been supporting chess for quite some time. Thank you to all of our sponsors.
Congrats to Javokhir, Sindarov, and all the chess fans in Uzbekistan. I hope they have a big party tonight. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ladies and gentlemen, your new challenger to the world champion.
Thank you.
Javokhir, I want to give you the opportunity to say some words to your coach, to your team of seconds, to the fans from all around the world watching you, to your fans from Uzbekistan, to your friends, to your family.
Yeah, first of all, I would like to tell my big thanks for everyone who support me during this tournament. I mean, it's such a long tournament, and I mean, every round was very hard. And after first half, like I told you, this last week will be probably one of the hardest week in my life. And yeah, I mean, it was really very hard, and I even sleep very bad last days. But right now I'm very happy to finish this tournament very good. And thanks for everyone, my family, my coach, and my seconds. Yes, I mean, like everyone will support me, and it's very important. I mean, tomorrow it will be, I mean, how to say, I mean, without any pressure game, but I will try to, how to support Sarah. She has also very well chance, and we'll see.
You're a World Cup winner. You're an Olympiad winner. And now you're a candidates winner. Do you feel like you have one more thing to go get?
Actually, it's a nice question, but I didn't want to think a lot about this. I have a match end of this year, and I mean, it will be a very hard match. I mean, Gukesh has experience about this, and I understand everything will be hard, but I have a very good team, and I have, I mean, everything what I need to work. So I will try to work a lot to this tournament and take my chances.
In an unreleased interview I had with you in Germany, you said to me the following words, I quote, "After becoming Grandmaster, I lost all motivation. I spent time without chess. Players my age, Praggnanandhaa, worked a lot and became 2650 players, and I was 2550. If you could go back in time and talk to that young Javokhir who had lost a little bit of hope, what words would you say to him?"
Yeah, it's a nice question. Probably, I mean, I will try to work a little bit more with chess, but still I'm very happy how I spend my life, because, I mean, when these guys works 10 hours in day, I spend my time every day in a how to say exactly, I don't know. I mean, every day with Counter-Strike, so yeah, it's real. I mean, 2019 when I become Grandmaster, I spent like, I mean, every day probably 3-4 hours with Counter-Strike, and quarantine really helped me a lot, because at this time I really tired to play Counter-Strike, and I think like it's time to really spend, I mean, it's time to work with chess, and after quarantine I really start very hard, and my life really changed a lot.
In that same interview, I asked you, who do you think will win the candidates of 2026? And you said, quote, of course, I choose myself. How important is self-belief and determination?
Yeah, I mean, if you are playing in this tournament, doesn't matter against who you are playing, you need to always believe to yourself. I mean, before this tournament, I think like, I mean, I understand it was a very hard tournament, but my goal was to finish in top 3 and to show everyone like I'm not a lucky guy who qualified for this tournament. And yeah, I mean, I have a good goals, but I mean, after Tata Steel, which I played really very well, I understand. I mean, if I play very good, I have all chances to win this tournament. And exactly this says another break before this tournament. I mean, if you will play like in Tata Steel, so I think like you will win easy this tournament, and maybe he right.
You've also told me in the past that you are very good in round robins. And then when asked pre-candidates in the interview that we had, you said that you see this tournament as a 2-game match against each participant. How did that mindset help you for this tournament?
Sorry?
How did that mindset of seeing the tournament like that, like a 2-game match against every 7 of the opponents, how did that help you for this tournament?
Like, actually, I don't understand well this question, but I will try to say something. I mean, Canada's tournament probably they have one of the best formats. You are playing against everyone with 2 colors, and here, I mean, impossible to be lucky. You need to play very strong. Of course, lucky is important, but if you are not playing very strong and don't show your skills in every game, I mean, like we are playing against top players in the world, and someone will of course beat you. So probably, I mean, best of the best wins this tournament, and this tournament, in my opinion, I really played best, and I think. I mean, even in this tournament, I think I am better than everyone.
You told me before the rest day at the end of round 12 that you were expecting a long fight against Anish. Did you expect what he was going to play against you today?
Yeah, I mean, we are preparing every day and we are checking a lot of lines. So, I mean, last days it was become very boring because, I mean, the line which I need to check against Anish, I check maybe 10 times. But of course, I expect he will play this. He already played this in this tournament against Andrey. So, he knows also very well line, but I mean, I think probably I know line little bit more. But still we have a good fight, and After when we change queens, I really feel my position very well, and I don't think like I will get big problems to do draw, and I think I'm right. I really played very fast and doing easy draw.
Anish has been in must-win situations in the past. In 2023 Tata Steel, he chose e4 against Richard Rapport. And then in the Grand Swiss, he chose c4 against Hans Niemann. Did you factor this in your preparation, or you just looked at everything?
I just look everything. I have a rest day. I have a lot of time to work, and I just check everything. And I was ready to every his move. I mean, maybe he will surprise me with move b3, but even b3 we check a little bit.
Let's look at the game. So he trades early here, goes bishop f4. You're expecting this completely?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's what he played against Andrey, but he played knight f3, and I expect he will play the next time with this line. It's a main line: knight c6, castle, bishop g4, d takes c5, bishop c5, and I mean my prep ends something like here, and I will start play with my mind. I just know this idea with rook e8, knight d7, and I mean black is like playable position. I mean white is a little bit better, but it's not easy to find best moves here. Here he played a3, knight d5, and probably, I mean from first look, this position looks very good for white. Take f4, knight d3, queen d3, and you want to play e5, knight f5, but I'm really also very fast. I mean, which go queen b6, queen a6, which is going very fast. And
I wanted to ask you about this. This move can be seen as an anti-positional queen trade, right? Because you're double isolating your pawns on the a file.
Yeah.
Is this a natural idea for you in a position like this?
Yeah, of course. I know this because I mean black puts bishop to b6, and you are always trying to play f6, and knight cannot come to d3 very fast, and at some moment you can even sack this d pawn and take these pawns, and maximum white can get, I mean like in a game he can get this position. I will show you: bishop b6, knight d6, rook e6, knight c4, f6. Yeah, I mean it's all natural moves, take. Yeah, I mean rook f4, d3, king f1. The maximum I think he can get is like, in my opinion, rook f3, bishop e5, rook d3, which is like completely equal. I mean, he cannot play rook d7 because I have bishop g3. He need to play king f2, something like this. I will play king f7, rook d7, rook f7, take. I mean, from first look, like this pawn is very bad, but you have bishop, and I mean, king never go to these pawns, because if king goes to these pawns will be very weak, and if you change these pawns, then you cannot win this position. Yes, so I mean, I'm just fine everywhere, but rook endgame from first look it looks me very scary, but I mean zero problems.
And it was just a smooth ride from here on out to defend this rook endgame.
Yeah, I mean, I saw this. I saw like it will be. He even cannot play here, so I played to this line very fast.
When was the moment that you knew you had won the hardest chess tournament in the world?
Moment, probably in this position. I think I will not lose this position. We are just playing. I have 1 hour 33 minutes. I'm just chilling, and I mean.
I have a few more questions, and then we're going to open up questions to the people in the audience. What wisdom would you take from this tournament, from this candidates, into the World Championship match?
What will I take?
Yeah, wisdom, knowledge.
I don't know actually. Because something like this analysis always my coach doing, so I mean I'm just listening him, and he gives me some, how to say exactly, I don't know, but he always gives me some, I don't know exactly how to say, but I mean he always analyze during the tournament, and he tell me what's wrong I'm doing in some positions. I mean like in everything.
Can you tell us a little bit more about your coach, Aroniak? He's been very important to you in the past 2 years.
With Roman, I start actually work. His name Roman Vidoniak. I start actually work last year from January. It was like 1 year, a little bit more. And I mean, we do a lot of job, and you can see he's another students like Yakubayev. He also improved a lot. He was also very close to qualify for candidates. I mean, it's very interesting works we are doing with him, and we are working with chess a lot. And also not only chess. I mean, he's also a very good person. We are playing a lot of board games, and it's always very funny. Spend time with him, and I mean, he supports very well, and he also a hard worker, and probably with him I really improved my chess a lot.
You have made history today, because this will be the youngest World Chess Championship match in all of chess history, the combined age.
Yes.
When you hear those words, what do you think about that?
Actually, I don't think about this a lot. I know, like, I will play against one of the strongest players in the world. We have both, probably we have both equal chances. I mean, not chances very close to. I mean, probably because of he played in a match, he has more experience and a little bit more. But I mean, we are very our playing strength is very close. So what can I say? It will be a very interesting match, and probably a lot of fans will watch this. I mean, you know, like it's from young age we have a strong generation, Uzbekistan, India, and after many years it's happened. Like we will play for a World Championship match, which will be very interesting.
Let's talk about the fans. There was some images out of Uzbekistan of you on billboards showing the game against Caruana. First of all, did you know about this? And second of all, what do you think about that?
Like our government support every sport very well, especially chess. Even our president loves chess. I mean, when I become World Cup champion, when we meet with my president, he told me like, I believe you will play for World Championship match and win. I mean, he always support us, which is probably very important. And any our winnings, like, doesn't matter, some open tournaments, some round robin tournaments, like our government really supports very well, and doing is, I mean, they always meet us in airport. It's fantastic. I don't know what can I wait from this win, but I don't want to think a lot about this, and I don't have a time also to celebrate this win because after 2 weeks I need to play like in a row 2 Grand Chess Tour tournaments, which is also very important.
I have 2 more questions. One of them is, do you think to talk, or have you talked with Rustam Kazimjanov?
No, actually I didn't talk with him, but probably we will talk later, yeah.
And my final question to you, do you have any words for Gukesh Domoraju, who is probably watching this press conference right now?
No, I don't have no comment.
Okay. I'm going to open up questions to the reporters on the floor. If you have a question, please raise your hand. A mic will be sent your way. Yes.
Hi, Christopher from Indie Chess. Congratulations on the win. When you won the World Cup, I asked you if you were expecting to be thrown into the pool for celebrations, and you said no, but then you said, maybe if I win the candidates.
Yeah, I didn't think I will do it, really.
I know you said just a moment ago, no plans to celebrate. Obviously, you have a game tomorrow and in 2 weeks, Grand Chess Tour, but do you have any hope to celebrate with your friends and family returning home?
I mean, I have some small ideas to celebrate with my friends and with my family, but I mean, to go to the pool, it's probably no.
It's colder here than it was in Goa.
Over here.
Jafar from Prime Chess, congratulations. You're the first player from Uzbekistan to obviously qualify for the candidates, and now you win. How big is that for you and your country?
I think like it shows how strong our country in chess. We have a lot of strong players, and hopefully next candidates will play more Uzbek players. But probably for everyone, for every chess player, it's important to win their first candidates. And I mean, because it's one of the hardest tournaments in chess, and if you won this tournament from first try, it will be easier to play next times also. But I hope, I mean, after this win, our government, I mean, our country will be stronger and stronger, and we will try our all chances to win also Olympiad in this year. So let's see.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Oh, behind you.
Maurice Ashley, St. Louis Chess Club, congratulations on a fantastic performance. You're not even the highest rated player in your own country, but you are sitting here as a representative. What did Nordebek's influence have? How much of an influence did he have on this performance, supporting you?
Yeah, actually, I mean, I'm not a first player in my country, but I mean, Nordebek is a very strong player. We'll see, like how he won 3 big tournaments in a row, which is fantastic for me. Because I cannot remember when someone in Tata Steel played +4 and even cannot play for first place tiebreak. He got +5 in Tata Steel, which surprised me. But I mean, I got here +6, which is also a shock. Yeah, I mean, everything can be happen in chess. It's sport, and yeah, Nordebek is very strong. I mean, before this tournament, what he says me exactly like it's very important to win with black pieces, any game, it doesn't matter. And he says me exactly one thing, like any opponent, like any player can play one game very bad, and you need to get, I mean, when you get your chances, you need to realize it, because otherwise it's very hard to win something like this very strong tournaments. And I was very sad when I got chances against Matthias to didn't win this round, but after that I played fantastic game against Prague, and my tournament situation become completely, I mean, better after game Prague.
Congrats again.
Thank you.
Question over here.
Congratulations, Javokhir. I wanted to ask you, you said that you slept not that good. What did you do today? How will you describe your day of today? Were you nervous? You mentioned that your sleep wasn't that good. How can you describe your day, or maybe yesterday's night?
Yeah, I mean, why I'm not sleeping very well? Because I start thinking a lot about tournament situation, about predictions. Like, I mean, I understand. Like, I'm like probably 99% first place, but everything can be happen, what I said. So that's why, I mean, last days it's very hard to sleep for me. But what I'm doing most time, I'm prepping a lot, and I'm trying to be ready in every line. And yeah, I mean, today, I mean, I wake up really, I mean, like always in close to 1 o'clock, and prep 1 hour, go to lunch, and take a rest a little bit before a game. So that's, I'm doing everything, this routine during the tournament.
You inspired thousands of young people. You weren't the favorite and still won your first candidates. Did you ever feel like you will never achieve success?
Sorry, what it means? Like,
in your whole career, have you ever thought that you will never achieve success?
I mean, in my career, I think like I will become candidates winner. Yeah, I mean,
a winner or success.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think I'm, in my opinion, I am one of the talented player, and I'm always believe like I will be one of the strongest player in the world. But of course, you can never predict you will win. You can become world champion because it's very hard. It's qualification. You need to be lucky. But I always believe like I can be one of the strongest player in the world and cross 2-8 rating. So, I mean. I'm very happy, but I'm not that like surprised to win this tournament because I always believe to myself.
Thank you.
Oh, you go.
Thank you. Sahil from Chess Chevra. Congratulations on winning the candidates, Javokhir. I'm curious, do you have any words of encouragement or support for Bibisara as she finishes her end of the candidates tournament?
Sorry?
Do you have any words of support or encouragement for Bibisara as she finishes?
I mean, today she played a very well game, and I just hope she will play tomorrow also like this, and we'll see. I mean, their tournament also very interesting, and I mean, I'm enjoying in women candidates. It's really very interesting, and I'm watching a lot of games there, and also a lot of opening preparations there. So, I mean, I just give. I mean, I don't know what can I say exactly this question. So.
Oh, great. And lastly, I was curious, because Uzbekistan and India are so heavily investing in the young players of chess, do you think that that support is needed to win the candidates tournament in this new era?
Actually, it's very important to have support from your country, but I mean it's always. I mean, if you are not such a strong player and if you are not work with chess a lot, I mean, doesn't matter what support you. Really, I mean, you can never be a strong player. So, firstly, you need to be really hard worker, and then other things also important, but. It's not a big deals, but I mean, if you have it, it's always very nice, and you always have the support. It's very comfortable to play with this.
Thank you.
In the back.
Anatol Wituch, der Standard Austria, Javokhir, where would you prefer the World Championship match to take place? Would you like it to be in your home country?
Actually, if it will be in December, for me, probably I will choose some hot country like Cyprus, because I don't want to play World Championship match in cold weather. So I mean, but for me it doesn't matter. But if I have a choice, this probably.
Arne Kahler from Chess Base here. Congrats, Javokhir. I remember the first time when we met in Weissenhaus, you and Roman were outside. You looked a little sad, and I asked, "Oh, how did the games go?" And you said, 3 out of 3 so far. And I said, shouldn't this be something to be a bit more happy? And you said, no, it's a long tournament. And Roman also agreed to that. So when you had 5.5 out of 6, was this lesson coming back to you, or were you too euphoric to keep calm?
Yeah, I mean, of course, when I go 5.5, I was very happy, but we have, I mean, I have how to say exactly, I have very hard next week where I need to play 4 black games and 2 black games against my opponents who they are very close to me. So I mean, I don't want to be very happy, but at this moment, of course, I feel a little bit, how to say, I mean, I was very happy at this moment, but I don't think a lot about this, and I'm trying to prep for my next games, and probably this is the best what I'm doing.
Thank you.
Jafar from Prime Chess. I know this isn't something you really think about, but you did win the first place prize money. Any clue or any idea what you plan to buy or spend that money on?
Actually, I don't know. I didn't think about this question, so let me give it time.
All right, congrats.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Javokhir, I will say some words for myself. Witnessing your greatness on this stage multiple times over multiple days. I mean, we've been here 2 weeks now. It's been really inspiring for myself as a chess player and as an interviewer. And I wish you all the success in the world.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Thank you.
What if you could play the Sicilian, like Anish Giri? The King's Indian, like Nakamura? And the Ruy Lopez, like Fabiano, Caruana? On Chessable, you can learn straight from the world's best. Then use our repertoire tool to pull your favorite lines from any course and build your ultimate opening prep. Build your all-star repertoire on Chessable.
Welcome back, everybody. We are now being joined by the candidates winner and next World Championship match contender, Javokhir Sindarov. Congratulations, what a run. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm very happy, finally. I mean, we're not finished, but I'm very happy to win this tournament before last round. I mean, if I lost today, it will be very hard day for me, but I played really very well game and good preparation and played, I mean, not easy, but close to easy draw.
No, what an amazing performance, is leading all the way, +6, I believe. Of course, there's one round to go, but yeah, no one's done that in candidates tournaments before. Before we get into your tournament, most important question, how do we pronounce your name correctly? Because we just saw fans in Uzbekistan, and we're saying it wrong, I have a feeling.
Like in Russian, everyone says Javokhir, but in general, in Uzbekistan, Javokhir. Javokhir is if, I mean, J is in English.
But here or here? Here or here?
Javokhir.
Here, yeah.
Here.
Oh, okay.
That sounded different on video, but...
Have you seen what's happening in Uzbekistan? I'm assuming you're not checking so much social media, but there's billboards everywhere, cars are driving and they're showing your game.
Yeah, actually I saw yesterday billboard in our family chat and I was shocked really. I mean, it was, I mean, everyone in Uzbekistan watching last rounds and I'm very happy. And hopefully our country was very happy and thanks everyone who support me during this tournament. It's really important and I feel really every round this support. And thanks for my sponsors, for everyone, of course, for our government.
No, what a performance. Can you tell us a bit about your team? You've been here with Madaminov, who's also been with you during the World Cup, and also Roman Vidonyak. What jobs do these guys have?
I have 3 seconds. Muhyiddin was here and 2 of my seconds helping me. I mean, they're not here online. And Roman, my coach, with him we are working with skills and psychologically also he works with me, so he helps me really a lot. And yeah, I think I have a very good team and they are very nice guys and every day we play a lot of games together and we spend time really very funny. Okay, I don't want to say my next 2 seconds.
No, that's okay.
Yeah.
No, ask it.
Because I will play a match.
Keep them for the match. Yeah.
So probably after the match I will open my next seconds. But thanks for all of them for during this tournament. They helped me really a lot. And yeah, so we need to. So next job we need to play very well in World Championship match.
Whenever I see you walking around, it seems like the mood is always light, like you're joking, enjoying. You didn't feel tension even leading this event? How do you do it?
In general, when I have always good positions, I'm walking around a lot. I mean, in every tournament. But if we see this game against Fabi, which is very hard, I think I spent a lot of time overboard. Probably I mean, against Fabi and against Andrey first game. It's one of the important games in this tournament, and I mean, I was lucky in the first round, and the tournament completely changed for me. And yeah, I mean, if you are not lucky, it's impossible to win like this tournament. So yeah, nice tournament for me.
What's your favorite game of the ones you played in this one so far?
I like both games against Prague, and one of the, I mean, also a very technical game against Fabi. Probably I will choose, I mean, if I have a choice, I will always choose technical game. And with Fabi, I really liked my game.
As for the game today, did you feel you were in any trouble, or you knew what was happening? What were the key moments against
Actually, after he changed queens, yeah, at this moment, I think like if you play queen f3, maybe he will do some small pressure. But probably computer don't likes, because for computer easy to defend everything. But for human, I mean, knight e5, knight e4, and queen g4 comes, and it's not easy. So that's why I think like if he play queen f3, probably he will have more chances. But after he take queen a6, I didn't have any pressure, because I think like, I mean, maximum position which he can get is like after changes every pawns on d and f, like this 4-4 with knight, and I think like I will put bishop to c7, king e7, rook e6, and I mean, even if rooks change, I think like black has zero problems, and that's why, I mean, I feel very comfortable during the game.
You look so well prepared, and also you've added more stuff to your game. Surprising opponents. Has this been, because you've been a very strong player for a long time, has it changed something that you're doing more opening work, or is that just me guessing?
Yeah, probably before this tournament I worked a little bit more with openings, and I have a, I mean, very nice team, and we really worked a lot, and yeah. So I mean, only in this tournament I really spent a lot of time for my openings, and also we work with skills with my coach Roman, which is also very important.
What's the plan for tonight? Partying, preparing for our next game?
Actually, I don't think I will prep a lot for next game, but of course I will prep. But first I want to call to my family and share this moment with my family also.
Has it sunk in already that you're playing a World Championship match in a couple of months? Have you thought about that?
I mean, if you ask this question, yeah, of course, a couple of months, I mean, I was thinking a lot about these candidates, but if you ask me this question a year ago, I mean, I will never believe this, but I don't know, I mean, last year improved my chess, and I'm very happy with my chess skills. I don't know, I will try to play better and better, so let's see.
That sounds scary. Well, I won't keep you too long from calling your family. Congratulations, what an amazing event.
Thank you.
All the best.
Fantastically well played, and congratulations from me as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Javokhir, Sindarov joining us in the studio, the next challenger. We'll be right back.
Here, Grandmaster Anish Giri after his draw to Javokhir Sindarov in the penultimate round of the FIDE candidates. Anish, this result didn't go your way, but it was an extremely difficult situation you were in, a must-win. Did you feel that pressure on the board?
Yeah, I mean, I was quite a bit behind at this point, and okay, I wish I had a little closer standing, but still, it was going to be a difficult game, and I was quite happy with the way the game was going, but maybe my advantage was finally a little too small to make something of. But it's always hard to say, because sometimes it's enough, sometimes it's not, and yeah, maybe today was too small.
And despite the result, you've had an excellent candidate. Your performance was incredible. Do you think with some time you can reflect back on that positively, or does not winning kind of overshadow that?
Yeah, I don't think I need time. I'm reflecting back quite positively. already. Obviously, I mean, there were many things to say. Like, first of all, you always say when you go into the candidates that, you know, if someone doesn't run away with it, it's going to be a close affair. And usually you assume nobody will run away with it. You just say it's a sort of for the show, but now actually he did. So in that sense, anyway, it would be difficult. You know, at the same time, also, okay, I started with a loss too, so it was also not ideal. Okay, I mean, I had some chances I could have utilized a little better, but I think he had more of those chances. So yeah, I mean, it's just sort of hard to say. Yeah, obviously, I'm happy with certain things that, you know, I got to fight until almost the last moment. Honestly, having to beat Matthias with black in the last round for a win would have been hell. That I wouldn't wish upon myself under any circumstances. But okay, jokes aside, of course, it would be nice to have it go for one more round. But okay, he played really well. Yeah, I mean, I had, of course, ups and downs. So I mean, of course, I could have maybe won my game against Wei Yi, but I mean, you know, okay, I'm still way behind, first of all, and secondly, okay, I won some other games, so you know, I didn't make all 14 draws, so that's already something to celebrate. So I think, yeah, I shouldn't maybe wish for too much either. But yeah, I was, of course, disappointed because especially at some point there were good chances, right? But my issue was that whenever I was getting momentum, yeah, then I couldn't quite, especially with white, I couldn't quite convert. I had very small advantages. I was sort of going for them. I get to convert some of them. Like, for example, the way I got here in Grand Swiss, you know, I converted a small advantage there against the top player as well. So, and here too, I converted a small advantage against Prague, almost against Wei Yi. So, you know, it's not like I shouldn't be going for them, but sometimes when you play for small advantages, they just start too small. And at the same time, it's also not easy to play for big advantages either. So it's not like somebody has a recipe of how to win tournaments, you know. Even Magnus Carlsen decided to, you know, to quit the championship cycle. So it's not easy. But Javokhir seems to know how. So I'll try to learn from him.
From a player's perspective, what impressed you the most about Javokhir in this tournament?
I think, well, to be honest, if we run this event again a lot of times, I'm not sure he will win all the times. But of course, he has certain skill set that showed very well here. Obviously, he's very fast. He calculates really well, and that means that he also, you know, calculates in terms of like attacking positions, but also calculates in terms of like defensive end games. So like against Fabiano or myself, but more so against Fabiano. So of course, you know, when he is in good form, it looks like he's the ultimate best player in the world. But it's always like that, and I think he's just in good form. And if, you know, Fabiano would have won, we would say, you know, he's the best. I watched today some fun video about Hikaru also on YouTube. Some documentary of his growth, you know, as a person. I mean, they're building up, yeah, towards that. Okay, he's getting better and better. Every candidate's better and better. But okay, this one back to basics, yeah, basically. So I mean, it's hard to build a narrative up front, but now we can, looking back, yeah, Javokhir is fast, good, amazing, and yeah, very good.
And having played him now in his best form, how do you see his chances against Gukesh?
Well, okay, to be fair, the poor guy, he was in a situation facing me where both times he just was fine with the draw. So I didn't get to witness him in his full glory. But okay, the way he plays right now, he's faster than Gukesh. He's better prepped than Gukesh. Okay, both calculate really well. But he just appears to be better. But I guess, again, you know, when Gukesh was winning the Olympiad, you know, again, it's like we shouldn't make big conclusions. So we were talking about Gukesh, that he's, you know, the most amazing player in the world. He was so good. He crushed Olympiads. He crushed the candidates. I think there are many good, great players. And afterwards, you try to explain certain things. But I don't yet see, honestly, I wouldn't draw any big conclusions. I think a lot of these young players, they're playing really ambitious chess. Like, to be fair, like, probably no matter how well form I'm in, I probably will never really score 6 wins. I mean, even in Vaikanze, my best results, I've done it like 10 times. So a tournament is a little weaker than candidates. And Vaikanze, my best results have been +5. I never won six games. So, you know, if you're younger, maybe they are more ambitious. So maybe their peak results are higher than some of the older players. But yes, you see with them, you know, they're also unstable. So yeah, I think when it comes to Gukesh playing Sindarov, it will be about the form. But of course, right now Javokhir looks in a better form.
Final question, what's next for you? Where we'll be seeing Anish Giri?
You'll be seeing me tomorrow playing as Matthias Bluebaum with the black pieces. Stay tuned.
Okay, but after the candidates?
Yeah, I mean, it's really like I would really love to play my game with Matthias. You know, I've been looking forward to this game for half a year. So please let me play that game. After that, yeah, a lot of things. I'll be playing a lot of tournaments. So you know, I saw this opportunity as like a chance to invest in my career once again. Like not only in terms of money, but in terms of time as well. And I did a lot of work that I normally don't get to do. You know, not the kind of way I did now, and I was hoping it was going to eventually pay off. To some extent, it already paid off here. So yeah, I'm really excited about that, and I'm looking forward to load my team one more time tomorrow. But after that, I'll be missing them, because you know the feeling of just telling the boys that you know there's certain lines they have to look at, and you're just getting everything served on a silver platter is something I'll be missing after this tournament.
Well, thank you so much, Anish. Good luck and enjoy tomorrow's final game.
Thank you.